Hello, computer. Coming in once again from the distant reaches of outer space or whatever. What the fuck do we do? What the fuck is the thing? I don't know what the thing is, right? Like, what is we need more lore. We need to develop the lore a little more extensively such that we can have like some kind of cool catchphrase or something when we come in, right? It's like from the, you know, like there needs to be some kind of thing, right? There needs to be a thing. We lost the plot. I don't know about that. That seems kind of scary to me. Hello. Hi everyone. It's him. It's this guy again. Hello. Welcome in everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hope you all had a good weekend. Jesus Christ, I cannot talk. Debut stream incoming, perhaps for real. I don't know about that though. Hello. I hope you're all enjoying the Buck Bumble OST. Quite good indeed, I think. Who is here? I mean, it's the question that I'm always asking, you know. I'm always who the hell is even here? Let's see who's here. Welcome in Kirem. Hello. Welcome in Tayumichi. I'm trying to do it fast before they scroll off the screen. That's why it seems like I'm at a frenetic pace today. We're trying to get them before they scroll off the screen. Everyone is here. I'm glad. It's good to see you all. I hope you're all enjoying not working due to playing Factorio too much. I hope it's a good time for you in that mode. It's been a pretty good time for me. I have not been playing Factorio though. I've resisted. Tunes are very quiet. I see. Can we increase the pace? Can we increase the pace? Hello Kirem __. Hello Tayumichi. Hello LLLL Colonq. Hello Christopher. Hello Prod Zed Pod Robotic Style. Hello, LG fake robot saying, yo, tomato, I hate eggs like a pizza hates anchovies. Let those yolks get scrambled. Get away from my plate. Welcome in. Hello, Kirsch. Hello, Moodane. Hello, Attention Span. Hello, Sky is fine. Hello, Fighting underscore Annelids. Hello, Niche Penguin. Hello, Octo Rinsky. Hello, Trap underscore Exit. Hello, Ag Pen. Hello, Zulfix underscore. Hello, Ponadary. Oh, it's great to see you, Ponadary. Welcome in. Hello, Crazy Hitty Numbers Form. Hello, Sampy159. Hello, Venerok Robot Style. Hello, Doc East. Hello, Brizdingle. Hello, Prowl Cash. Hello, Compiling J. Hello, Niche Penguin. Hello, Bitomancer. Hello, Steel Shield. Hello, MX Owlex. Thank you for the resub. Oh, you were the guy at the hotel. What the heck? I gotta catch up, then we can read the context on this message. I'm reading messages out of their appropriate context. Hello, Steel Shield. Hello, Fractal Cow. Hello, Prodsy Pod Real Formulation. Hello, MX Owlex. Thank you, sub. Why does it show twice now? What the heck? It's double. It's split. Hello, Ramnor the Wanderer. Hello, Woot. Hello, Demonov. Hello, Bridgewater. Thank you for the resub. Hello, Jen Dude. Thank you for the resub also. Hello, who else? Mold underscore Entity. Welcome in. Whenever I see Mold Entity, I'm like, okay, the appropriate naming scheme is like Moldy or something, right? Because it's mold in the E sound, but I don't want to apply diminutives. I don't know. Hello, Big Book of Bug. Hello, Party Cat Laugh Out Loud. Hello, Leaden Gin. Hello, Violet Marmalade. Welcome in. Hello, who else? Simulation Present. There's high degrees of this. Hello, Must underscore Broke underscore. Hello, yeah, the computer must dictate what is canon. We need more canonical events happening. We're scrolling. Hello, Devs underscore DE. Hello, Cash Money Delaz. Hello, Ray March. Hello, 1990X. Hello, Glane88. Hello, Vettel. Hello, Catley Rihanna. Hello, Exploding Pager 2 on number various underscore number formulation. Hello, Control underscore O. Is there a new Factorio? There's Factorio Expanded Edition now. They put Factorio and they made it into space. You can go into space now in the game. They put it in yesterday at the start of the people were saying it's cruelty. It's a cruel move. It's a cruel fate because they did it at the start of the work week. I don't know about that though. Hello, Control underscore O 3 in a row. Congrats on the 3-stream streak, Control underscore O. Hello, Azrael underscore IO. Hello, Percy Pop. Oh, it turns out there was no context on the message. I don't know what you were the guy at the hotel indicates, but I was. That was me. Hello, it be Blockhead. Hello, Face of Trolls. Hello, Lucky Bear Thing. Hello, Captain Saint Asher. Welcome in. Great to see you, Captain Saint Asher. Hello, Essento. Hello, Science Adventure Collection of Anime. Yeah, real. Hello, you underscore Daniel Pancake. Hello, Chlorgal. Hello, Kokoopsy. Have we reached parody? Have we filled the parody bit? Hello, oh, thank you for the bits also, It Be Blockhead, for the Dalmatians. Hello, Sergeant Nubbles also. I think we've arrived. I think we've arrived. It's tragic. I'm gonna make it fast ass. I don't know what you're saying, Fractal Cow, but it's good. Isn't it spelled receive? Receive? I think it is. Yes, the Joel check receive is actually a victim of the classic English spelling. What's the fancy word for spelling? Is it orthography? Is it orthography? Is this the case? Is this the case? Last time I saw you live was when you were at TwitchCon, I think, and you just talked in a hotel room with a woman giggling in the background. First time I watched. Oh my god. If anyone could catch me up to speed on lore development since last time I caught a stream in 5 words or less. I don't know what we've been doing. When were you here last, Phonadary? Well, can we see what's the dates? It was in June. What have we done since June? I guess I don't know what we've done since June. Well, you were there in the beginning of the Game Boy arc. We've been going more into the Game Boy ornithology. This is birds, right? Is this birds? I don't know. So much and so little at the same time. It feels like so little in the moment, and it feels like so much looking back, I think, is usually how these things go. Can we go somewhere more comfortable? I'm sorry, Buck Bumble, but you're being a little bit disruptive. You're being a little bit disruptive today. Yeah, I like going to Final Fantasy Quiznos with my wife and laptop. It's very true. Where is movement? Can we go movement, reveal, real face, button, activate, press, real face, button, begin. Hello, everyone. This was a moment of them all. Yes. Hello. Thank you for. Hi. Hello. We're here. We're here. Letters on screen. It's true. Wait. Sky is fine. Sky is fine. Emote. Wait a second. I knew this. Hello, Ronmu. Also, thank you for boosts. Also, everyone was. Sometimes people boost before. Sometimes it's a bit of a mix. Today it is not a mix. Today it is all. It is the flood. Hello, Mookie Sticks. Thank you for bad at fish eating cereal. Hello. Hello, Sampy159, and also Sakimon. I'm trying to see if I'm missing anyone in the great flood. In the great flood of event. Hello, Ahmed Nasser 2004. Also welcome in. I was going to say, like, oh damn, this is an 18 and over. But 2004 is 20 years ago now, which is sort of shocking, but who can say? Tell Mod Clunk I said hi to. She will be home soon. Hello, Lane VT. Welcome in. Can I do this? Belatedly? Can we shout out Lane VT? Does that go? I don't know what boost does, but anything involving numbers scares me. Well, it's sort of non-numerical. It's only numerical in the sense of a physical quantity. Sergeant Nubbles. For example, if you had some amount of gas, some non-numerical amount of gas in your gas tank, and you doubled that amount, right? That's a boost to your gas. You know, it doesn't have to be numerical, right? Gotta respect the laptop. We might want lunch too. Yeah. Roast me, brother. I'm ashamed of my age. No, I don't say this. I don't mean you should not be ashamed of your age. Just over 2 months, the first quarter of the century will be behind us. Crazy shit. Yes, it's real. It's real. Non-numerical gas prices are high these days. Yes, indeed. So what is the deal? You've switched off. You're now Azrael.org. Oh my god. What is the deal today? Today we're gonna be exploring some hidden legends. Computer. We're gonna be exploring some hidden legends. That's gonna be our main area of interest today. You know, we always have an area of interest. You know, we always have some kind of wacky little theme. I call it internally. I refer to it as a wacky little theme. I think of myself as kind of a wacky guy. No. Sorry. I'm being silly. Hello, Blazy Knights. LLLL Colonq age -1. Is this true? Is this true of whimsical? I don't know about that. I think I've never been I've rarely been accused of being too wacky in my life. I'm normally accused of being dour and sullen. But on the web, you can afford to fuck around a little bit. You can afford to play around and have a good time. Hello, Pure Coin. Also, just go a little bit goofy. Yeah. Okay. So what have we been up to? There's a number of topics today, actually. There's a number of things we have on the docket. First of all, and foremost of all, hello, user PLSS stylized to look like PISS on twitch.tv. Thank you for the boost. And Jivan Yatra, welcome in. GLHF, thank you. GLHF to you as well. You're gonna join me on this quest. You're gonna be joining me on the quest for hidden legends today, Jivan Yatra. Already 2 apologies. Yeah, we're up to 3 apologies. I accuse you of being too nerdy. A non-numerical but high count of things on the docket. Yeah, I have the amount of things on the docket is the amount of acorns that I could hold in both hands, or something like this. I don't know. It's something along these lines, I think. Okay, this is the first thing of all. If you're not aware of this, you might want to be aware of this sometime soon, maybe even now. Hello, Nictor32. There's a new video on YouTube called Bitcoin 2 or the Late Great Imaginary MMO Jamboree. You might consider this as a thing. Whatever maybe for LG. Yes, I'm sure LG will be around in good time. We'll say hello. There's a YouTube video. It's an edit of a prior stream. Before we only had one such video. There's now 2 such video. This is courtesy of ProdZ Pod. Can we say hello to ProdZ Pod? They are here. They are here on occasion, right? They're around. I don't know about that. Can we say it's a full hour TV time slot worth of content without the ads? Yeah. Hello, Sergeant Pepper _. Also, welcome in. You know what they say about guys who can fit a lot of acorns in their hands? Yeah. Digishell is actually online. Yes, this is true. Digishell streams quite a lot in Oligord. Digishell streams honestly more than me, I think. I will link the video right now. Here is the video. Did Prod edit the biblicality video too? No, that's someone else who sometimes shows up in chat named Pig Lilith. Hello, Brace for Haste. Also welcome in. I'm going to pin this message until manually unpinned or end of stream in order to this is the video. This is the video. But welcome in, Brace also. So this video is quite good. It would mean a lot to me if you check it out. I think it's pretty funny, and it's kind of hard to like watch yourself talk about shit, to watch your own recorded self talk about shit and feel anything other than I don't know, despair. I'm sure you all know the phenomenon, right? Like the feeling of, oh God, I'm hearing my own voice. This is what a moment. What a moment. Thank you, Brace for Haste. Fractal Cow, I don't quite know what you are saying. I'm unsure what you are saying, but I accept it and agree nonetheless. If I mean the best, I agree. Yes. Okay. We have yes. My voice live while streaming. I am built different. You're using monitoring technology. Yes, I could never. It would upset me too much, I think. So yeah, I would, if you like video, you give it a watch, or I don't know, or something like this. We're trying to do more of these. There's another one on the way too, hopefully before the end of the year or something, hopefully within the next little while, that I am editing. We are attempting to accomplish task. I use it to intuitively know when I'm really muted. I see. Hello, the Linux developer. Welcome in. Great to see you. So that is topic A. This is the first topic of stream today. You should check the thing out. You should check out ProdZ Pod. This video is good. I like it a lot. Yeah, it's great. I like thing. We have a variety of other things to discuss, though, computer. For Colonq 101, I don't know about this. We have other things, other tasks have presented themselves to us. Hello, Rudel. Yeah, it's good to like thing, honestly. I mean, it's probably I don't mean to beat the thing into the ground, the Linux developer, but I would say that like a recurring theme around here has been like I don't know. It's just good. It's better to like things than to dislike things, right? These things are non-dual, right? Disliking things is a lot like, I don't know. It just feels like a big waste of time to spend a lot of energy disliking things. I'm trying to not be that, not do that, not be that do, right? Like we're trying to avoid dislike and channel mostly like instead. Hello, Tomater, welcome in, and Rudel and Timadis and Def Can't Game, welcome in. Things are things to be things. Yes, better to like things than actively dislike. Yeah, I think it ties in with my recent. I don't know. I'm feeling I'm going sincere style. I feel like I'm going minimal snark, minimal sarcasm, and mostly just the style of I like the things that I like. Yeah, machine learning algorithms, they're probably okay. You don't have to like anything, but better to be neutral than dislike as much as possible. I think so, right? I think very few things warrant this sort of active dislike. It's better to just, look away. I don't know. Hello, MET. Welcome in. Thank you for M1 Acco Sneedcat. Thank you for this emoticon. It's very wonderful. Welcome in. It's great to see you, MET. I hope you're doing well. The an all or something mentality. Yeah. And I appreciate this, Ahmed Nasser 2004. I understand that it's sometimes it reaches a little further out of the typical V audience, right? I know we have a lot of people here who are very used to the anime girl metagame, right? And of course, it is unconventional to have, you know, I'm just some random dude voicing the thing, but I'm sort of I'm pleased that people recognize it for what it is, which is largely a cool gadget, a cool gadgets. It's better for the mind not to, yeah, it's best not to focus on you know these sorts of negative things so much, right? But better to focus on the good. Hello, also Peercoin, if I did not say hello. A one-sum game, yeah. Okay, so speaking of the bad, though, speaking of hating things, Emacs. speaking of burning negative emotions, speaking of churning and roiling negative emotions like the inside of a washing machine, Emacs. GNU Emacs. You know, my man, my life is coming together. I got a job. I have insurance. I go to gym. I live in capital of my country. It's truly magnificent. Congratulations, Otcher0_, and welcome in. I'm glad things are going well for you. And Liquid Cake 1, welcome also. Column L on Q. Hello. What happened with Emacs? Well, okay, let's dig into it a little bit. As you may know, debugging is a constant topic of interest around these parts, right? I'm sort of fascinated by the ability to do debugging. Emacs older than version 24 does not work on Windows XP. I see. Hello, Sifon Altera. Why are you trying to install? Is there a range of versions that does work on Windows XP, or are you just totally SOL? Hello, Kill53597. Welcome in. Okay. Man, I really just started. We got right into it today. I think we sort of have gotten right into things. Hello, Zoffe. Also, I don't know why I'm being kind of a goofy guy today. Hello. I got mail from Uwu Market that just got shipped to me. What's the state on Colonq merch? Colonq merch, I do not wish, there will be DIY merch eventually, TM. It got 24 to run, no other text editor worked. I see. Did you try 25? I assume you tried 23 then. Did you try 25? Do newer versions work? Killer hair. I see. Doing work on Android Studio. It's horrible. I'm feeling neutral. Twitch keeps needing to refresh. Okay. This is what I was asking earlier a little bit, Kokoopsy. I'm glad I am not alone. Allow me to... I have been having this issue also. I think it is on Twitch's end. We encountered this the last stream also. There was some kind of weird issue for like some number of people, including me for some reason, where the thing occasionally breaks. Paid Emacs plugin. Oh my god. Hello, Doc Wrecked. Also, I've had it with multiple different streamers. Yes, this is extremely frustrating. I really don't like. Yeah, I don't know. It must be the thing that this makes me feel is it must be really scary to run Twitch, right? Like working Twitch PR feels like the scariest job of all time, right? Because we're in fucked mode. We have to unfuck. One moment. Brief unfuck. Did it lag out? Did we die? Okay, we're back. Past few days. I think it's something like this. So consider this. Consider the situation they're in. Thank you for the streak, Timidus. Also, consider this situation. Like there are people who are dependent on Twitch for their livelihood, right? Twitch basically has a large number of contract workers, right? That's kind of how it's set up, right? There are a ton of contract workers for Twitch. Many of which this is like, even if it's not their primary livelihood, right? It's a substantial chunk. A lot more people. Like there's the people who are like actively full-time on Twitch, and there are people who are like, they're paying their grocery money with Twitch. It's getting them by. And like you have this situation, and it's also a situation where like minor technical hiccups that are extremely like sort of tricky to debug and especially debug at scale can like really fuck with that for people, right? So I really don't envy the position, right? It's really like when you think about it, this is like a very nerve-wracking position. Not big drama. I almost mean to emphasize, right? Like the small drama, right? It's the small things, right? It's the stream having to reload a few times an hour, right? Because of some minor like CDN thing or something like this, There's like, isn't it more nerve-wracking to be, but I have nerves of iron. I have nerves of adamant. I don't know. I'm immune to such concerns, I think, Kokoopsi. But it's you know, it is kind of whack. It is slightly whack. How is life lately, comma, slime? I'm doing pretty well. Have a full body. It does have a full body. We opened it in Blender last time, actually, Zoftve. Indeed. It is fully loaded. It is fully loaded of a zoomer autist. I don't know about this. I don't know. I feel like I sort of would strive to rise above my origins, Kokoopsi, a little bit. I think we all should, right? I think perhaps this is what I might be in terms of my matter, in terms of what I'm made of. But I think there's a we can strive to be more than this. Petty mortal preoccupations like figurine real. I don't know about this. I think the thing I would like to do physically is I would like to do Fumo. Are you familiar with Fumo? This is something we've discussed for a long time. That's your base stats. Yeah, it's your base. It's like if you're playing Dark Souls 1, when you start as the Pyromancer, it doesn't mean you have to be slinging fireballs the whole game, right? This is distinct. This is distinct, right? You don't have to be. It's just where you're starting out. Evil Joel exists. Yeah. Evil Joel actually. I feel like Evil Joel occurs most commonly. Palette swap ain't swapping no more. Did it crash? Is it fucked? No, it's not fucked. I think. What happened? Evil Joel. What? Oh. What? Did something fucking happen here? F. Is it over? Is it over? Did we never even have a chance to begin our beautiful life? Can we go into here and restart this? I think it might have broken something when I restarted the maybe when it took a minute. Okay, my hypothesis. Maybe there was some kind of timeout that broke something when I restarted. I changed my screen resolution and it took like 5 seconds to change. And maybe that caused some kind of socket disconnection situation. Joel is kill. Why does Joel not work on the screen also? Why do no emotes work on the screen? What? Huh? What's the... Excuse me? Okay, no 7 TVs work on the screen right now. Okay, this is a dire... This is a dire issue. Okay, debugging. Okay, this is in the theme, Party Cat Lol. This is the second quick long rebugging session today. This is what we're doing. Fumo is trademark. People do use the term a lot, so perhaps it's now under generic. What is the you know what I mean? So you were asking Joel not received. You were asking attention span. What is a Fumo? Fumo is Fumo.website. Is that a good one? Is that the one that has the information on these things? It's like this. It's these. I'm sure you've seen them. VTubers tend to do these very much. I know a lot of independent VTubers have done these things. Colonq Kendo arc. We're doing sword play. We're playing with swords. I don't know. Had an update. It has unlogged you 99%. Ah, I see. I'm probably, but it shouldn't matter because I have them locally. I have like a big cache of well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I know of these plushy puppet things. Yes, they're called Fumo. They're originally they were Toho plush. Hello, Trevor Doe Kapow. Also, thank you for the follow 1 minute ago. Welcome in. Okay, so they said Joel is killed. No, that's so good. That's so good. Okay, I have gone to some lengths, computer. I have gone yesterday. Yesterday, I was going to some lengths. Right? Okay. We've been working a lot on the Game Boy Advance lately. That has been one of our topics. And this is going to be, I've sort of alluded to the fact that, beyond we just want to do Game Boy Advance stuff because I'm obsessed with Pokemon Generation 3. I have an some would even say unhealthy obsession with Pokemon, the ability to link Pokemon Emerald to Pokemon Coliseum to perform multi-game and system gameplay, right? I'm obsessed with this deeply. Beyond just wanting to learn that, I've alluded to hidden legends. I've alluded to secret motivations involved in this that I was unsure if I could reveal, but I can in fact reveal them. So we can talk a little bit about this today. Make it muscular. I don't really use my pinky to type at all. I think the typical reason for the Emacs pinky thing that people talk about, this is pressing the control key with your pinky, but I don't type properly and I don't press the control key hardly at all. So it doesn't really hurt things for me. Wanted to start learning Linux. What distro do you recommend? Arch is probably good if you're in a learning kind of place. It depends on probably where you are in terms of your general computer comfort. But Arch is the right balance of having a lot of people who use it and a really good wiki and good documentation, and also like it can expose you to a lot of things, right? So I think this is great. I think of course there are friendlier distros, right, like Mint or Ubuntu or something. But like Obsession with Pokemon API, yeah. Hello, X or Xavier, also welcome in. So we wanted to be able to previously in prior, we've been debugging this using MGBA Qt interface and using the debugger inside of MGBA. Can we launch this fucker? Will it launch it all? Okay, you can see we have Mr. Green here. They put Mr. Green on this. Excellent, very good. Very wonderful. Can we go into Open Debugger Console, right? You can go over here. See, it's pretty good. You can break, you can go next, right? It's not bad. It's not bad. It can convert me to GNOME environment. I don't know what you are actually saying, Fractal Cow. I apologize. I feel like you are sending messages that are disconnected from both the surrounding context and also your prior message. But I think this is likely, it does have a relation to Linux, so I think it is likely just me not understanding correctly. So for my sake, if you don't mind including a little more clarifying detail, I would be very appreciative. I would appreciate this. How does this keep happening? I don't know. I don't know. Hello, Zamiel Payne, also welcome in. And Doc Rect, I'm a disconnected, depersonalized man. I see. Well, I see. It's a fractal mind right now. Perhaps it's seen through compound eyes, the eyes of the bug. I will switch from Linux Mint to Fedora soon. I see. Okay. Well, things are nuclear to me. Man, what a strange thing it is to talk on the internet sometimes. What a deeply strange endeavor it is. I think it's good though. I think it's good. It's good. It's good. Okay, so we've been doing this. The problem with this is it kind of sucks for a variety of reasons. On the Game Boy, we use this reset feature to reset the ROM a lot, right? Which ostensibly works on this also, but for the GBA, if you modify the ROM and then reset, it just totally fucks everything up and puts this debugger window eventually in like an unusable state. It puts it into an unusable state. Truly is the premier form of human communication is the noosphere experience. I think so. Correct horse battery staple. Yes. Go wave. Oh, this is attention span. This is new person. This is from Miss Peggy X. I sort of, okay, this is not meant to be some sort of dramatic take. Is this the issue we're having with Emacs? Oh no, this is the issue is far more sinister, Lane VT. The issue is far more sinister. I feel like they keep making new guys on here. Hello, Julia. Also, welcome in, nerds. This is kind of is this crude? Is this crude? No, this is good. This is good. Maybe the how do you say? They keep making new guys. Like they keep coming out of nowhere, and I'm like, damn, there's a new guy on here now. There's Miss Peggy X. There's Mishy Molly. They keep spawning new guys, new V people, and I'm like, damn, how am I supposed to keep up with all of this? There's new guys every day. There's new guys out here every day. How am I supposed to know literally everybody? But I don't know. I'll try my best, I think. So anyway, this doesn't work very well. Also, this sucks, right? It kind of is lame to use. It's annoying to like manually have to like be like, okay, look at this. Like if I want to look at this address, I have to say like, look at, okay, like look at this. And like, it's a pain in the neck. It's a pain in the neck. Colonq stream new game plus new spawns. Yeah. It's the, we're actually getting grave lorded. The rate of new V-spawn is nowadays over 1. I doubt it's 1 per minute. That seems rather high. It's definitely like I wonder actually what like the net rate is. Liquid Cake 1. I suppose we could track this somehow in terms of how many new people are streaming. Is it GDB? This is not GDB. This is like the built-in custom debugger pop up in MGBA QT. It's definitely over 1 per hour. I don't know. Well, maybe. I feel like it's probably, my hunch is that it's less than that. On average, like on the average, there are certainly hours where there are more than 1, but on the average hour, I think it's probably less than 1. Streamers overall, it's definitely greater than 1 per hour. But we can try and evaluate this, I guess. Like I don't know. Like I wonder if people quit. Because I mean, a lot of people will stream once and never. Who knows? Hello, Sentai_VT. Welcome in. Check how many channels are found for the. I don't know if there's actually a good way to query this in the API. Can we see? Can we see Twitch Helix API? What's your favorite Godzilla movie? Hello, Sentai. I have never seen a Godzilla movie ever in my life. Like 3 times in 2016. Yeah, there's a lot of this, right? There's a lot of this. Not new though. Yeah, I mean, there's I mean, that's probably one of the older and bigger. It's by the guy who made Evangelion. Is this who is this? Hideaki Anno? Is this the case? I don't know about that. Who can say? The tag is not very reliable. Yes, there's also, I mean, I bet it's reliable in aggregate, right? Like there's sort of a trend for like people to put themselves into it, you know, like XQC or whatever. But I think this probably doesn't affect the, you know, the kind of comparative data, right? Like we could, I imagine that's like a pretty, like it's not like enough of a trend that like, yeah. Can we see the reference on the API? Is it possible to search for channels? I don't know if we have this. We can search channels. Yes, we can. Okay, excellent. And can you search based on tag? There's query. There's search strings. I don't know. Tag. There's get stream tags. Feels kind of cursed. Yeah. Hello, nervous hair. Also, the false positives and positive falses cancel out. Yes. Hideaki Anno made all of the Shin Japan Heroes movies. I see. Well, this is exciting. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's pretty good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know what I'll say to that? I'll say hell yeah. Thank you for the 30 bits also. Yeah, I guess we maybe could query this. I think these are a different thing. These are like the deprecated tags that are, I don't know. I'm sure we could do it, right? Like worst comes to worst, we scrape it or use the illegal GraphQL API that shall pipe that to HQ via curl. Yeah, the problem is I doubt it actually gives you the HTML attention span. Thank you, Lane VT. Also, I doubt it actually gives, because it loads dynamically. So I doubt like the actual list is on the page, right? I bet the page just has some JavaScript that then later loads the list over the GraphQL API. But we could do it with like Selenium or something, right? These are possibilities. Hello, Polyglitch. Welcome. Okay, so we have a new method, because MGBA actually does support another form of debugging, right? In addition to using that built-in debug server thing, there's a thing called GDB. And what this does is it starts a GDB server base. It starts something on the same, that uses the same protocol as GDB server for remote debugging. Hello, Nanomancer takes a fat hit off the Colonq. Is this true? We're doing drugs now. I don't know about that, Nanomancer. That seems a little bit intimidating to me. I'm not sure about that one. Why am I feel like half the time I'm normal and half the time I'm playing like this super heavy character. I don't know what this is, but I think it's good. I think it's fine. The famous just learn GDB advice. Yes, okay. So this at least ostensibly provides us with something interesting. Can we demonstrate this tactic here? Can I start up if I say mgba gdb test.gba here, it also does it weird. It does it weird in that it starts when you don't use the qt form in my Christian Minecraft server. Yes, we could never. I'm on that Colonq. I'm about to bite the faces off 20 men and 30 women. That's scary. That's very scary. If I say GDB in here, and I say target, remote, yes, the TUI, people do like this thing, right? Unfortunately, I can't really use anything TUI. DApp server, well, and then the problem with a DApp server is we need a good DApp client, and that is a whole other venture. UFO footage, yes. If I say target remote localhost 2345, which is the port, right? You can see we've been dropped somewhere, and this looks like a 32-bit address, so I'm not averse to this, right? We can continue. We get Mr. Green. It's all stretched out because if you run it in QT mode, you cannot start GDB from the command line. If you run it in QT mode, you have to like go through a menu to start the server, even though it says that the flag exists. But if you run it in non-QT mode, it doesn't respect the aspect ratio on the window. It always just renders to the full size of the window, regardless of how you, yeah, so that's a thing. I can interrupt here, right? I can single step. I can single step. Is there lore to Mr. Green? Raymarch, Mr. Green sort of came out of nowhere. Mr. Green originally is ostensibly a forum emoticon. Are you familiar with this? Like a lot of old like PHP BB, New of them is compatible with that, but is the client good? Right? There's an ELIS client for this. There are actually multiple, and none of them are any good, and they crash all the time, and they are totally broken. Like a lot of these old forums, vBulletin, things like this, right? Like they had an emote called Mr. Green, but the Mr. Green that they had is very different from ours. And I just found ours on the internet. I just Googled Mr. Green forum emote, and I found it. And I tried finding it again like a year later because I was like, which one did I actually get? And I couldn't find it. I was unable to find our Mr. Green anywhere. Thank you, Sentai VT. DAP E, not a good DAP client. I have not actually tried this. This is the one that is like the EGLOT themed one, right? I'm really unsatisfied with a lot of the LSP stuff. I know I've used DAP mode, which is like the LSP one, errorism, and it is the LSP mode one, excuse me, and it is not to my tastes. It is not to my tastes. I moderated a vBulletin for many years. It felt pristine coming from PHPBB. Yeah, I much prefer vBulletin. This was the good one, right? Spawned by an internet glitch. Yeah, I don't know where it comes from, right? And of course, the other color misters like Mr. Blue, Mr. Red. We see those we don't see those on Twitch so much, but I might upload them. But we have the other ones are on the Discord IRC. I just made those. I just like went into Sprite and like changed the thing a little bit. I've understood so few words here that I can't look away. Thank you. I hope it's not too much nervous there. I hope you know that we talk this way not because I intend to exclude you, but rather because I have a worm inside of my head deeply. Audio skipping crispy? Oh fuck. Okay. Test. Hello, we're back. Hello, chaotic quixotic, and also Code and Nightly and Tomater. ModClonk moved it too many times. It did happen the first time right after ModClonk moved the thing. I don't know what actually is happening with this whole thing. We just need a little more clarity. Hello, Pajama Cat and Mistress Kel, welcome in. And hello. And we are very back. I'm sorry. This has been happening like once per stream recently. Everybody is doing so well. Yes, we're trying our best. Tension span. I don't know. Maybe this is it seems strange that like. Does anyone know things about microphones? It seems like I wouldn't expect like a mic to have experienced hardware failure this quickly, but like I guess I don't really know how microphones work. I sort of think that's what it is. This never happened before, and it has started happening sort of out of the blue, and it fixes it. The way I'm fixing it is I'm just like changing the OBS. You just got a dud, but the thing is, it's the same mic I've been using since my very first stream, XOR Xavier. I have not changed the microphone one bit. It is the exact same microphone. Rinse your mic under running. Is it a USB mic? It is. It's a USB mic with its own amp. It is a Samsung Q2U microphone. The mic is getting tired. Yeah, I can see this being the case. The way I'm fixing it is just like resetting it in OBS, like changing to another audio input and then changing it back. Hello Finn is fine, not to be confused with Sky is fine. 2, we have multiple is fine type user in the chat room. They either fail really early or they last for years and then fail. I see. Just switch the TRS plugs of the mic in your loudspeakers and then scream into those instead. It sounds so much warmer. I see. Multiple fines. Yes, things are fine today broadly. Okay, so we have GDB here, right? We have GDB. The problem is, what if I want to reload? Is the stream black or just on my end? Refresh the page, Captain St. Asher. Refresh the page. It's probably on your end. Twitch is a silly website. Twitch has some silliness in it. It has to shake the sillies out on occasion. It's always in like the first hour too that the weird stuff happens. I feel like after like it really is just like we gotta get it all out, right? We gotta shake it around a little bit, and then after this, you know, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. This never happens at hour 6, right? It's always in 47 minutes. Gotta warm up the electrons. Yeah. We cooking? Yes, indeed. Other driver issues. Yeah, this could be the case. I mean, I don't know. We'll get something. What's the plan for today? Yes, we're debugging today, Captain St. Asher, or at least we're talking about debuggers, and we're gonna try and fix this one. So what's the notable problem here? What if I modify gbatest.el? I want to spit out another ROM that renders a different sprite, and then I want to restart, right? This doesn't work very well in the Qt interface either, because we already established that reset is kind of broken. It also doesn't work here, right? Normally, if I'm running GDB like attached to a local process, I can say, I don't know, reset, or I could say start again, right? I could reload the file. But the thing is, we're not running like this GDB is attached to a remote server, right? It's attached to MGBA. It has no conception of what file it's attached to, how to, and there's nothing like over the protocol to like restart as far as I'm aware, right? This is debugger is another term for programmer. No, yeah, maybe so. So this is the idea. There's no way to do this other than to kill. And also notably, if we kill, here's another issue. If we kill, it kills the debug server entirely. And there is no way to reconnect, right? If I say target remote localhost 2345, right? There's no way to, this will not actually successfully reconnect. The MGBA's debug server only works one time. It accepts one connection, and then after this, it will never accept a connection again. This is not ideal. This is not ideal, as you might expect. There should be a sane way to do this. Yes, I agree. My Twitch is doing the thing again on my end. I apologize. Oh my god. I guess it's just my turn in the barrel again, computer. It's been my turn in the barrel for quite some time, it seems. So I actually did some work to fix this. You could use RemedyBG or RAD debugger on a real OS. Are you implying we should install Windows? Is this the way? I guess we could, but even then this is not going to help us because I think those things are focused on debugging. Like this needs to work with like the GDB remote debugging protocol, which I'm sure some other things maybe support, but like the fundamental issue here is on MGBA's end rather than on the debugger's end. And some of it's on the debugger's end. We'll get to that. So Emacs actually has a built-in interface for talking to GDB, right? It actually has multiple built-in interfaces for talking to GDB. It is a confusing situation. These things are very old, right? So the original way to talk to a debugger in Emacs is this thing called GUD, G-U-D. It stands for Grand Unified Debugger, right? There's this command GUD-GDB from good.el, right? This is from 1992. All those interfaces are kind of shit. Yes. Is this good? Yes. So there's also various wrappers for there's one for PDB. This one's the one that's just called PDB is actually like running with good. The thing just called GDB in Emacs though, that's a different thing. The command just called GDB. This is a different thing. So keep this in mind. So what good does, right? Good is basically a relatively thin wrapper around comment, right? Comment is the basic framework for so I can run this. Hello, Carlos so 333. Welcome in. Good evening. Oh, I hear a rumble in the distance. I've barricaded myself in my room like they do on Democracy Now! Or something. I'm barricaded in. I'm locked in into my secure bunker. I'm not anymore. The perimeter has been breached. Hello. I love you. Hello. I love you too. Extremely big. Welcome. I love you too, Modclock. How are you doing? We've been experiencing severe technical difficulties today. Wait, really? Yeah, Twitch is fucked. Twitch has fuck. And also my microphone has already experienced, I was like, I need to buy a new mic. Yeah, the mic is fucked up. There's assorted difficulties today. It's scary. Hello, Ots also. No, it's fine. I'm good. I'm surviving. I'm thriving. I'm very tired. Okay, please sleep. Please sleep. Best wingman? Yeah, so true. Are you sure there's nothing to do for you? No, I think we're all set. I think I'm just going to experience the consequences of my actions. Twitch having fuck is strictly against TOS.
That's true. You've got water.
Only if it's animated, Sergeant Nubbles. Only if it's animated. 5G technician, thoughts on new machine? Is this a band? Is this the case? Hello, 5G technician. Welcome in. Okay, hi. You've become too close. You've become too close. Hello. I don't know about all that, but I guess Machine Girl is pretty popular. Hello, Fabius also. To what extent is the spirit of the computer conjured today? Well, today, Fabius, we might be doing something very much not to your tastes. Today is... Well, no, we're getting into it. We have not. Don't spoil it. Today we're doing assembly. We're doing a little bit of assembly today. A little bit of assembly needs to be happening, and a little bit of GDB today. Hello, Monroe E with 0 instead of O for the first O. Thank you for the follow, friend. Flesh Tubers is only 3-day suspension. Something they say this perhaps. Thoughts on Aphex? I've said this before. I'll say it again, Captain St. Asher. I don't really understand this music thing, right? The kids, they're talking about music all the time. I think I'm kind of opposed in general to the concept, to this thing they call it music. Liar. It's even worse than well, of course, sometimes you have to go to these extents. You see Berkeley, Montana, Annex, Fabius. It's because we need to oppose. No, I'm kidding. I'm doing my Ebenezer Scrooge live action role play. What happened to not liking things? Well, this is a bit. You're allowed to pretend. You're allowed to lie online, right? Of course, right? This is honestly half of the thing. You listen to sounds and get feelings from it. Why don't you get feelings from something normal? Like, I don't know. What do you get feelings from? What are you supposed to get feelings from? Yeah, I don't know. Why don't you get feelings from the lived human experience? Oh my, it's literally the best thing. No coffee, no dancing. No, I'm kidding, by the way. I don't know very much about Aphex Twin though. I know my level of understanding from Aphex Twin is like techno, right? It's techno. Like my level of understanding of techno music was yesterday. I had an urge to listen. This is on Saturday. On Saturday, I felt an urge to listen to techno music, so I went on YouTube and I searched. I put in a search query for best techno music all time playlist, and I clicked that. That was my music kind of. Isn't he God? I don't know about that. I put in best tech, and I don't think I got the best techno music all time playlist out of that search query. Unfortunately, it was not the best. I don't know. Like, what do I actually listen to? I've been listening to House Garage. I listen to the Smith. I don't even listen to that much. I don't listen to music. I probably listen to like a song like once every couple of weeks. And my music listening mode, like, this is me. I was kidding before. This is me not kidding. Hello, Techie GG again. This is non-kidding, totally truthful. I probably listen to a song once every couple of weeks, and when I listen to a song, I will listen to the same song on loop for like hours. This is not a joke. This is how we go. And recently, the song has been that has been my brain worm has been McNamara's Band. That has been the song. So do you know? Are you familiar with? Oh, me name is McNamara. I'm the leader of the band, although we're few in number, etc. Right. This has been the song for me. We've been loading up that. And I'm like, how do you deal with this guy? Just listen until it's no longer the song. Yeah, exactly. This is the way. Fabius asks, what nefarious plots require the use of cursed tools? So, Fabius, the situation is that we are building a way to generate assembly from Emacs Lisp such that we can produce binaries, produce the machine. It doesn't generate assembly, it generates machine code. And we write something that kind of looks like assembly inside of Emacs Lisp, such that we can run programs generated from Emacs Lisp on the Game Boy Advance, which is an old piece of video gaming hardware. Blade Runner Music by Lux on YouTube is a 24-hour stream with a really good IRC-like chat. I see. I've been greened. I'm honored. Yes. I think when I used a music counter thing, I had some tracks up over 10,000 listens generally in a loop for. Yeah, it's just like the way of it, right? Like I think I've said in college before, there's a Toho fan song called Caro 9 Destiny that I listened to on loop so many times when I was studying one time. I had like a crazy week once when I was in college. Like I had like multiple all-nighters and I was just like grinding shit. It was a miserable week, and I listened to that song on loop non-stop for like days. I was listening to it, and so it's become something that like I can't even listen to it anymore. Like I can't. It's totally blasted itself out of my system. Quite a Rube Goldberg machine. Well, yes, I don't know. So this is why you are the way you are. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what do you expect? Would you be happier if I was like, oh yeah, I listened to the latest and greatest radio top hits. I have an epic Spotify mix. No, I don't know. I'm a freak, right? I'm Frankenstein's monster out here. I don't know. I'm adventuring through music. Just went through exploring the whole of the Electric Light Orchestra discography. Would highly recommend every album from Zoom back. Can I give you my Spotify? I wouldn't even Spotify. This is proprietary software. Listen to Baroque music exclusively. I'm afraid I don't really get classical music either. I try to because it makes me feel like I'm intelligent and cultured, but I don't really get it. I don't really ever enjoy it. It feels like taking my medicine a little bit. Hello, a buff seagull. I mostly only listen to JRPG OSTs. No, I'm kidding again. Sorry. This is going. The cuts here are getting a little bit too deep. I would say, computer. I'm being a little bit too glib with it. I think we need to focus ourselves. We need to focus our energies. It's a bop. Yeah. So here is good, right? This is good in Emacs. This is a thin wrapper around how do you say comments, basically. If we even look at the major mode here, if we go major mode variable, we can see that it's good mode, and good mode is a child mode of comment mode. And comment mode is the mode that is for like talking to a process, right? This is its way. It's Chopin Liszt piano. I like jazz piano serenade you, and I see while you drink fine grape juice. This sounds very nice. Hello, Charlie Folds. The guide to the practical study of harmony. This will help me enjoy classical music more. I don't know. I sort of feel like enjoyment perhaps is a subjective sense. I don't know. Perhaps. Glib is a word as well as like GNU glib C. Yeah. And God forbid GNU glib with no C. God, no, we don't even want to get in there with G objects and things like this. That sounds a little bit scary. Do we have ungood or bad? Perhaps we need to make bad, actually. So okay. Can we Chopin nocturne streams on YouTube for study? Is this the right way of it? Maybe it is. I just really don't listen to very much. Again, like when I'm working, I largely am listening to nothing or some stream. I'm listening to some anime person yap, or some non-anime person yap even, right? Like I feel like my typical like working BGM these days is listening to I don't know, like like bat at video games twitch.tv or something like this. Like I'm not like actively like, I don't know, I'm not listening to harmonies and melodies. Don't appreciate counterpoint. The thing is, Fabius, I think it's the sort of thing is programming can be a I just don't have the sense for it, right? I don't have any sort of like my limit, the limit of my comprehension is basically you know, like, oh damn, that sounds good, right? Perfect formal system, yeah, perhaps. I'm sure I would appreciate it if I really like got into it, but I just haven't done so. Shows you might not be within the Tao. Yeah, this is possible. Maybe I sort of might agree with that. Listens exclusively to their own stream. Yeah, I listen to my own VODs. That's kind of how it goes. Incoming Corpo Superstar Batat. We might actually have related topics to this today. Sky is fine. The not directly, but there's sort of some indirect relation to this that is perhaps of interest. Okay, so this is good. Good mostly gives you a basic comment buffer plus the ability to interactively set breakpoints in the source, which we won't be using anyway because we don't have a source file. This is quite good. But what I really want from a debugger view is something more than just like running, like this basically doesn't give us anything more than just running GDB in the terminal, right? Other than like I have command history or something slightly more nicely, right? What I really want is like memory view, register view, being able to see changes to things easily, being able to see the call stack, right? And Emacs does provide this, right? Because you see, good mode, what good does is basically it provides it's a relatively limited wrapper around just running the GDB command and writing things directly to standard in and standard out. It doesn't use anything fancy. However, GDB actually does provide a more sophisticated interface, right? They provide something called GDB MI. Can we learn what this is, computer? GDB MI. There's FTP old manual here. I don't know if, can we just get the normal manual? Basically, you invoke this by saying GDB, the lengths of instructions are not all the same. Well, Fabius, this depends on the machine that you're coding for. Some architectures for some machines, right? So x86 among them, which is probably what your desktop computer is, and the previous thing we were doing on stream, the Z80 like thing, which is kind of like based on an older x86 type thing, do have variable length instructions, right? This is most commonly used for things such as what you'd call an immediate operand, right? So for example, if you want to load if you want to put a number into a machine register, put it into basically like a variable, like you need space to write that number as part of your instructions. So you'll have an instruction and like maybe there's a number as like the next byte or something like this, right? This is common in, I think, what are called CISC architectures, which is complex instruction set coding. And I don't know, who knows? I don't know what the C stands for. What does the C stand for? I just know it stands for complex. CISC equals sane immediates, RISC equals not sane immediates. What is it? Complex instruction set computer. Yes, this is the thing. Other architectures are what you call a RISC, which is reduced instruction set computer. And these often have all the instructions are the same length. The problem this makes things like loading a number into memory or something like this much more complex, because suddenly, like if a machine word, because typically the instruction size is the size of a machine word, like the size of the length of a number that the computer is naturally able to work with. So for example, in the architecture that we're working with now, which is a RISC called ARM, it's 32-bit ARM, the instructions are 32 bits long. The registers are also 32 bits. So if I want to load a 32-bit value into a register, for example, a memory address, right? I can't do this in a single instruction, right? Because naturally you can't fit a 32-bit number inside of a 32-bit instruction and also have room for like the instruction stuff, right? This is just, it doesn't fit, it doesn't line up. So you have to do kind of more complex things. But yeah, so it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off basically. XOR EAX. We're zeroing things out now. I don't know about this. Anyway, there's this thing called GDB MI. And what GDB MI does, can we just run this thing? If I say GDB-I equals MI, you see this is more of a machine interface, right? It doesn't compute, so it prints things in kind of a machine readable format instead of a human readable format. And similarly, you can give it commands in a machine readable format instead of a human readable format, and this lets you do some fancier stuff in terms of making interfaces. So Emacs has this. You run this by saying mxgdb, right? Not to be confused with good GDB, and not to be confused with things like PDB to run the Python debugger. This one runs only GDB, and it's not through good directly, right? So if I run just GDB here, right, and it will automatically populate the command -i equals mi. If I press backspace a bunch of times here, this command will crash horribly. And I'll demonstrate this, right? This looks much like the good one. And in fact, this time, the fucking buffer is called good. Can we understand the dramatic irony of this? If I launch good GDB, while this is running, it crashes, of course. That's classic. It's classic. It crashes, and it also takes down all of my windows. This is very good. Yeah, a good situation. That's probably not what we want. That's probably not the intended behavior. And this buffer is called good, right? But if I run just GDB, it's called this one's called. I mean, can I just run just good GDB? If I run just good GDB, this one's also called good. I see classic. Where does real good come into this? Real good is an entirely separate thing. It's a third party tool. But I think what it does is it's focused on replacing good, not on replacing GDB MI. And we'll see why we want GDB MI. Yeah, it's reusing the same buffer. I'm sure I could change it, but it's called good also, basically. And it is built off of good technically in some kind of fucked up and twisted sort of way, right? So why do we want this? Well, can I actually save my window configuration here, because I'm about to do something fucked up. This supports a mode called GDB many windows. If you run GDB many windows while you're running the GDB that supports GDB MI, it can bring up a cool interface like this, where it creates a bunch of different windows that tell you things about your program, including things like it doesn't do them by default, but you can say like GDB display registers buffer. And then if I were to remote attach to this would display the registers. The problem with this is it totally wants to control your whole window configuration, and it sucks and constantly like pops up new shit all the time and like does a bunch of bullshit. So we're not going to do that. If I go back over here, we're going to return to normal. This is Emacs exclusive. Yes, this is all Emacs stuff. We're gonna kill, please. If I rerun GDB then now. It's going to do this again because calling GDB many windows actually sets a global mode, I think. So I need to undo this, which of course deletes our old window configuration, right? As we, classic behavior. We love that. Wasted days trying to configure the shit with display buffer A list and shit. Yeah, it's really not good. I'm only recovering by just like constantly. I'm saving my window configuration in like a variable and reloading the whole thing. Would use GDB GUI. It's the problem is I don't want to use GUI tools. I can't easily use GUI tools or TUI tools, right? Because I don't have a very good terminal emulator, and if I do, it's sort of wonky to use. And also GUI tools are annoying. I don't want to use the mouse. I don't want to click on things. I don't want to not be able to copy it. I'm not used to this interaction paradigm anymore. So I want to be able to use it within Emacs, right? So we've toggled GDB many windows. You actually can. The secret is a disassembler. It's a debugger, which includes a disassembler. But it is a me problem, but I would like to solve this me problem. Hello, Very Dumb Dev. Welcome in. Things are going well. We've had some technical difficulties today, Very Dumb Dev, on the Twitch end. You know how it goes. But things are overall going pretty good. I'm having a fun time, right? I always have so much fun. This is kind of the thing that makes it all, you can actually pop these things up and they will work outside of the many windows mode. They'll try and do a weird thing with their window anyway, but I've made enough tweaks to like the window configuration stuff that we've probably been able to fix that. So what do we actually want here? If I kill this, if I kill, can we navigate? Can we go to, let's see someplace. If I go to Colonq c.el, right? I have a bunch of like my C programming set up. We're getting a bunch of warnings and shit. You know how it goes. You know how it goes on this guy. What I have made is I have made a little command called Colonq c debug GBA, and basically what this will do is it will start up the debugger, and it will start up. I promised a client today that I'm 90% done with the project, and that was a lie. I am very sorry. That is an unfortunate situation to be in. What is the actual percentage that it is? Would you estimate? Exactly. This is why I still do printf debugging and good old code reasoning. Yes, but I think debuggers, especially in this case, attention span. I think debuggers are actually good, right? I think they are good. The thing that like kind of makes me want to like, well, I would like to use debuggers more. This has been a classic theme for me. In this case, I really need to use a debugger because since we're on the since we're trying to debug this this GBA program, there's no print statements, right? Like we cannot debug print, right? And the code is assembly, right? So it's going to be kind of annoying too. Like I really don't want to write assembly without a good debugging workflow. 50%, but I finally dedicated some time for it now the rest of the week. Okay, excellent. Good luck. Good luck. There's no good debugger I have yet seen. The thing that makes this so heartbreaking, attention span, is that the debuggers I have seen, Haskellers don't believe in this. Yes, this is part of my I don't know, trying to depart from this mindset so much. Spoiled by the people have told me this, and we still need to try it. We still need to try it out effectively. They're good if they're tightly integrated. Yeah, if it's not something that's like a weird case, if it's like you're always running the debugger. Like it's just easy, right? It just works. The greater the barrier is between the debugger just working, Joel is still killed. We'll fix this. We'll fix this. Oh my god, everything's broken today. We don't even have Joel. We don't even fucking have Joel. It's a disaster. It's a personal disaster for me. Where is So if I run this command, if I say Colonq c debug GBA, if I run this. What does this do? Mail, please fix it. This launches both MGBA and the debugger attached to it, right? And I can do useful things with this. I can actually, I think I have a thing bound. I can press QIR. I can see the registers, right? It attaches automatically. I can see the registers. I can even see a memory dump. I have to change the address that the memory is at, but I can say like, I don't know. Show me the memory at. I think I can say if I say what's the syntax? If I say *sp, if I go cannot find. Oh, I have to say step I. We can definitely do the thing. We can definitely do the thing to some degree of. If I how do I what is actually like an address that we might want to look at? 0x80000000. Yeah, this is like stuff in the ROM. This is the start of the ROM, right? And if I continue, right, we get Mr. Green on the screen, and I can kill too, right? I can kill. I can step I. Here we're in the middle of how do you say, like our memcopy function that just like loops forever. It's still in remote server mode, yeah. And there's no way to do it not in remote server mode, right? Because like fundamentally we have to connect to the emulator, and we have to, you know, we have no way to debug this natively. It's all through the emulator at the end of the day. With effect systems, you can actually describe a debug capability, and you can introspect evaluation. It's rather novel. Yes. This would be. Is there anything doing this in practice? Very dumb dev. I would be interested to know. I also just feel like they're like Haskell a lot of the time. Like I don't know. I find that I haven't had to reach for one very often. I find that the things I have to debug most often in Haskell are like it's much more like Haskell is an environment that doesn't really warrant it that much, I guess. The things that I've had the most awkward time, like the things where I'm like, damn, it's time to reach for the pliers with regard to Haskell, or is like performance stuff most of the time, like profiling. And there are kind of decent profiling tools. So like I don't know. The problem with this, again, what if we want to change gba test.el, right? What if I want to change the palette? Can I just go to udc.el here? Can I run everything? Can I run everything in here too? What if I want to change the palette? Hello, Nia Dev. Also, thank you for the follow. JVM profiling tools have spoiled me. They are crazy good. Yeah. I don't doubt it. Let's just change the whole palette, right? The palette right now is like a bunch of different colors, right? What if we were to change a bunch of different colors to just red? What if it's just red in the palette this time, right? So if I run this file, it should spit out a new ROM. How do we load the new ROM? What's the deal with this, right? Well, I can kill this. I can kill the debugger. Then I have to then I can restart the debugger. I can call cdebug gba again, test.gba, and the new thing. But now the windows are in a different spot, right? It closed all our windows. I have to move shit all around, right? This is better, right? But this is still extremely awkward to actually manage, to wrangle, right? This fucking sucks, right? If I continue now, you see it's pure red because the only every color is getting mapped to red, right? But this workflow of doing this is like not very conducive to fast iteration. So how do we solve this puzzle? What if we want to change to blue now? What if we want to change to blue? Well, what I've done is I've made another command called C or Colonq C restart debugging GBA. And this one's very hacky. This one's very fucked. If I press this, what this one does is it restarts the whole thing and it has some internal timers. So I have to go hands off keyboard a little bit, but basically it saves the current window configuration, like of which buffers are mapped to which windows, like in terms of buffer name to window basically, and then it attempts to restore it. Hello, Wind Up Boy Fade, welcome in. And this basically works. The problem with this is because Emacs is fucked up. Because Emacs is fucked up, for some reason this breaks the good buffer. It breaks the GDB MI buffer. Like, you might ask, how is it broken? It looks fine here. It seems to be connected. Well, observe. If I type help here, it warps my cursor to the top of the fucking buffer. And this only happens if I've restarted the thing, right? And the thing is, I'm not even doing anything fancy to restart the thing. If we look in colonc.c.el, all it's doing. Okay, save my window config, which should not affect it. This is nothing to do with buffers. It's the comment bug. Oh, this is a well-known thing. Okay, we need to investigate this. I must take as my leave to slumber. Farewell, my sweet musical prince and fellow noblemen and women of the Shire. Thank you, Kuhoopsie. We will please sleep well. We will see you. At the next time, or perhaps when you awaken, if we go long. When you just want to fix a bug but end up using GDB and it just breaks everything. Yeah, and ultimately all of this impedance is just stopping us. Like, and the only reason we're doing this instead of just like giving up and throwing print statements everywhere is because we don't have print statements, right? I think there actually is like a fake instruction you can use on MGBA to like dump a string or something, dump a null terminated string at some address, but even this, it can still fail too easily, right? So like I really would like to have, if you're doing anything with assembly, like you really probably want like a stepping debugger, right? This is if your level, if like printfs are fine when like a print is like one of the basic units, right? Like if in a Lisp you have a print expression, or in like a C like language you have a print statement, right? Like a statement is sort of like the basic unit of code in something like C, right? But here the basic unit of code is one instruction, right? And we don't really have a great way to print in one instruction, right? So like the prints can easily like kind of outweigh the code itself, and like can cause, like if we're testing like if branches are jumping to the right locations and stuff, the prints are going to be, you can't really print that, right? Like the prints can be, they're too invasive, right? They're too intrusive. So all we're doing here is the longing for an IDE. Literally all we're doing is stop debugging, which is just like, okay, lol, kill the process, close all the buffers, so everything should be gone, and then we just call start debugging again. We're totally resetting, and then opening all the buffers for stuff like registers and stuff, so we make sure they go back in the right location. printf debugging is impossible in embedded a lot. Yeah, and this is like, right, this is embedded programming, right? We're programming for at least a simulator of a embedded device, right, which is the Game Boy Advance. So yeah. So this thing we need to fix. I'm sure we can fix this, but this has just left me extremely frustrated. Hello, Extreme. Yes, thank you for the follow. Also, welcome in. The like, this happens every time you run any command too. Like if I say step I here, we get warped back to the top. Have you heard about Visual Studio? Well, like, I feel like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if the Visual Studio debugger could even attach to it. I'm bound to Emacs, right? Extremely hard block or death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, I feel like 1,000 cuts honestly is better. 1,000 cuts. Look at comment, post, output, scroll to bottom. Okay, this seems like a promising variable name. Do I do my comment configuration in init.el? I do actually. What is comment, post, output, scroll to bottom? What is this guy? Go to the end of the buffer in some or all windows showing it. Do not scroll if the current line is the last line in the buffer. Oh, is it possible that like it doesn't recognize that the current window is displaying? It's confused as to which window is displaying it. So it's, oh my god. Value of comment move point for output. Control whether interpreter output. So I guess I still don't fully understand why it works the first time but doesn't work the second time. But we're just gonna set this variable to true, and we're gonna hope that saves us. We're going to hope that saves us. This is hell. This is true hell. I don't think it works like that, buddy. Death by 500 cuts better because by cut 5,000 you're numb to all cuts. Is this the case? Hello, colonoscopy. Just winging it what possibly could go wrong. It probably loses the point. Yeah. Who knows? This has made me feel like over the past few days that I need to rewrite everything. I need to remake comments. I need to remake the GDB MI interface. And like, honestly, these things are like not out of our grasp. Like, we've already remade like half of the stuff that I use. Like we made our own, we have our own completion thing, right? We use this guy, right? Like, I feel like this is not like writing, like the problem with comment, I think, right, is comment is very old. And I think the way that comment works is kind of not the way that I would think it works naturally. So what comment is, right? Comment is the thing for talking to an interpreter, right? So for example, if I say comment run, you give it a program. If I say Python, and what it does is it gives you a convenient way to send input to the program and display the output back, right? That's the way. But I think the way it's set up is that the program, the process, the sub process. Are we in debugging nirvana? Perhaps we're in some sort of debugging purgatory. I think the place that we are in, I think it's actually attached to this buffer as a process, right? I think it's actually this process's buffer. If I say, is it called buffer process? No, I don't know what I think the way comment works is that it actually attaches the buffer. It actually makes it attaches the process to this buffer, says okay, it's outputting to this buffer, and attaches like some kind of filter, like a process filter to it that like does the comment stuff. I think that's how it works. Hello Doc_Sprotello. Also, thank you for the follow. Use NeoVim. Imagine that. I see. Too many guys in your program. Where are the gals? Yeah, we need some freaking gals around here, honestly. I like the way I would do this is I would just like not attach it to a buffer. I would attach it to like some temporary buffer behind the scenes, not like the active buffer that I am seeing. I do not have good experience like attaching processes in Emacs to like actual like used buffers. I'll attach it to some hidden temp buffer and then kind of like do it all with like string manipulation and just like not have a process just like raw spitting output into this buffer. So we could do that probably, and we could also probably make something that interprets the GDB MI protocol reasonably well, and like, but like it's just gonna be a big project, and I'm like, let's just do this instead. So does this work now? If I type help, we're still warping to the top. What is the problem with that? If we go into init.el again, comment move point for output. Okay, its value is nil, global value is t. It's local and it's buffer local. Is it The variable is buffer local in all comment buffers. So can we just like set Q default here instead? Let's just not fuck with this very much. In order to write a debugger, you have to actually know what you're doing. That's outside the scope of Rust programming. Or I don't know about this. I wouldn't hate on this. I think there are a lot of very competent people writing Rust and rewriting things in Rust even also. Like I feel like this sort of movement has sort of proven itself, right? Like there are a lot of like reasonably good things that are just like Rust things now. Like ripgrep is this, right? Like I use ripgrep quite a lot. I'm sure is btop this also. There are like quite a lot of things. It won't update the existing buffers. Let's just close it. We can close. Let's open the registers buffer here so we can prove that it works. If I close this, it closes all the buffers. Go back to gvatest.el. Open this. If I say no, I closed it raw, so we have to reopen the buffers anyway. Let's just run this. Managing buffers with an actor system sounds way too complicated to me. That's really scary. If I go to good again, if I type help, okay, we're back. We're back. We have it. We have it. Hello, Cyan streams. Also, we have registers. Even if I say if I go to good target, if I go QIR, Sly is built on comment. Yes, I think most things that talk to like an external process are. I'm not sure actually if IELM is. Is IELM what mode is IELM even? Major mode? Is it? It's inferior Emacs list mode, which is a child of. It uses the interface provided by comment mode. I see. It hacks. It does use comment. I see. It probably hacks a bunch of hooks and stuff to make it all work. Just one isolated green thread per buffer, really. That was sorry. I did not mean I didn't want to see that. I was reading an attention span bot comment. Hello, Science, though. Can we shout out Science? Also, hello, Coos. How are you doing, Science? Fire hair today? Thank you. I'm enjoying the day. We've been experiencing. Science, have you been experiencing Twitch TV technical difficulties? We've been getting like all kinds of crazy stuff from Twitch. Slime Reaple is not comment based. I see. You're rewriting it in Rust right now. I see. So now this works. Like we can see registers. If I step I. Wow, you can see PC changing. Like, look, this is pretty cool, right? This kind of rocks. I've seen some random stops and playback. I thought it was just me. Yeah, I don't think it is. I think it's not everyone, but like certain people have been experiencing, including me, have been experiencing just like it randomly freezes on occasion. It's kind of scary. But we can step through. We can see what program counter we're at. We can see all the registers without having to like print them all every time. We can even see memory, right? Like we can observe memory. Like I think what we try and do first in this program is write a bunch of stuff to 0x5000, which is the palette, right? So I can go here now. I can say let's go to let's press QIA. I can just say the value in R3. I can say star R3. No, it's not star R3. What is it? It's is it R3 like this? Yes, it's like this. Okay. So I can see all the memory. This is where the palette lives in memory. And if I step I through, if I keep stepping I, eventually we'll copy something to that memory. And you can see, well, it's reading these R3 is incrementing here. Let's just set it to just raw. It'll live update, which is also useful for like doing things like stack printing. If I go like this, you can see we have 2 bytes. We have 1 word written to palette, right? And if I keep stepping through here, we'll go through the loop again. We might need to revert this buffer. Actually, it should auto update. Actually, I don't know why. We're not auto updating here. Are we not wide enough? Actually, are we missing something here? Is it revert? I mean, revert buffer should not be it. Okay, this is perhaps another issue we need to. This should update, right? We have written to. We have written to the thing, and if I press QIA 0x5 million hex again. Maybe we're just. Oh, of course, we're writing zeros. Because we changed the palette. Okay, it makes sense naturally, right? It makes sense because we changed the palette to this. If I change this back, right, this can improve our restart functionality, right? If I run this whole thing, if I say debug, restart debugging, right? It'll put everything back. It won't remember where we're looking at, right? But I can say 0x5 million hex. And we can step I a bunch, and we can watch this mem copy, right? This is really strong. You see the values being filled in here. This is insanely good. Like, this is so much better than our previous thing we had in MGBA. It's wild. So I think we have achieved some level of victory here, right? We can watch VRAM, we can watch the screen change, we can do all kinds of cool shit. Is a derived mode of comment mode, so I'd expect slime to be the same. I see. Yeah, I'm not sure how far slime diverges from sly, I guess. Others would know better. So this like literally has like, this will drastically improve our debugging experience. And whenever we want to reload, right, all we have to do is go over here. Again, if we want, like, we can continue, we can break. All we have to do is run this file again, right? If I continue, it's Mr. Green. If I want to restart and make it red again, all I have to do is say restart debugging GBA here, right? And we're back. It's good. Now it's red, right? We change this 255. Run this. Restart debugging GBA. Continue. Green, right? This vastly improves our iteration speed. We can probably even bind this to a key. We can probably even bind the restart button to a key, and then we'll be cooking for real. Okay. Do you see? Do you see? This is the way of it. It doesn't depend on comment. I see. I mean, comment is built in, right? I mean, how are you checking the dependency? I would just check the parent. I would check the help for like whatever the sly REPL mode is. We've achieved debugging Zen to some degree. Yes, this will hopefully at least be better for us than prior outcomes. But what is this all for, right? Beyond just like, okay, I want to do another cool business card thing, right? I want to learn about the GBA. I have actually exterior motivations for this that I can reveal to some degree now. There's someone, I think I've mentioned before, there's someone who actually, we actually have to make a game. We don't have to, but I want to. Someone reached out to me and was like, damn, will you make a GBA thing? Will you make a GBA game for us? And I was like, hell yeah, I would like to do that, please. And because, you know, as you all know, one of my favorite, my famous things is that I loathe money. I'm like, damn, I'll do it just for the love of the game. I'll do it just for the love of the game because I love it. Because I love it so much and I need some kind of external motivation to do it. And the thing is, the motivation for it is Qbert. Do you know about Qbert, computer? Are you familiar with arcade Qbert style? This is a game where it's block jump. There's a bit of a block jump. You're a little guy, you jump around, a little Meister type kid also, right? There's this kind of activity here. This was the intro foreshadowing. Yeah, I have not played this game very much, but it's kind of sick. It's a little bit slick with it. I actually came up with a good idea with my roommate for the list game jam. So Fettle and Love 2D, baby, hell yeah, good luck. Hello Tapir 2342, also welcome in. Do you also know about? There's a friend of the stream. There's a notable friend of the stream called Qbalt. Do you know about twitch.tv/Qbalt? Are you familiar with this person? List Game Jam mentioned, perhaps. Are you participating again? This person, they've raided us a few times. They are pretty fucking cool. They play retro games and stuff. They do retro games and reading. I watch their stream quite a lot, right? It's a known person, a known friend in the streaming scene, right? You know the thing. The Qbalt is part of a twitch.tv group, a management team called Joshiko Productions, who are mad cool. I met them convention style quite a while ago, and they were very cool, and they were jazzed about the Game Boy cartridge thing, right? They saw the funny Game Boy cartridge that I was doing, the open temp cartridges.png thing, and they were like, yo, that's dope. Can we do something? Can we do something? So what I'm doing is the intention is to make Cubalt themed Cuberts. Do you see the wordplay here? Do you see the wordplay here? This is the idea. So I have a goal, and notably what this provides me with is someone else is doing all of the art. This is the yes, this is the thing, right? This is the thing, exactly, Raymarch, right? The benefit for me is that I can make a little game that people will potentially even play, and someone else will draw all of the assets, right? As you know, this is our eternal struggle around here, obtaining the assets for the thing, right? Getting art to put onto the screen is a challenging task, as always, right? But we don't have to worry about that anymore. We have thing free. We have the assets that we need. So this is the lore. Hello Big Game Mikey. Can we shout out Big Game Mikey also? Big Gay Michael. Yeah, that's the thing. Basically, it's not like it's a crazy our 117% of the thing. Yeah, it kind of is, honestly. I think for games, tons of artists in the community. Well, the thing is, Raymarch, there are lots of people who draw, but I would feel kind of weird about asking for it, right? You see, it's the kind of thing where like either I could pay somebody, but paying like friends can get weird, right? Like mixing business and your personal life is like, because once I'm paying somebody, it's suddenly like there's expectations involved. Like, I'm not going to be a hard ass about it, but I would like to get the thing done if I'm paying for it. And like there's like, it creates weird social situations that I prefer to avoid. And if I'm not paying somebody, I would feel like I don't want to make somebody work for free just because they like the funny stream thing, especially if it's something I'm going to sell. 0.42, close but no cigar, I think. Can lead to lore though. Yeah. So I've sort of refrained from that kind of thing, Raymarch. I've been trying to commission outside of the zone and look on Fiverr and things like this, and it's challenging. But for this we have art, right? So this is the secret. This is EX Hidden Legends. This has been hidden for some time. So beyond just learning the ways of the advance, right? We have some degree of external motivation that is yeah, the cat as it were is out of the bag. But yes, the Joshiko people are extremely cool and dope. And yes, it's EX Hidden Legends, right? It's do we still have the image open? It's EX Hidden Legends. I've been learning about this a little bit. I know very little about the Pokemon trading card game, computer. I have little knowledge about this, but I learned recently that, like most other things, it did peak when I was a kid. More like MX, yeah, real. It did actually peak when I was of the exact age where this was cool to me. I was looking this up, and it's like, damn. Apparently, the best Pokemon cards, the best format, the best retro format, is the one where you play with the exact cards that I had when I was 10 or whatever. It's kind of wild that it works out that way. Sort of insane that it works out in that manner. Okay. Other situations today. I feel like I'm just going counter spell. Hello. No, you're good. I feel like I'm kind of just going today. I feel like I'm in such a mood. I'm in such an activated mood today. I don't know. It's been kind of a wild couple of days, computer. I don't know. It's been I did a lot of stuff over the weekend, and it was kind of exciting. The video happened. Meteor happened a little bit on the video front. It was I don't know. It's damn. I think I need to just like calm myself. Can we do breathing exercises, computer? Let's Okay, that's better. I don't know. I feel like I've come into this thing just like right off the rip being like so posted up. No, we've had enough clear. We're clear. Our mind is clear. It's just like I don't know. I think it's imagine breathing. Yeah, real. How are you doing, Prod? How is the sleep treating you? That's kind of freak shit, not gonna lie. The all bricked up, doesn't bricked up mean something else? I don't know about that. I don't know if that's the case. Being in the zone does that. I don't know. I think it's just I'm feeling good. I'm realizing slowly. I'm coming to. I think I've probably talked about this before, but there are hard lessons in life that I feel like I just end up relearning again and again and again. Right? They're not really like hard in the sense of being, I don't know, difficult, but they're just lessons that I just seem to forget constantly. One such lesson, for example, is that I realized I feel far better if I wear socks all the time, right? I tell myself that I don't need to or I don't want to, but then I end up feeling so much better if I wear the thick wool socks just like constantly. It's a better feeling. As in constipated, I think it usually means horny, right? I think that's usually I don't know about that. Yeah, right. This is a small example. Another one that I've learned about is that if I go for a walk, I'll feel better, right? This is one, again, I constantly forget, or I convince myself, oh, if I go for a walk, I'm going to feel worse. But I don't think I ever have felt worse. I always feel better. It's just like, and just like every few months, I'll forget this, and then I'll remember. I'll do it once, and it'll be like a sudden revelation of like, oh damn. It's just like I think I'm the kind of person who like there are like I don't really like understand like. I don't really tend to form habits or have like a schedule or things like this. So I don't really understand like what I need to live, right? That the halting problem is not solvable. Lokotoru complex also, right? Like I think you know, some people have like a very defined schedule and they're like, oh, I know how I'll feel if like I know that if I don't eat breakfast or I don't drink my coffee or something, I'm going to feel worse in 1 hour. I think I'm just not very in tune with my own, like, I don't really observe any correlation typically. Like I'm so absent-minded. I don't really like pay attention to any correlation between how I'm feeling and what I'm doing. Right. Like I could like not eat for 2 days and like, I wouldn't realize that, oh yeah, I feel shitty because of this, right? Like it's kind of like I just got to become more in tune with this. Doing cardio actively for a month and it clears my head better than anything else. Yeah, cardio is very solid. This is a good, well, sometimes it's time to, you got to code colonoscopy, you got to play Factorio for 2 days, and like the time can't wait. I think it's also just like I haven't like the stream has been very good, right? Because the stream has sort of tethered me to reality, right? Honestly, ironically, it's sort of tethered me to reality more than a full-time job, which is kind of amusing. I don't want to touch Factorio anymore. Hello, Kaguya Trist. I must learn the Dino. Yes, I encourage this. Your computer tell you what to do or use a calendar. I've tried this, but I end up just ignoring it. Another common internet user. I'm sure some can understand. I'm sure some have the same degree of worm that I have, right? I'm just very like obsessive with things, so I tend to get like lost in them. Like I don't eat meals on regular schedules either. I just like occasionally I'll like notice that like, oh, I'm hungry, and I'll just like eat a bunch. Like I have no level of like active like, oh, I eat this meal at this time. I also don't even like buy the same. I just like kind of eat whatever food is around, right? I have no I have very little regularity in this. Actually stepping away from the computer and doing something is surprisingly effective. Yeah, I think so. Being generally happy, and that, which is to say not filled with anxiety, can tether you to reality. Yeah, I think so. For real, for extreme real, it's useful. And just in general, like having something that you do at the same time every week or day is like very unbalanced, right? Like I'm really good at making to-do lists and schedules and then ignoring them. Yeah, I definitely like have spent a lot of time like building calendars, building scheduling things. Like I mean this is part of like I like Emacs, right? Emacs has this sort of functionality, right? Like org mode. I've spent a lot of time fighting with org mode workflows. Oh, giving my calendar, trying to get it on my phone, trying to do all this stuff, and inevitably I just like ignore it, right? It just doesn't happen. Now I just have to pick up org mode and custom. Yeah, I mean this is the thing, right? I feel like there just isn't like a technological solution to this, right? It's fundamentally like it's a problem that's I don't know, of absent-mindedness or something. I'm not really like, I just forget stuff like a cool person. Yeah, it's the same for me. I don't even think it's like a huge problem. Like I don't really feel any desire to like live like a normal person necessarily, where I need to like wake up and eat breakfast, and then every Monday at 2 p.m. I take out the trash, right? And every Thursday I do X task or Y task, right? Like I just like, so it threatens you if you disobey. This is fearsome. This is fearsome. I have to have a physical calendar because otherwise I just won't check the computer, phone, etc. Yeah, I don't know. Like I would think like maybe this would work for me, but I've been known to ignore, like not even notice to-do lists that ModClonq like will put like on my computer monitors. Used to be way more thorough sticking to a schedule. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. University kind of encourages this a little bit, and especially like you know primary, secondary school. Like you have to be on a relatively, but it's someone else kind of doing it. And I just like never had, like when I was working, I just kind of like I sort of like just like worked whenever, and like because I was working from home, and like when I had meetings, I was just like, okay, I need to make sure I'm awake for these meetings, and these were not really at a consistent time every week or anything. So it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's more like I can respect constraints, but I wasn't really like building any sort of regular feedback. The more I crave the constraints. Yeah, I think so. I mean, to some degree, freedom is the ability to place your own constraints upon yourself, right? This is important. Autumn Lisp Game Jam. People are talking about this. Low effort ZZZ. It's in a week, right? Is it this weekend? We checked before, right? Autumn Lisp Game Jam. I don't know. Human beings are complex, right? Like it's in 2 days, 7 hours, 40. This is on what is 2 days, 7 hours from now? Is that Thursday? I guess. Is this Thursday? I guess it's Friday, right? It's Friday at midnight. This starts. Perhaps this. I mean, what would we even do here? I guess we can continue what we did for the Spring Lisp Game Jam. I mean, I assume it's not very strict at all. Like very dumb dev. I submitted the previous Game Boy thing, which was an eLisp program that generated machine code for the Game Boy, and it was at least not kicked out of the thing. Why is there another Lisp Game Jam? I think there are 2 every year. Prodzipod. Is Haya Lisp? I think they all count. I mean, Fennel is mentioned explicitly as his closure, right? So they all. I think anything that has parentheses in the syntax probably counts. It's been half a year already. What? Yeah, the last one was in May. Was at the end of May, and now it is the end of October. We have gone. I guess it's not really. I guess it's like more like 5 months, but like, yeah. It's crazy, Prod. It's crazy. Like the time is passing so rapidly. It's been like a year since we met. Like it's oh my lord. It's been a year since I said Oob would be done by Halloween. It's going to be next Halloween, and it's still not done. There's a question on discussion board. You can even use weird xlang plus ylang like Rust plus some list. Yeah, it's the spirit of the thing, right? It's not like there's a prize here, right? It's not like there's like a, it's just it's for fun, right? It's to encourage people to do a thing. The passage of time can catch my hands. Yes. The damn. It's so wild. It's so wild. It like. Can I submit a game I made with this Lisp in Rust macros? Like, I'm sure you could, right? The thing is, it's more like an opportunity just to like do something interesting, right? Like, there's no one's gonna, as long as it's not like, haha, I made my Godot, I uploaded the Godot starter project or something, right? Like, it's not like, I'm sure if you made a small Lisp to GD script transpiler thing, and then like that would count, right? Like it's just to like keep it somewhat in the vein of like things people who like Lisp are interested in, I think. Maybe so, maybe no. I don't know about this. Yeah. I do want to consider. So I had this idea. We had this idea in the leftovers section that was called Lurkometer, measuring ectoplasmic readings from current lurker sentiment. I kind of had a brain blast, and I was like, we should integrate that with the GCP3 idea. Implement C on Lisp macros and make the game in it. I can't. Hello Diablo project. I mean, that's basically what we did. Like we basically implemented an assembly. We implemented assembler in Lisp and made a game in that, right? Like this kind of works. Closure and libgdx. I would be amazed. This is libgdx. Is this the Minecraft thing? Hello Diablo project though. I thought about doing Fennel and Pico 8, but Pico 8 is not open source. I see. This is unfortunate. Yes. Yes. No. The Slay the Spire thing. Ah, I see. I mean, this doesn't seem too outside the pale. I don't know. This is a construction bench for other languages. Yeah. Hello, Democratic Republic of Congo. Hello, Yellowberry, Hungary. Welcome aboard. Like, I don't know. I'm sure people will do something interesting. Joel Jam's edition update is now fully implemented. We gotta fix Joel, by the way. What's the deal with this? How are we not getting Joel? Can we go to emotes.el? Where is Wasp? Emotes.el? Emote. What is it called? Did we delete the file 7TV down? I mean, it shouldn't actively rely on 7TV. What did we miss today? A lot of strange difficulties, I would say, Yellowberry HN. A lot of strange difficulties are occurring with defun in Lisp, in Common Lisp at least, and in Emacs Lisp you do. With you just say define in Scheme. Hello, Banana. Also welcome in. Joel is broken on the screen. Joel is broken on the screen today. Can we go to source? Wasp source is it all just in chat? Emote 7TV, is it in twitch.el? 7TV, it is. Okay, here we go. We probably still have it in the thing. Oh, is it possible that, how do we actually look up a 7TV emote? We call update emotes. Does this look it up in... It looks it up in the database. Has the database been corrupted? No, it doesn't. That's for Twitch emotes. For this, it just looks it up in 7TV emote map. Hello, Sleepy Mushroom 1906. Question for you. Please go. Please share. Fire away. If I just run this, if I say Twitch 7TV update emotes, it's probably gonna fail. I see. Maybe our Twitch 7TV API get is broken. Have you ever make a client server application? Yes, I have. Certainly. In fact, the Stream UI, the Stream UI itself contains several client server applications. There's a couple of servers and a couple of clients happening here. This is something that, you've seen the type of programmer? I don't know. I feel like this is something that is sort of for all types of programmer, right? I don't know. I sort of would reject the notion of this kind of type. You should, if you're programming, this is something you should learn. You should learn everything, but this seems something that's pretty high priority. That's why everything is flaky. I honestly, I feel like it would be much more unstable if it wasn't, right? If one of these components was breaking down everything, it would be a pain in the neck. What about C++ server client? I assume that's SC. I mean, I have done this also, not for quite a while, but like it's one of my very earliest projects was this, right? Like the first like quote unquote big project I worked on, probably when I was 12 or 13, right? When I was first learning programming. This is the project that I like learned to write C++, and I was like, damn, I'm gonna make this cool thing. Was something called, I was calling it Trek at the time, I think. And it was the idea for it was like a top-down game, like a 3/4 perspective kind of game with like a big procedurally it was like top-down Minecraft almost, right? That was the idea, and I had multiplayer for it, and the multiplayer even kind of worked sometimes. It kind of works sometimes. I'm making a client server application in C++. I see. I know something for if you're making the whole thing yourself and you're controlling it all yourself. There's a library called 0MQ, that I think I have not used very much, but I have had good experience with the few times I have used, and I think it is quite good. This can really help with a lot of the difficulties for this kind of networking thing. Using WinSocket, I see just raw sockets then. Well, I think this is fine also. Build big systems on ZMQ. Yeah. It seems like the right way to go if you just like need networking and you don't really care. Like you care how it happens, but you don't need to like interoperate necessarily with other things that are like if you're not like talking with like an existing with some existing protocol, right? Like this seems like a pretty good thing to use. Yeah, they have good thing. I think back in the day when I was using this, I used I used Boost IO. Heck of a first project. Yeah, I mean, of course, I did other things first. Like, I made some single player games. I made like a little calculator and things like that. This is. But of course, like, I wanted to make multiplayer games. Yeah, I think the original thing, Boost, when back in the distant past, I remember using. Where is the documentation? Is there a Boost IO? Oh, it's async IO. So I think I like read online. It's ASIO. I read online that was like, oh, how should I do networking in C++? And they were like, I read on some forum, they were like, oh, use Boost ASIO. And I was like, I used this. Like, I tried to use this and I did not understand it largely. I definitely didn't understand like the motivation behind its concepts, but I like muddled through until I made something that could talk to my client. Hello, Alf3. Thank you for the follow also. I also didn't know how to do graphics in C++ at the time, so the client was in Python with Pygame because that was all I understood, which also created a lot of complexity because I didn't really understand like serialization of data. So like it was bad. I should go look at that code at some point and like really like dig it up. Hello, Ezrigo. Welcome in. I hope Elis Dev is going well. And welcome in, Alf3. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing good, Alf3. Had a Boost ASIO layer which was mid. Yeah, I'm sure like like, it's crazy looking at this because I have not probably looked at these docs for straight up like 15 years 14 years. Like it's sort of unreal. It's who I don't know. Thank you for the resub, Diablo Project. Also, I appreciate this. This is very kind of you. The lifetimes of the closure captures are just so unclear. Does it use closures now? Does it use like, because when I was doing this was pre C++ 11 also. So the UI is probably very different than it used to be. First tax pay. Oh, don't consider this a tax, Diablo project. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. The tier 3 also. Because I was using this, like, I assume it was pre C++ 11 because it was before 2011, or at least it was right around 2011 probably. No, it was definitely before. So like, yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was like, but it was different than this. I think you had to pass in functions, but you couldn't have like lambdas, right? So I think you had to just like pass in function pointers, but Boost has its own like function pointer wrapper, right? Thank you, thank you, Diablo Project. This is far too kind. I hope, please do not feel please do not feel pressured to do this. Do not think of it like, I hope you know that I enjoy your company regardless of any level of this is thank you first of all, right? It's extremely kind, but please do not feel pressured. The last thing I want, Diablo Project, is for you to be like, oh, I don't want to go to Colonq, right? Colonq's gonna expect me to give him money, and then I don't please, like, I appreciate thank you though for real. You are too kind. I think you had to write a struct that implements that one function. Yeah, there's like a thing called boost functor, I think. I don't know. There's something. Who knows, man. There's boost is a lot. Will you ban me if I don't sub? No, explicitly not at all. Yeah, which always is confusing. It confused me a lot learning Haskell, right? Because the functor is a very different thing, and functor is a funny word because it means like very different things in maybe it's boost bind for binding partial arguments, I think. Is that? Yeah, bind. It's boost bind, which is like a, yes, this is the guy. He's kind of kind and humble human being. You mean think about, okay, thank you though, but just take care of yourself. The money is no, we don't. I'm not. Yes. Only Haskell uses it correctly. Yes, I mean the ML usage is like also not correct really at all. In terms of, right, I wonder if there's an interpretation where it is, but I don't think there probably is. Bind is partial application, Remarch. Bind is if you have, like, for example, a function with 3 arguments, getting like a function like object thing, which I think just means something that has operator parentheses overloaded on it that like, we'll call it, but with a certain argument provided, right? This stuff is like, I remember this stuff feeling like, I remember very explicitly like when I was young, my mom worked at a cashier at a store. My mom worked as a cashier at a store, and sometimes like she was still working when I was done with school, and it was close enough to my school that I could walk, right? So I would walk to the store, and I would just like sit in the back in the employee room on my computer. Hello Zully3, welcome in. And I remember I have as clear as day memory of sitting reading the documentation for boost bind because I was getting some like compiler error. Like this produces like unholy errors, or at least it used to. Remember when I had to use this stuff at work back then because we weren't allowed to use C++11. I see. Being a bad language for 30 years, like. Yeah, who knows? An obsolete since lambdas? Yeah, maybe so. This has some deep magic to it. Like, for sure. Like, what the fuck is under like what the fuck is this supposed to even be? Like this substitution, these macros, like what the fuck what the fuck is this? Like but yeah, I know, like I remember like they are kind of cool and clever solutions to these problems. I think, yeah, who knows? What about ancient C libraries? I mean, this is like for Lambos. The worst thing that C++ has always been templating being effectively its own cursed language rather than really part of the main language. Binding what? A Necronomicon? Hello, Ringle Tingle TV. Yeah, maybe so. Binding it in human skin or something scary like this. I who can say? The oh, you have to like, yeah. Oh my god. It accepts member pointers as its first argument and the behavior as if boost mem. Yeah, C++ is so fucked up. Actually including memory safety though. Memfn I assume just like binds the this, right? This is basically just bind for this, right? I don't know. I really dislike the implicit this behavior of C++. I feel like it was made this way mostly just to match with Java or something, right? Does Java also have the implicit this, right, where if you're in a member function you can just like assign member variables like unprefixed, right? C++ having that is very annoying. Like I would rather just write this arrow, right? C++ was before Java, yeah, but like does it have like the same deal? Templates are not that bad. Like what led to this? You can now make explicit this. I mean, you've always been able to write with that, but like I never know what is the right thing to do. Not that bad. Java has implicit this. Yeah, okay. I just like the explicit. I don't know. Rust is nice for this and many other reasons. Okay, what are we doing here? Did this successfully update the thing? Do we have Joel now? Does Joel work? Okay, what is the value of the Twitch 7TV emote map? HT keys. Thank you for Joel Alf3. Welcome in. It's good to have you. Okay, it exists. How do we even say a thing? Oh, did 7TV change their format or something? That could be interesting. Oh dear indeed. If you're new, also we have a place. It's our zone. Hello, Retro Boy 128, the game dev. Welcome aboard. Very vocally pronounced the can we say HT to A list on this guy? Okay, they all have IDs. The problem with this is that this looks like a very different ID format than we're used to here, gamers. Whoo baby. Can we go to source? Did you write your own little OpenGL wrapper too with a bit of RAII? No, I didn't know how to use OpenGL. Whole thing was making chat unreadable. Perhaps this is the case. Hello, Bunzel's channel. I think they might have changed their meta parse. Sorry to have contributed to it. Classic API update prank. I think it might be an API update prank here, friends. 70v emotes. Yeah, this looks like a very different. Ooh, did they just make it case? Oh no. Oh no. These all they changed it up a little bit here. I think they changed it up here. Oh no. Okay. Well, I guess we can just re-download all the 7TV emotes. That's not too bad. How do we do that? If I say W Twitch download 7TV emote, W Twitch get 7TV emote, Joel. That should get Joel at least. Do we have Joel now? Does Joel go? Okay, Joel go. Okay, it's this. They just changed all the IDs. We need to refetch everything that we want. Joel. Evil Joel. Joeler. Joelist. Do we have Joel Group Bedge on this channel? What are the Joels that we have? We have a lot of them. We have a lot of these guys. There are a lot of. We'll get them. Oh, Plink, Joeling, very relevant. Plink. I could just loop over them all probably with a small delay. Let's just do that. Gloss has list of Joel. Yeah, Prod. You made a list on the website, right? I think I added you as a 7TV moderator also, Prod. So you should have the ability to. You can add any Joels you wish at any time. You actually have near unlimited power on the 7TV front. So I was just on there one way, and I was just on there one day and saw that I could, and I was like, okay, let's just do this. This seems fine. Who else? Joel Pride, Jussie, Joel Lines, Joel teaching his son, etc., etc. Golden Joel. Let's loop over them all. This seems like way too bad. Where's download 7TV emote? We have download 7TV emote then, which I think we were originally using for looping purposes. If I say defund W Twitch download all 7TV emotes, what's this gonna download every 7TV emote? What does this look like? We need a helper here. What's the easiest way? Turned into emotes. Better TTV can't. They're on 7TV. Better TTV should support them. But I don't know. The one I use, there's the Twitch extension that I think is good. Yes, useful docstring. Yeah, we're only causing it not to complain. The one that I think is best is let's actually call it download many, because I don't want to write a helper function. In excess. Franker faces this one is the open source one, I think. That is, yeah, I use this and it works pretty well. It seems to work, and it has some useful functionality at least. Franker faces is pretty broke. It's cool because it has the audio compressor thing. Like this is pretty, yeah. Bullied by Flycheck to add quotation marks to every function. Yeah, and bullied by Emacs. Look how much Emacs wants from you on this. Like if I don't have this, first sentence should end with punctuation, right? If I lowercase this, first line should be like it's checking my grammar. They have Grammarly in here. If I say returns, it's going to tell me probably returns should be imperative return, even if it's in a different context, right? Even if it's like return a function that returns X, right? It'll warn me about this. Like it hits me with the grammar check. Doesn't work for Firefox right now though without user script. Yeah, I think I just use it. I mostly watch Twitch in Chrome on Windows in my VM. So like, yeah. Oh, we need bug sex will be gotten by this. Okay, what does this look like? It looks like if XS. So if XS, we're gonna do some stuff. Actually, when XS, if XS is non-nil. What does this look like? It looks like Twitch download 7TV emote then car XS, and then we have to give it a function. And what does the function do? Lambda nothing. We're gonna go this style. We're going to say in the function, we're gonna say run with timer 1 second, don't repeat, other callback, we're going async await style here a little bit. Then we're going to recursively call Twitch download many 7TV emotes, cutter X's. And we have lexical scoping in this file, so this should work. And we're gonna print even when we start. We're gonna say message. We're gonna say message. Downloading emotes %s for the better emote menu. I see. I never use the menus. I always just type them, so I don't. Yeah, and autocomplete. Look into Emacs source code, half the code docstring heuristics. Yeah, we gotta bake in. We have to bake in Llama 2 into the next Emacs release to do better grammar checking on the doc strings. This is car xs. Is this good? This seems like a sensible function. Will this crash the stream? Twitch download many 7TV emotes, and this is just going to be HT keys w Twitch 7TV emote map. Okay, let's go. YDWC, I am unable to. CK Joel Orm. Got any? Okay, this is working well. Too large for CPU. You could run it on CPU, but it has to be. You have to use like I've run it on CPU with NRAM, like with llama.cpp, but you have to run like one of the smaller models, llama 3.2 or 5. I just don't. That was the first one that came to mind. I don't know very much about the state of thing. Maybe I didn't run llama 2. Maybe this was a llama 1 fork. I don't know anything. I don't know. Fair warning. I know nothing. What are we talking about? Not this. Okay, let's go into. I should have written this function years ago. We've had to deal with missing 7TV emotes for like literally over 1 year because I didn't write this 5-line function. Classic. Can we go back over here? Owned by Skinwalker. Mentally project the fish over the text. Okay. I think we hopefully have solved the Joel issue. We can say things like YDWC now, which does not work. YDWC does not work. Does my dinner work? No, does not work. Oh, it's not working the first time. It's broken the first time. All of these requests are broken. They're all failing. Every request is failing. Okay, how do I terminate this early? How do I kill the Emacs? Save me. Emacs, save me. I think I can just redefine this function to do nothing and it will stop. Okay, Emacs saved us. No, we're not rate limited. It's because we're fetching. We're trying to fetch the name instead of the ID. HTOP save us. Yeah, PKL Emacs save us. Okay, we need to say Twitch get set. Oh yes, of course. To get the ID first. Oh, you literally know. It's so true. It's so tragic. And it probably actually did pollute our folder with a ton of stuff. Did it actually? No, it didn't. It fetched a couple good ones though. Okay. Now this is more like, yeah, you think it works the first time? No, no way. Okay. Maybe this is better now. Now if we say YDWC, it's taking a second there to run. Taking a little second there. Still not working. Still classic. Still a classic non-working situation. How do we handle this? Oh, this is also just totally wrong. Why am I'm doing it in the total wrong spot? What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I even doing? Twitch it's I was like, oh, it's the call to switch download, and I just read this one and I was like, oh my god, computer. I really did. We really did perhaps fall off. Hello, Zithrian. Welcome in. Nice things can't be had. Yeah, very true. Very true. Okay, let's download this now. YDWC. Okay, now we're cooking. Now if we say this, okay, we have the yellow duck with cigarette. Excellent. And this should not flood the thing with requests. This should also not lock our Emacs because they're running in the background. Classic. The people say Emacs suffers from being. You have to use the built-in Emacs async runtime. What's CDR, car, CDR, and all other friends stand for? So car and CDR, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone who knows. I think car and CDR were originally the names of registers on the Lisp machine, right? Is this the case? Thank you, Troop and Ponda, for the sub as well, friend. Car, CDR, name, origin. Car, CDR, name, origin. Yeah, car and CDR. Because I think they stand for the contents of the address register and contents of the decrement register does not quite match the IBM architecture. Yeah, I don't know if it's known. Assembler instructions in the IBM 701. Yeah. Audible Microsoft Sam. Yeah. And of course so basically they're it doesn't really matter. They don't really have a semantic meaning. The other things though are more interesting. If I go here, right, what car means, what it does is means get the first element of a list, right? If I say list 1 2 3, what car does is it gives us 1, right? What CDR does is it gives us 2 3, right? They're head and tail of the list, right? Is what Haskell would call them, right? What lists typically do, which is kind of interesting and convenient, is you'll often want to do things like, how would you get the second element of the list here? Like, how would we get the 2 out? Well, you would say car of CDR of list 1 2 3, right? Because CDR returns the list 2 3 and car returns the first element of that list. And you do things like this so often that you want some convenient shorthand for it. So typically lists also provide functions like this, like CADR, and that means the same thing. It means the car of the CDR of the list, right? And they'll often provide this up to like 5 things, right? So you can say like CADDR, right? You could say like CDDR to just get the list with 3, right? They like even like stuff like CA, like if I go to auto, if I say C, like there's all the combinations up to like 5 that are typically defined for convenience. Proper list is a pair where CDR is nil. Yes. Well, yeah, it's elements of a pair. Yeah, and it's a proper list is a pair where CDR, a proper list is either nil or a pair of an element in another proper list. CDR is another proper list, or this is the thing. CDADDR is my favorite. Yes, because it kind of spells out something, right? It's like CD is a reasonable abbreviation and ADDR is a reasonable abbreviation as well. Unfortunately, not one of the extremely useful ones, I feel. I mean, sometimes, I don't know, like, you don't run into situations where you want to see, I mean, I guess it does come up, like, it's like, if you have a list of pairs, right, then that's the like, if you have like an A list or something, that's the value corresponding to the third element of the pair, right? This is the thing. Welcome back, Fabius. Reasonable code, you don't get much more than, yeah. I mean, you run into CA, I mean, ultimately, if you're indexing into deep lists, like, you want to just use nth, right? Where you can just say something sensible, 0 index, right? Like this instead. But yeah. Dictate them to phone by each other. Oh my god. Oh dear. The yeah, so that's the lore, I guess. Okay, do we have all the emotes now? Like, do we have Joel teaching his son Joel how to spin while why Boris? No, did it crash somehow? Where's our what is our messages looking like here? We only got to plonk. And it doesn't give us a backtrace because it's happening in a background and we have no idea why it failed. Classic. We love that. We love that for sure. I mean, the main issue with stuff like CDADDR is that it's dead slow if you use it a lot versus deconstructing the terms and reusing those parts. Yeah. The how do you say yeah, like the thing about Lisp, right? The thing about Lisp that I don't like to think about with my Haskell brain, right, is that the pair type, this is very mutable, right? And writing fast Lisp code, as Liquid Take 1 is alluding to, often involves mutating these lists, right? Which requires this kind of, like, because I want to think of everything as just like, oh, it's just sort of some platonic form floating in the ether, right? It doesn't change, but these things do change because fundamentally all that the basic operation is just on pairs, right? And the kind of the basic structure is just this thing called cons, right? And all cons does is it produces this structure that it's called a cons cell typically, right? Which is just 2 pointers, right? It's 2 pointers together, right? It's a pointer to a first thing. The first thing is called the car, and it's a pointer to a second thing. The second thing is called the CDR, right? And all the lists and stuff are built this way, right? Like this list 1, 2, 3 is the same thing as cons 1, cons 2, cons 3 nil, right? Yeah, persistent data structures kind of borks your brain after a while. Yeah. The immutability sort of makes you think about it a different way, but you can modify these things, right? Like you can change these lists. Like you can change what these things point to. You can make, how does Emacs actually, if I make an infinite list, does it actually handle this in a sensible way? Primogen said he's going to learn Lisp today. If I say setq test list cons 1, 2, and then I can say things like setf. I can say setf cutter test list 3, right? But I could also say setf cutter test list. Okay, cool. It does render it in a nice way where this number just means like it's just an index, right? But I can loop over this forever now, right? I could say what, so car test list, what is car test list? 1. Cutter test list is 1.0. See, DDR test list is 1.0. See, right? You can go forever, right? I could say nth 100 test list, it's 1. I could say nth 1000 test list is 1, right? So you can understand that just the car and the CDR, these are just pointers to other things, right? You can set those pointers to whatever you want. So CDR of cons is not a cons, but CDR of lists will give you, well, okay, Diablo project. This is the case. It's not types, right? It's just pointers, right? That's the idea, right? So you can build a list out of cons, but you can also build other things out of cons also, right? Cons is just a pair of pointers, right? A list is a pair of, a list is either a pair of a thing and another list. It's either cons elements list, right? Or it's nil, right? Which is just like a value that just is, it's just itself, right? It's just it could be anything, some arbitrary value that's chosen for this, an arbitrary symbol. That also is the false value in the language. You can make a backwards list if you want, where the tail part is the car. So yeah, I could easily say cons nil 1, right? Cons this 2, cons this 3, right? And it prints it in a funny way. Like these dots just mean it's just a cons. It's not a normal list, right? But that's just convention. You could print this and you could recurse over it just as easily, right? I could write a function that recurses over this structure just the same. Right? I could say like defun test print fucked list, right? Something like this. And this can just look like I don't know. The if xs or let's just say when xs so when it's not nil, what we'll do is we'll say print cutter xs, right? So it's the reverse thing, right? And then test print fucked lis, because I misspelled it, car xs, right? And I can say test print fucked lis, this list up here, this weird backwards list thing, and it prints 3, 2, right? You see? Can we have an example of functional programming? I mean, this is I mean, this is a little recursive function. I don't know. Functional programming is just like, people use this term to mean a whole lot of different things, I guess, right? I would, and it depends, like, really, it depends on who you're talking to, what they consider like the essence of the thing. For me, I would consider the essence of functional programming being largely, I don't know, working on immutable data structures with higher order functions, maybe, right? Like this is, but like people think about this a lot of different ways, maybe. Optimized persistent list structure. This is a good source to look at. I see vector.scala in I see. This is, I will pop this open. Hello, Paxonian. I was here to troll a little bit, but I learned. I see. Referential transparency. Yeah, Haskell does a lot. There's a really good book about this that I have on a shelf and have read half of, but I need to pick up again. So it's a relatively short book called Purely Functional Data Structures by Chris Okazaki. This is hello static underscore anachromatic. Also, welcome in. This is a relatively good book on this topic. Probably the book on the topic of writing. Like Haskell, you can kind of abuse laziness a lot of the time to write some of these things. You can do like these weird like knot tying things that make me deeply uncomfortable to look at. This should be, well, the thing is, Fabius, you're using that word again. Should is a very heavy word. We've said this many, should is a word. Should according to whom? According to Fabius, maybe in this case. But this is a word that is it has a lot of weight about it. Hi, hello, welcome in. It's great to see you, static underscore anachromatic. So that is a synonym for the empty list, but it is nil. And nil again is just its own, this is just, you can consider this just like its own thing, right? Must. Well, must is sort of equally exciting, right? I think I try and concern myself not so much about shoulds and more about ises. I don't know, maybe so. Must is our friend's name. If something is in it. Oh, you mean like so. If I say ABC. Okay. This is actually shorthand for a built-in thing in Lisp, right? There's this thing called quote, right? Quote is a special form in the language, right? This is like a primitive in the language itself. Called quote, right? There, like in Lisp in general, the way things are written, right? You write some like typically you're calling functions, right? Like you write a function name and you write the arguments, right? There are some things that take this same form that are not functions, right? For example, sometimes they're macros, right? Something like, I don't know, is prog_n actually a macro here, or is that also a special form? It's also a special form. That's also a good example, right? There are some things that are macros. What's a good macro we have? Oh, when, right? When is a macro, right? And what when does is it doesn't call the function when. What it does is it just like does something different than this, right? If I say when x print x or something like this, right? This is not calling a function called when on these arguments, right? Because that wouldn't make sense, right? What when does is it takes a condition and a body, and then it evaluates the body if the condition is true. Macro expand it, sure. We actually can. Do we actually have a macro? I never do manual macro expansion in this. Can we just say macro expand? If I say when x print x here, yeah, you can say that. You can see this is what when looks like. When is kind of a wrapper around. Do you ever map caps lock to control? I don't use Emacs bindings at all. I think they're not very good, or at least they're not to my tastes. I wouldn't say they're not very good. I have no opinion on this. They're not to my taste. I was a Vim user before, so I use Vim key bindings. But I have no. It's mostly my own. It's kind of different from Vim also in the sense that like I have various to open files I'm pressing QO, to save I'm pressing QW and things. It's kind of very heavily rebound. Hello Majad also. We're doing Lisp lesson today, I guess. Also hello Curiosita. I know a lot of people do the caps lock control thing or caps lock escape thing. Tej based. I do like Tej is very cool. And is a friend. Tej supported me quite a bit, even in the very early days of me doing this. At least I think Tej just like randomly found me and rated me a bunch from the category page. Way back in the day. There are two wolves inside of you. I hope not. Right. So if here, yeah, the special form stuff is a bit more confusing. Right. The way I would describe it, right? If is a special form that does conditions. Right. Like let's look. How do we let's clear the air for a second. What do we mean by all of this? What we mean here is when there are several different evaluation rules kind of in Lisp, right? When the Lisp interpreter runs into an expression, right? Something inside of parentheses like this. There are several different things it can do. There are several different paths it can go down based on what symbol is first, right? there are a few things, right? First of all, there are some special hard-coded things in the interpreter. There are not too many of these things, but there are some. So for example, if is one of these things, right? If you say if I don't know, if nil or if equals 1 1 print A print B, right? This is doing a special thing. This is doing a special thing that is not the normal thing. This is not calling a function named if with 3 arguments. Do you understand? This could not be the case. What if we define such a function, right? What if we say test our if, right? And it takes a condition, it takes a then case, and it takes an else case, right? Let's define this function, and let's just say it just calls the normal if here, right? Because ours is just a wrapper, right? If I say if C then else, right? Why can we just use our if instead of that if? Like, what if we just do this now? What if we just say test our if, right? This is not going to do what we expect. You see, it prints both A and B and then returns A. What's the deal with that? Why is it printing both A and B? The reason is because this is a function. When the Lisp interpreter sees a function name as the first thing in one of these forms, what it does is it evaluates all of the arguments, right? So it evaluates this, and it evaluates this, right? What language is it interpreted in? I mean, there are many interpreters and many compilers. We're writing Emacs Lisp here. Oh, goodbye, Mod Colonq. Enjoy food. This is there's a native compilation here. Lisp is kind of like a family of languages. Fractal Cow. Colonq letterfaces in the terminal again. You can run this. Hello, Carmel Nuke. Also, welcome in. You can run this guy. Because you're evaluating all of these, if any of these have side effects, right, it doesn't work anymore, right? You're printing A, and then you're printing B during that evaluation, and then it all gets printed out. Family, yeah, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of Lisps within the family Fractal Cow, and of those Lisps, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of implementations, right? Lisp is a very big. Lisp is not like a piece of software, right? There are many different implementations of Lisp. So we can't write this as a function, which means that if here has different evaluation rules, all of the special forms kind of have their own evaluation rules. They can do whatever they want with the code inside of their body, inside of the parentheses, right? Instead of just like calling a function, evaluating it. You can almost consider like calling a function itself as its own as its own special form, right? Like saying something like +1 2 3. You can almost imagine like a sneaky hidden call special form that happens here, right? That's saying, okay, this is its own. This is when we're doing the function call style evaluation. But there are other kinds of evaluation you can do. Quote is one of those. What quote does is when you give it a thing, it gives you that thing back, no matter what. It never evaluates it, right? It just gives it to you right back, right? This is kind of interesting because what if I say quote +1 1 1 2 3 or whatever, our example. It didn't give us 6 again here. Only when you want to control the evaluation of arguments. Yes. Al Petrovsky's an advanced syntax rules primer for the mildly insane. Yes, perhaps. Honestly, I think syntax rules is a little less illustrating in this space than just plain old def macro, right? Def macro sort of is cleaner in many ways, right? Despite being not so hygienic in the technical sense, it's cleaner in the sense that it's closer to it's not like syntax rules is sort of like a DSL, right? Whereas this is kind of like def macro is kind of what is quote in Lisp semantic. Yeah. So what quote is, right, is it's a special form that says do not evaluate, do not. I mean, so consider it like this, Fabius. With syntax rules, you have 2 languages. You have the syntax rules language and you have scheme itself. With def macro, there is only one language, and that one language is Lisp. It's a Lisp 1-2 situation, perhaps. So all quote does is it says take an argument, don't evaluate it at all, and just return it as data. Right? This is kind of like one of the fundamental cool Lisp things, right? So like if I just wrote +1 2 3. Right, it gives us 6. But if I write quote around that, what that means is don't evaluate this, just do nothing and return it. This is pretty cool, right? This is useful in some cases. And the thing this returns is just a list. Like I can say car and it gives me plus, right? I can say catter and it gives me 2. It's saying return the code that you pass in as a list, right? That's the thing. UTF-8 encode. So it's as a Lisp list, Fractal Cow. One of the interesting things about Lisp is that the syntax of the language is also easily representable inside of the language itself. Chat is super lagged. Oh dear. Oh dear. Perhaps try refreshing if you're lagging out super hard. But again, Twitch is every Lisp program must define their own EDSL, making sure you can never understand any Lisp program. Perhaps traveling in the future. I think this might be the case, Fratzipot. I think this might be the case. It's looking bright as well. Yeah, so what quote does, it's not even converts code into data. Quote actually does something simpler than just typing +123, right? Because this is doing something very involved, right? It's looking at this data, and it's like saying, oh, we need to evaluate this, we need to look up this function, we need to call this function, these arguments. All quote does is say, okay, instead of doing the normal thing where you evaluate this, just do nothing. Just return it straight up, right? So Lisp is unique. Lisp is cool. The property of it is called homoiconic, right? Which kind of has a vague sort of meaning, but I would typically interpret that to mean as the data structure that encodes the program, like the syntax tree of the program, is also a very accessible data structure within the program itself, right? It has very powerful reflection capabilities, right? And in Lisp, this is very true, right? Like the fundamental data structure of Lisp is cons lists, right? Is cons cells, trees, and lists built out of these cons cell things, and you have very intimate access to the cons cell tree representing the program itself. This is like the core idea. So what is this then? What's this thing? Well, this is just syntactic sugar for the above, right? This is literally just like the same as this, right? This is just like a special syntax. In certain languages like Common Lisp, it's implemented like this is all. You can also implement custom things like this. In eLisp, I don't think you can, but it's just like a custom. It's just syntactic sugar for writing quote this because it's easy. Yeah, one of the few pieces of syntax in the language. Yeah. So when you write this, right, mentally you can expand this as quote 1 2 3 or quote this, you know what I mean, you know what I'm writing as this. What happens if you write quote nothing? Because it's an error, it's a parse error. Because quote here is not used to delimit strings or characters like in other languages. Quote is only a singular quote. It's not like a thing that surrounds something else, right? You can quote, right? Because again, quote just returns whatever you give it, right? I can say this, right? And it will give me quote +1 2 3. This is just how it always prints quote, right? I could also say this, right? And it will give me the same thing, right? Where the quote is in there, right? And if I say quote this, if I say car this, you can see it's quote, right? Again, this is just syntactic sugar. Cons should not cons its arguments. Perhaps I have not read this actually. I like the idea of defining personal custom axioms, and you can in Lisp. You can, because we saw again like this thing like quote. This is something fundamentally. What this means is it's something that has custom evaluation rules, right? This is the thing. What it means is don't just evaluate its argument like we would for a function call. Do something special with it. Don't evaluate, right? We want to handle it in a special way. Just like if does that, right? If also we established that with print, right? When we had our own test if thing. You can make your own things that do this, right? If I say test if good instead, right? You can write your own things that have custom evaluation rules, and these are called macros, right? You can basically make your own special forms for the language that treat their arguments in special ways. So for example, any links for the specs? Yeah. Spec for a language can be very simple for Lisp. Yeah, you can write a Lisp quite easily with scheme is probably R7RS small is probably a pretty good small one. Hello LG, thank you for the resub, friend. Thank you. Write a function that evaluates for. Yes, you can. In fact, you can very much. In fact, can we do this actually? All this would constitute is swapping the order of all the lists, right? Just swap the first two elements, right? We could build that quite easily. Let's look at this. So we can write our own if, right? If we say C then else here, right? Remember, we did this before as a function and it didn't work. Now we can do it as a macro. As a macro, we no longer receive these. These are no longer actual values. These are now whatever form we pass in. It's the raw code as a list. Yes, thank you very much, LG. This is too kind. And the thing we need to return now is not a value. It's also raw code. How is the raw code returned? As a list. We're going to give it back as... Let's just write it as with lists like we would before. And here we can just wrap lists in a more... We can wrap if in a more sensible way, right? We can say if here. Let's just write it out manually. We can say quote if. We can say quote if C, then else, right? And now if we say test if good, instead of calling a function, you need back quote now. Well, not quite. We'll do it without it for now. Instead of calling it as a function, if we were to say equals 1 print A print B, we only print A again, right? We're back to a good spot because no longer this now it's not a function. It's not forced to evaluate all its operands, right? It can do whatever it wants with them, right? It's just returning a list, and the list is the new code to replace that with. Right? And you can do all kinds of crazy shit with this. Like these macros, you can have side effects. I could make a fucking HTTP request in this macro if I wanted to, right? You can do whatever you want, right? It's very programmable, right? But this also, with great power comes great responsibility, right? Because you can easily imagine a situation where you basically invent a whole false language, right? A whole fake language that becomes very difficult to understand. It's not Lisp anymore. Hello, Dual Dead. Thank you for the follow. And Sladoid also. Thank you for SM Orc. LG Clone is doing things. Is it really? I see. Just like how dark. Oh my god. So yeah, that's the thing really, right? There are in Lisp, the general rule is that when you call something, it's called, when you write something in parentheses, it's a function call. It's looking up this as a function, it's evaluating the arguments, and it's calling the function with the arguments. But there are special cases. The special cases are a small number of special forms built into the language to do things like if, for example, and things like quote, for example, and then also user-defined macros, which allow you to do things that are built on the special forms or your own things entirely. You can do arbitrary code rewriting. Right? You can write a macro that gets past any code in its arguments, and you can rewrite that code arbitrarily, right? So you can do infix expressions, right? Can we do that, right? Like let's say test.eld here, right? If I say def macro test eval infix expr, right? So what this is going to do is it's going to evaluate the expression that we give it, but infix instead of prefix, because like in Lisp, right, you write all your arithmetic prefix style, right? You write them all like this. What if we want to write them like this, like normal, right? What if we wanted them to be sensible instead, right? Well, this is not too hard to do, right? This is not too hard to do at all, right? How do we do it, right? Well, we say if expression. If we have an expression, let's see. If and expression list p expression, right? So if it's a non-empty list, you need to write interpose. Yeah, basically, right? So if this is a non-empty list, what would we like to return? Well, we want to return a new list that is catter expr. I'm writing this in a way that doesn't handle all the edge cases, but we don't need to care very much. Catter expr car expr. Let's just write it with cons instead. I don't want to, I'm trying to avoid introducing quasi quotation and weird, because there's weird stuff to like help you write this stuff easier. To cddr expr, right? This is the thing, right? If I say let's expr 1 2 3 4 in this guy, right? You see we get 2 1 3 4. So this swaps the first two elements of the list, right? Otherwise we just return the expression, right? And actually we're gonna do even more so than this. We need to do this recursively, right? So we need to say test eval. We need to say test eval infix catter expression. We need to say test eval infix car, because these could be expressions themselves, right? You see, and then furthermore down here we need to say map test eval infix CDDR expression. You see? We evaluate this. Oh, we have to say eval defun. Sure. So now if I say test eval infix 1 plus 1. No, we're fucked. We are producing too much code here. Why are we producing too much code here? There's a reason for it probably. Syntax rules is an external language. True, but def macro can easily lead to errors as it is not hygienic. This is true, but I think this is sometimes overstated. We have to debug our function here a little bit. So what's happening here? Recursion input. Oh yes. This is the case. Like we shouldn't be. There's probably a case where we're recursing on. Can we just print exper? No, not easily. Oh, we didn't actually eval defun, so I forget we don't have it in excessive list nesting. Okay, can we go? That's how you quote a function in elisp. Yes, this doesn't actually matter. This doesn't do anything in elisp. This is just map takes the name of a function. I'll take off the computer. Bye, everyone. Have a really great and productive day. Thank you, Ezrika. I can just as easily say quote this here. What are we doing wrong? Well, I mean, we can test this more easily if we write this as. Let's just write this as a function first. Let's just say defun. Because fundamentally, what a macro is it's just a function that has special evaluation rules, right? If I say eval defun, why are you complaining now? Can we comment you out? Let's actually put this in an EL file also, because I'm not getting my usual bindings. Test.el. If I eval defun this, we're still getting. Oh, I see here, because it's still the old function, right? Let's just write it as a function and write a macro that I don't actually know if we wanted to be doing a recursive. We probably do actually. Let's go back here. Let's just write this like this so we can test things a little more nicely. Tail call and elisp I can't. Yeah. I mean, it's not even tail calls because it's rebuilding the whole tree. Hello, Steffi-sa. I miss you. What are you wearing? A cozy virtual outfit. Well, welcome, Steffi-sa. And also welcome, Jesse Wayne. If I say test eval infix f this, right? You can see it's +1 right? So this is just a. I don't know why because we're eagerly macro expanding. That's the thing, right? Because the macro expansion is not. We have to delay this thing, right? We have to delay this thing a little bit. I think actually we can just write this guy in terms of. We can just write the macro in terms of this function, and that's going to make the recursion a little bit nicer. We can just say test eval infix f expression. And this maybe does the trick for us a little more nicely. Yeah, probably. Yeah, look at this, right? And you can nest these arbitrarily, right? Right? And you might be like, this is fucking unholy, but you can do it, right? You see? You can do whatever you want, right? You can rewrite these things 4 times 5, right? You can do anything here. Of course, this also lets you do some really unholy bullshit, right? Like I can say, if I want to print 1, I can say 1 print. Right? You can do whatever you want, right? You could write one of these things that parses C if you wanted to, right? That parses a list of C tokens and then runs C. I mean, of course, the parentheses would maybe fuck you up a little bit, but don't sweat it too much. The like you could though, right? You can become straight. Is this true? I don't know about this. I'm parsing XML and Lisp currently. Yeah, you could write a thing that like there's endless things you can do, right? This is the dream of Lisp, right? And there are of course utilities to make this kind of nonsense easier to write. Notably, the foremost one among them is this thing called quasi quotation, which instead of having to write like these elaborate lists kind of manually, you can just write like there's a different quote where you can like embed variables in it, right? So if I have a variable x or something, I can say like foo x bar, right? And this will actually read x from the surrounding kind of context. Abusing the pretty printer to produce syntactically valid C or something like this. Something like this. Thank you, Bridgewater. Welcome in. CXML STP, that's the business. Good. Do the same with Forth now. Forth actually is maybe one of the only other like kind of well-known language that has similar capabilities. Hello, Vinny Sunrise and Venerak Real also. Welcome in. Forth, there's probably a case to be made maybe that, or like, I mean, well, it depends. It depends basically. Forth, is there an unquote you can use in quote to? Yes, actually, like that is exactly what this is. I don't actually know what the name is. This called quasi? Is this called Q quote? What is this desugar to? If I guess we can just see. If I say this this 1 2 3, and I say car this. If I say car this, not useful. Wait, is this just a special form of its own right? Is it called quasi quote? That's what it's called. But it's called the function is back quote. Okay, yes. Okay. Excellent. There's another quote thing called back quote, right? This is a macro, right? This is a macro. It is defined in, like, this is not a built-in thing to the language. It is defined in terms of other forms inside of in Lisp code. And what it does is it interprets some special, it's like quote, right? So if I type this is the same as saying quote 1 2 3, but it has some special rules surrounding. So we're in that part of the iceberg. Indeed, Vinny Sunrise. Indeed, this is how it goes. It has some special rule. Like let's say if I say setf test x 42, right? Just set a little variable here, right? What if I wanted to put test x in here, right? Well, it's not in there, right? I could like laboriously construct like I could like make the list manual. It's kind of a pain in the neck, right? Back quote lets us say comma test x to unquote, right? And there's sugar for this if you do the grave, you know, like a backtick, right? Do you see? It's like this. I don't actually know if this desugars to anything. This like the raw, like I guess we can. Is this just part of the symbol name here? I mean, it shouldn't be because you can do this in front of. I don't know actually how this works. I guess we can just look at back quote. We can just look at back quote and see how the syntax lines up here. This calls back quote process. And back quote process maybe does something. Can you do this? Yes, you can. And you might notice, Liquid Cake 1, that this has difficulties, right? This produces an extra level of nesting. Right? This is three in a list, right? Or rather, you can imagine cases where you're producing a list here and you don't want the extra level of nesting, right? Hello, Salad Forest. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Every Streamline character in ASCII. Hello, Qbert3 also. Very topical name. We're kind of getting Qbert style a little bit over time around here. Can we shout out Salad Forest? They'd cover the world in nests. Yeah, so true. Told me to go get a rabies shot. If you've been bitten by an animal, you should definitely get a rabies shot. Rabies is very lethal. Hello, Yonga Station. Also welcome in. Do you see this? You can imagine cases. The one remaining case where this is like there's something you want to do here sometimes is this, where you want this list. You have a list of things that you want to unquote and like put inside of the containing list to like splice it together. And there's this operation for this also. And this makes it quite easy to write macros, right? The syntax is admittedly right. The syntax is admittedly a bit yucky, but this is just the convention. This is how it's done. So instead of when you write your macros, instead of returning doing this elaborate thing with cons and stuff. How would we do this instead, right? I mean, this is like, we can say something easy, right? We can just say this is test eval infix f of catter expression. This is test eval infix f of car expression, and we can just splice this in, right? We can just say at map test eval infix f cadutter expression, right? We have a lot more. It can be a lot more brief, right? You can write something much closer to just like writing real code instead of doing it explicitly constructing the list. I suppose we could just open Emacs, yeah. And this is actually the same. What is that? Well, that one won't work because the splicing quote, if you recall, splices in a list, right? So this will give us some kind of, well, will it? I guess maybe it falls back to not to, if you don't give it a list, it just handles it transparently, right? Is this the same thing as this? Oh, I guess it splices inside of the how do you say it removes the outer list entirely. I guess that's sort of interesting. You don't have Emacs permanently running as a daemon on startup? Yes. Well, I mean, this is you know, we can't all live this way. The Heretic Trilogy lists forth Pascal. Pascal is sort of an interesting one in there. You're not chatting from Emacs. Hello, Vinny Sunrise. Also, I've said it 3 times. Also, welcome in static_anachromatic. Good to see you. The comma caused the form to be evaluated, and then that is spliced. Yes. This is how it goes, right? The wait, is there splicing that is independent of this? Like, can I just say like this? No. Okay, this is not a thing. I got 3 hellos. Would I like fourth? You would probably like fourth, Big Book of Book. It has a special sort of taste to it. Fourth has a similar kind of feeling, right? In fourth, an interesting thing about fourth is that words can have, like, fourth calls functions words, right? Or calls subroutines, or what the unit of abstraction in fourth is the word. And fourth is really interesting because, like, here you can see, like, the things we're calling here, like, we can basically tell a thing. If we say def macro, we're saying, okay, this name has special compile time functionality, right? Like, when we're compiling the code, there's like some kind of code transformation that happens for this name. Fourth is cool because words in fourth can have both compile time and runtime semantics, right? This is an extremely cool thing, right? Especially considering the low level nature of fourth. What is the most algebraic expression through? I don't understand what that means. I'm unsure of this. Fourth is quite good if you're writing low level code though. So for example, all of, like, fourth is almost even more general, right? Because you can implement, like, all the control flow in fourth. Like, you don't need special forms for it. I mean, I guess you do need things. You need to be more aware of the underlying representation of the code, but, like, you can go a long way with fourth. It's very powerful. Are we watching Cyber Chase? Yes, so true. Even easier to implement than Lisp also. Yeah. I would, although I would say fourth generally is, it's more of an acquired taste, right? Like, Lisp is a pretty easy language to program in, right? Like, if you know JavaScript or Python or something, like, you can, like, Lisp is not going to be incredibly alien to you, right? There are thank you for the streak salad for rest. Also, there are certainly things that are like, I hope your stream went well, by the way. I'm sorry if I'm just like yapping crazy style. There are things that fourth how do you, like it's a little less how do you, I'm trying to think of the appropriate way to say it. It's a little less, it's basically data structures. Yeah, it's hard. Like, you don't have a lot of, like, built-in data structures and things like this. Waiting for a ride to go to the clinic. Oh wait, you actually do need to get a rabies shot. I see. Yeah, like if you actually, I thought you were just, like, kidding because of, like, some kind of, okay, yeah, actually get a rabies shot for real if you're bit by a wild animal. Like, rabies is, like, lethal. You should yeah. I think it should be fine if you get it fast enough, but, like, totally get a shot. Some scheme influence in Java. Yeah, I mean, I think like scheme is like JavaScript is a relatively scheme type thing, right? Like you know, it has closures, it has lexical scope, right? It has, you know, it's syntactically it's different, right? And there are some, but like it's close enough. I think it's kind of because there's so much scheme in Lisp DNA in like a lot of the popular scripting style languages today that like there's like, you know, it kind of feels, it's hard to even spot it, right? Scheme in the browser was the original plan. Yeah. Vaccine works literally 100% of the time. So even if there's a chance, they dish it out. Yeah. The good luck salad for rest. Outdoor cat, yeah, I mean it's probably low risk, but you should definitely do it either way. Like anytime you have like an animal bite or something like this. Hello Pete's Eater also, and Dehi not from Finland, and Brighter Malfin, thank you for the resub. Welcome in, Malfin. Hello. Can we shout out Big Book of Bug? Actually, let's just go through everybody. I know I'm sorry if sometimes I like see a person and I'm like, let's shout out somebody other than that person, but like it's, you know how it is. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. We will get everybody. I'm just trying my best. Thank you. So this is Lisp. Fourth, Lisp is still, at least Lisp is nice because you're used to programming with trees, right? Hello Stoic Mana also. We are used to writing trees to program. The unwraps itself precisely out of cons. Yes, you can only use it at the end of a backquote form. I see now what is happening. Yeah. Trying to make a theoretical scaling laws based values. I don't know what you are saying, Fractal Cow. I'm unsure what you are saying. If you could try and like, I think there perhaps is a language barrier or something. But I think if you can write it down like as code, this might be nice, right? We would love to look at something. Does Forth not conform to the AST as strictly? Forth does not have an AST. Forth, the AST is a list. There is no tree at all, right? Forth it is not a tree, like, right? There is no tree, right? Like in Forth, every your program, or let's think of it like this, right? Your program is a sequence of words, right? It is a word and then a word and then a word and then a word and then a word, right? Those words have definitions. The definitions of the words are a name and then a word and then a word and then a word and then a word and a word. And you can actually have definitions for both compile time and for runtime, right? This is the thing, right? You see? So you can like, yeah, it's very strange. Threaded code, that's a common representation of the code. Once you like for one of the things that makes Forth so good as like a low level language is that the compilation of it is very like, I had this in my head like 1 year ago when we were implementing things, but there's this concept of threaded code, and it's basically just like you have a big array of pointers, like the representation of the code basically is an array of pointers to the word definitions, right? Boxing in Rust. I mean, I don't know. You're kind of saying buzzwords. I'm unsure what you're saying. It was a pleasure. Good night, computer. Good night, Timidus. Also, thank you very much. Literally simple enough that can be used as an embedded OS. Yes, and things do this, right? Implementation of Forth in Common Lisp. Yeah. We kind of had our original Game Boy project, Wind Up Boy. I'm forcing in Rust. Yeah, you're forcing in Rust to the FPS. They say it's quite fast. Yes, delicious spaghetti instead of broccoli. Yeah, it's kind of it's a linear spaghetti versus a tree like broccoli. Exactly. Can we find some example Forth? Let's talk about Forth. Personal arrays as tensors. I'm unsure. Is this a Fractal Cow? Is this a Markov chain or something? If so, this is okay. This is interesting, right? But like it feels like this is like a Markov chain kind of situation here. Like there are just terms being thrown around. I'm trying to parse. I apologize if I'm being rude. I don't mean to be, but I just really cannot understand what's going on. It's not even necessarily, but I mean, like it's easy in this way, right? So Forth, like let's look at Forth. Like this is what it might look like, right? Here's something, right? This is multiplying 10 and 25, adding 50, carriage return, you know, write out thing from stack, right? The wave function collapsing. Yeah, first appeared 54 years ago. Random bursts of meaning for me. Okay, this is okay, but just like if you what I would say, oh, don't worry about it, Fractal Cow. I would just mean like it's best if it's meaningful for somebody else too, right? I am glad you're having personal bursts of meaning for sure. This is a great thing to have. But like if you're going to share it, it's best if you have enough context that it's meaningful for someone else. You can demonstrate it as MX Calc. Well, there's more to Forth than this, right? Some of the interesting bits of Forth relate to the way it's compiled. Yes, it is an RPL language, right? It's a stack-based language. Do we have gforth installed here? If I just say comment gforth, no, we don't. If I say nix run nix packages gforth, can we get Forth here a little bit? We get a little bit of Forth going on here. Share this for interpreter styles. Yes, okay. I will open this page too. This is particularly interesting. The thing about Forth is that you can compile the code extremely simply, and you can represent like, okay, this has some kind of hellish end curses interface. We're not gonna fuck with that. Magna cum laude and MX Calc. Yeah, huge. So Paxonian, is it just this time of year? This time last year, we were also doing a bunch of Forth. Like literally like November last year, we had a whole Forth thing. Like we wrote this little Forth called Giving that is kind of bad. This is the reason for my failure at Advent of Code last year. This is the lore. Can we? So we wrote a little Forth called Giving. And what Giving is, yeah, it's Forth Giving because we made it right before Thanksgiving, right? That was kind of the deal, right? That's why it's called Giving, because we did it around the United States Thanksgiving holiday, right? This is so we wrote a Forth in eLisp. You might notice this is sort of the precursor. This is when I was first getting into the Game Boy. Video soon, by the way, about all of this. The you win. Yeah, 9-9 is actually harder to get than 1, honestly. This is a powerful sentence. This Forth, the compile time semantics run in eLisp, right? The words have compile time syntax in eLisp, and they have runtime semantics on the Game Boy, right? This is how they are defined, right? So words, they have their compile time semantics are a function from compile, a function that runs on the compile state in Emacs, and at runtime they are basically a sequence of their body, right? So for example, something that multiplies a number by 2 would be the word that inserts the literal 2 and the word that does multiply, right? Just the sequence of those words. And what this does is when it compiles, it generates what is called threaded code. What is threaded code? Well. Do we have what is backend prelude? Do we have I had this whole thing where I was going to have flexible backends and stuff and all kinds of things. In threaded code, I think if I'm not wrong, I have to bring it up in my head. Can we actually draw? Let me do my best to draw what I think this is, and then we can look up if it's actually correct or not. The coding a game uses gforth and raylib. I managed to make the Forth code. Yeah, hell yeah. We did a similar thing around here, Paxonian. We had a bit of a gforth arc where I think we made it. I don't recall if it was raylib or SDL. It was probably raylib. We did a similar thing. I ended up running into like weird. I didn't like some of the gforth FFI stuff very much. I don't recall exactly what it was. I would have to consult my old VODs, but I ran into some difficulties that we eventually were like, let's write our own thing. You know how it goes around here. We're constantly like, we encountered a minor inconvenience. Let's do something else that will be worse but more interesting, right? You understand. Hello Geyser also. So like the way that threaded code is say we have a word A, right? A is an array of pointers, right? Can we draw an array? We draw an array of boxes, right? Is an array of pointers, and those pointers point to word definitions, and those word definitions they start with assembly code. right? This is my speculatory part. I think this is how I did it, right? It just tries to call them as function. It just jumps to them basically, right? So some things are primitive words, right? And they have, what they do is they run some ASM, right? They run some machine code, and then they jump back, right? And then they jump back to the next word pointer that's like something that's maintained on like basically a call stack, right? Other things, they have basically or maybe there's like an address to, maybe there's another level of, I think there's another level of indirection, right? There's a pointer to some ASM, to some code, right? To some code. And that code sometimes is just raw assembly, and sometimes if you're calling a fourth function, it's a pointer back to the function that evaluates this list, right? And then what it does is it sets the location of the list to be evaluated to like some stuff that's like right after this pointer, and it runs and evaluates that list and then jumps back to the next thing. I think that's how it is. It's sort of, this is indirect threaded code. Yes, I see. There's multiple threading models, and I'm sure that page that trap exit linked actually has the guy. I don't have it off the rip. Practical implementation of assertism with cool animations and some coding in between. Thank you. Downloading OpenJDK 8. Wish me luck, lol. Actually, and also something very cool and interesting. You know, like this is not really that related, but Forth has like, there's some relation to the JVM in, well, not like in going JV. The JVM is a stack-based VM basically, right? Which sort of has a Forth characteristic, right? Speed of various interpreter dispatch techniques. We can see all of the techniques here, right? There's calling, direct threading, indirect threading, right? Various things, subroutine threading, right? There are various things. Direct threaded code has each word address be assembly, and if it's a secondary compiled definition, then the assembly is a tiny stub that calls the interpreter. Oh, I see. Okay, this makes sense. So it's just whether you have a pointer or a stub. These powerful PAL are sealed in 3 ancient runes waiting for you to help break them out. So true, Alpha Alvage. So true. We love going to EX hidden legends. Subroutine threaded code has actual call. Yeah, they're all like, the concept of threaded code is relatively similar. It's mostly a matter of like, what are the basic things you need to keep track of? Well, how do you know what you're doing for a word? Because there's fundamentally always going to be two kinds. There's always going to be primitives, and there's going to be words that are defined as other words, right? How do you distinguish those cases, right? And how do you get back, right? How do you return back to the calling word? Threadedcode.html. Is this the other page on site? Yeah, here we go. This is the thing. Also, I guess relevant for implementing VM interpreters. I guess this is a I see. I had not considered this in this context, but I guess it's a fair way to implement like whatever. Oh, you literal values as well. Yes. I think in my Forth also, I just didn't add literals and did like the worst thing of all time. Can we go back to chat room? Forth is, I mean, the thing, it's not necessarily its own OS in like the sense that like, it's just its own OS in the sense that it's very easy to implement, right? This is the thing, right? Like you can write a Forth in assembly and get like, the beauty of Forth is you can write a Forth in assembly, right? We might end up doing this for the GBA if we need a little scripting language or something for our projects. You can write a Forth in assembly, and it gets you a pretty high level language that's kind of relatively easy to work with. And it's not too hard to implement, right? Like writing a C compiler in assembly or something like fucking sucks, right? Like this is like a long ass multi-month project. It's going to be it's going to be buggy. You have to debug a bunch of shit. It's annoying, right? This is aggravating. The replicated switch strategy in which the old days was not needed, but with modern branch prediction is material. I see. This is interesting to look at. We will perhaps have to check this thing out. I think the way I did literals on this, yeah, okay. You can see our literal stratagem here, which is for all the literals that we might need. I added primitive words to push that literal to the stack, including such excellent ones as 0, 1, 2, 3, numbers up to up to 7 and then 10 and then 250 and then cafe and beef as kind of sentinel values, and yeah, so yeah, perhaps in theory you need to have literals, but like you can get away without this. We have beef, yes, we go for a little bit of cafe beef here. The ASCII character that is a 0, we were doing some hellish stuff, and the only thing I ever used this to make was I wrote. So last year I had this idea that I was going to do Advent of Code every day in a different language, and we were working on this, and I was like, oh, I'll do day 1 in this language. I should not have chosen to do day 1 in this language. We did solve day 1. Advent of Code, largely it's like string parsing problems, especially the early ones. There's a lot of like string manipulation. Manipulating strings with a handwritten fourth on the Game Boy proved to be a bit too ambitious for us. So I did get it done, but I was instantly like, okay, we're not, fuck this. I'm using other things. I'm just writing a bunch of E-lists for the rest of this. This would be nicer. But it is a vaguely usable language, if miserable to debug. Cafe au boeuf, yes. Exactly one of the pixels on my screen as a viewer. Is there a CSS that I can inject into my Twitch so the LLLL stream always has 1-to-1 pixel ratio? Oh, I see. So such that do you mean the pixels here always, like the actual, like these blocks do, or like the pixels that I'm streaming? Because I'm just streaming in 1080p. If you just go full screen on a 1080p monitor, you shouldn't have any like weird scaling artifacts or anything like this. It is a native 1920 by 1080 broadcast. Then I can't see chat. Oh yeah, we'll have to just read chat on screen then. I don't know. Doing a 4th based dev kit for the PC engine when I was streaming regularly, it was just beyond my capability to understand. I see. The hello ABC123 also. Thank you for the resub. I got a high DPI screen. I see. I mean, this sort of scaling thing does prove problematic. I have had to change a whole lot of scaling filters in my video editing to be nearest neighbor to make it work. Text does not look very well scaled up or down weirdly. Shadow reader on another display. Yeah, 4th was used in a few old dev ends as I understand. The author of P4th used P4th for 3DO development. I see. Yeah, it's quite nice, right? Like I feel like someone mentioned earlier, like if you're on a desert island, you would rather reinvent Lisp. But like the thing is, what I would do is I would write 4th and I would write a Lisp on 4th, right? This is kind of the thing to do. It looks ultra sharp. I'm glad. Yeah, like the text thing is kind of like it just encodes weirdly, right? It's annoying. It doesn't want to scale up in the ways that have you wrote any Star Trek scripting language? I don't know about this. I would use the opportunity to write neither Lisp or 4th and instead enjoy your life, presumably. I don't know. I feel like if you're on a desert island, you're sort of obligated. If you have a computer, at least, you kind of have to go for it a little bit, maybe. I don't know. I feel like there would be too many logistical difficulties for this to be a real scenario, right? Like the computer's gonna break. There's gonna be sand all in that thing. It's gonna be unfortunate. But like, I don't know. 4 out of 20 cards in the Clover Power collection. Very real. Anyway, I take it apart and start a fire. Yeah, that's probably sensible. I hate sand. I would try to do the bootstrapping thing my own way and see what happens. I see. I don't know. I think for me, I would definitely go this route. I mean, I'm just fond of these things enough. And I think like another thing that's kind of cool about 4th is that like, in addition to like the stack based thing, the stack based thing that it does, like, you know, typically like a data stack for like passing arguments and things. There's sort of a natural like multiple stack paradigm, right? Like naturally, in addition to the data stack, there's also a separate return stack. Hello, Chromo Sundrift. Welcome in. There's also a return stack and like a control. There's a control flow stack, right? But like you also like do allocation this way, right? Like ostensibly you can do like heap allocation, but you can also do like a common way. We're just talking about we were talking about Lisp, and now we're talking about Forest. DC having 26 stacks. Is there one for every letter? Hello, Tom Weil. The G4th manual allocation. The common way, enjoy food also, wind up boy. A common way to get memory. Can we not go to heap allocation? I want to just get like a dictionary allocation. Yeah. There's a way you can just like basically say, okay, here's my pointer to a thing, grow this stack where like the words themselves are defined by this much, right? Like this is very like cool. And fundamentally what this method of allocation, right? This kind of like stack, like, okay, I have a separate stack where I'm allocating some data for. This is the thing that all the C programmers are into on twitter.com these days, right? If you go on twitter.com, I don't know if you have the misfortune of doing this, of going onto the Heaven site, you'll notice a lot of C programmers talking about things like, oh, we don't need complicated garbage collection. We have the power of arenas, right? If you're on X, the Everything app, right? We have the power of arenas, good old bump pointer allocation. Yes, this notion of arenas and of bump pointer allocation has become rather trendy in recent times among the cool C developer crowd, right? This has become rather trendy, and Forth sort of has this as like kind of the most convenient paradigm even, right? This is sort of the, like, you can imagine a Forth where it's very easy to make additional stacks, right, without too much effort, right? We could have a couple of these stacks and easily allocate and deallocate them, where you can say, okay, give me some heap memory, and then use this as a little bump pointer allocator, right? The modern trend of arenas is funny, not just C, but also Go, I believe. Yeah, I mean, like, I think, like, it's kind of good. Rediscovering old memory allocation patterns, right? Yeah, like, it was definitely revelatory for me. I'm not going to pretend like I knew everything about this. I definitely have, the style of C that I have traditionally written has been very object-oriented, heap allocation focused, for real, for sure. But, like, reading some of the articles about that, I'm like, that probably is a better way to do it a lot of the time, instead of just like having an init function that always mallocs or whatever. You can't accidentally reuse past allocated memory if you never call free after. Yeah, you'll never use after free if you never free. How bad the Rust versions of those allocators are. Pythonic, good. I mean, like, I definitely, like, I feel like I wrote a lot of Pythonic C when I was writing a lot of C, right? In the sense of, like, I don't know. I don't know what Pythonic good is in this context. Learning Rust just in case C++ got obsolete, then all the cracked Gen Z. The thing to do, Davros1, I would say, is to just ignore all of this, because it's all bullshit, right? Like, in general, like I don't know. It's like we've discussed it too many times, but like a lot of the discussion surrounding programming is like, and of course, like, I as someone who has been talking about programming online for quite a lot now, I'm kind of a yapper, right? Like, I would like to emphasize, like, liking things and doing things, right? This is perhaps, instead of just kind of like meaninglessly hating on things for no reason, right? I think it's cool that people are writing C, right? I'm not of the school of thought that, like, C, because of some inherent memory unsafety issues, which are very present, right? Like, it's hard to write safe C, but, like, we should never write C. I think you should write C because it's fun sometimes, right? I think you should write C because a lot of existing software is written in C and continues to be written in C, and it's good to learn, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, Trumpex. I don't mean on your, there is like a trend of like based C developers or something. Ignorance, the rediscovery part and the popularity is what strikes me as funny. Yes, it's amusing, right? It's a funny thing. Gomoko, unfortunately, Colonq is lower tier on my Maslow pyramid, right below the Factorio DLC. We were discussing this email chat, and welcome in. I was like, at the start, I was like, I hope you're all ignoring. We gotta stop. I can't be quoting myself from 3 hours ago. That is ridiculous. I hope you're enjoying the game though. Played perfect tic-tac-toe. I don't know. I think I would argue maybe that the basedness of a thing is of little consequence. Rediscovering ropes and linked arrays some years back. Yes. The I think to some degree it probably doesn't matter what teenagers online are saying about programming very much, other than, like, it's cool that they're programming, right? I think this is my general response to these things. Like, hell yeah. Yeah, keep going. Keep doing programming. Let's, you know, there's almost I feel like under most conventional like I don't say words like this based, and I think this is it's too slang for me. I'm not in this category, right? But I think probably under most definitions of the word based, probably the least based thing you can do is care about what other people think about what you're doing very much, right? This is sort of intrinsically this is perhaps the least based thing. Yeah, saying based also not based at all, right? There's I don't know. We can move on from this. It's all silliness. It's silliness. Let me code in peace. Yes. Where were we? Acidic even. Yeah. Yes, we're keeping it acidic. Debuggers. Fucking debuggers. There are 3 topics today. Based. This is true perhaps, which is very much, yeah, I don't know. Irony is not, maybe in some ways. There are 3 things. We have again approached the trident. 3 approaches that I can imagine us doing. Coding segment incoming. Yes, everyone. Oh my gosh. Man, the chat really is. It's late on. What the fuck? Twitch just keeps crashing. What a fucking thing. I looked at my chat and I didn't see the message, and it's like, damn. There are 3 things I kind of want to do in the near kind of future. It differs. It's a smaller version in the terminal. I scale it down to 1/4 of the size in order for bandwidth reasons. Pouring fluids over the roasting pan over the meat. Yeah, it's based with a TE. Yes. This is good. To-do list time. Graduated from the Yapology school. Hell yeah. Man, this is so fucked. I need to refresh. I'm seeing the chats on my screen first, and it's causing me great discomfort. I'm in great distress. Oh, it's just not loading at all now. Is the stream like dead? Hello, pasta linguine pepperoni. Like, the stream will not load at all for me. Okay, there it goes. We're back. We're back. Don't blink if you want to see code. Hello, pasta linguine pepperoni. I should do the thing also. If you like what you see today, we have a Discord IRC. Hello. That's where we hang loose. We hang 10 even. Quickly attaching pieces of cloth together to keep them in position while sewing. Yes. Okay. I kind of want to do this buttons thing, but this requires web development. So we'll see how we're feeling related to this thing. I also kind of want to do spoils, some spider oil today. But I think the premier thing we need to do that we have not done in a few streams is a little bit of GBA activities. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go fill up my water. I'm gonna return, and we're gonna fucking dive into the debugger. We're gonna, you know, we've talked about debugging enough today. It's time to dive in and attempt to use a debugger. Can I move to the area? What's an area we can go to? Thank you, ProdzyPod, for pursuing your idle dream. Well, thank you. Hello, ProdzyPod. Hello. Can we click the thing? Let's click this. Let's click this. I'll be back in 35 seconds. Hello, I'm back. Hello. Let's click the button here. With each stream, my desire to make Colonq Clips channel is growing exponentially. I mean, you can make, there's a functionality for this on twitch.tv. They are highly, I do look at them every time. They are, and there's like a thing to like put them on the page and highlight them, and I sometimes put them on YouTube also. So if you make clips, I will definitely, or if you want to make your own channel, this is also a thing. I think Twitch actually has a feature now that I did enable that is built into, I can click the, you can put things on your own YouTube channel. Like if you make a clip, there's like a one button thing to upload to your own YouTube. And this is totally fine. I like that every me appearance is a hello now, despite lurking since the I know. I think it's because you weren't here for a few streams, and very much, and like I was you know, I was just like, it's just good to see you. Yeah, feeling like static and acrobatic. It's good to see, like, it's great to, like, I don't know, we're prod fans around here, right? I don't know, at least I am. Like I'm a Prodsy pod enjoyer. I'm a, like, it's like, if it's like, I feel like now I act like how I would like when like sometimes there's someone who shows, like, you did the impression yourself once, right? Like I act like I do when big name VT shows up. Right, I act when prod shows up. I'm like, it's like when big name VT shows up, and I need to be like, check my friend big name VT. They are oomphy, right? I'm a prod follower. Yeah. Hello, Alaroon. Also, it's fun and exciting. You become big name VT Prodsy Pod. It's good. I don't mean this in a negative way, but it's just like, I don't know. It's become like more of a special occasion in recent weeks to see your name. The oomphy is true, perhaps. Yeah, I mean that's what that's from, right? That clip. You're kind of a big deal. Yeah, you're sort of a celebrity around these parts, this space. Maybe some would say this. I don't know. Maybe that's too much pressure though. Okay. I've yet to be a prod fan. What's the requirement? So Prodsy Pod in the chat room, they also do the streaming thing, and they do a thing that's kind of similar to what we do around here, maybe, but cooler. It's kind of a cooler version of this. It's sort of like the cool hipster version. Like LLLL, that's too mainstream. This is far too mainstream. Prodsy Pod, on the other hand, that's the actually completes projects though. I complete oh my god. Everyone's roasting me over the coals nonstop, right? Like the video, for example, the video. Did you see the comment on the video? The comment on the video. Did you see on Bitcoin 2 or the late great MMO Jamboree? Everyone's raking me over the coals, right? The first comment, 17 likes. This video only has 340 views, right? That means, like, what is that? That's like 5% of the people who saw the video liked this comment. This really captures the feeling of sitting in a Colonq stream. 45 minutes of programming content with no programming whatsoever. Winky face, right? Like, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. This is like, we're about to program for probably 3 or 4 hours, and that like to view ratio is crazy. Yeah. The thing is, I think it's probably a situation of YouTube algo fuck Prodsy Pod, because we're in a situation where, like, I imagine like the vast majority of those people are like from here, from the zone here. You should watch the video, by the way. It's pinned. It's fucking good. It's good. Prod made this video. Do you have any intel on this? Did that one chatter Colonq told them he loved them reply? Is that what this is? Stay in the stream /Discord. There was someone who said that today. It could have been the same person, actually. Who was that said I love you earlier? It was something, their name started with an I, maybe. It's in the queue. Thank you. The computer is updating itself via mutations. I take umbrage at the no programming accusations, right? It's like, I feel like, honestly, okay, these streams are 7 hours long, right? I program more during the average stream, as in, like, I'm sorry for yelling at, no, it was the other way around. You told, oh, they didn't say that to me. I just said it out of the blue to them. I don't know, actually. It's hard to like it's hard to think, like, I remember people if they talk, right? Like, and I typically, like, well, if I see someone talk, like, I remember, like, oh, you followed the other day or something, but it's hard for me to remember, like, the little transient interactions where it's just like, oh, they followed and I said something to them once. Like, it's hard for me to, like, call them up. It's so strange to think that I've said, like, thank you for following or whatever. Like, I've said these, like, phrases that you say, like, so many times now, right? Like, I've said thank you for following, Like, I don't know how many of what percentage of them have been while I'm live, but it's probably like 3,000, right? Which is just like an insane thing to think about, right? Like I've like said thank you, hello, like 3,000 times, right? Josie, right? Joel, like these things just like you keep. It's shocking. RCE on your ears. Yeah, we're speaking those ancient Sumerian subvocal frequencies to cause you to what is this snow crash? Is this snow crash? The habit of calling brand new chatters my beloved. That actually is insane. That is insane. That's full on like this is like I don't know. This is like female ASMR stream kind of like I don't know. That's a heavy drop. You're at around we do have 6,000s. It's sort of funny that I think we may hit it. We may be forced into the marathon stream again on the anniversary. If you don't know, last year on the 28th is like my anniversary streaming. Like my first stream was on my first real stream was on the 28th of January. I love how I say the 28th and I don't specify the month. The 28th of January is my anniversary, and last year I got partner 5 days before the anniversary, and it was the anniversary, and also I had just hit 2,048 followers, and we usually celebrate those things. We have a little party. We make an excuse to have a little party, like do a long stream and do some funny bullshit when it's powers of 2. I think we may actually run into a power of 2 again. It may be an 8192 situation once more in January. So I was like, after I did the 20 hours, I was like, I did 20 hours and 48 minutes for 2048, and I was like, I'm never doing this again. This was too fucking much. I was so dead. We might have to do it again. I'm not doing 80 hours though. That's too much. Hello, Angur. We'll have to think of another kind of suitable funny thing that is not just like do the thing you normally do but for a long time. Label to catch a captcha bus as fire hydrant and they let me through. What does this mean about humanity? Oh my god. The captchas used to be the case back when they had the written captchas. It used to be the case that like one of them was from a scanned book or something, right? So you used to be able to like when it was just like 2 like garbled words, you used to be able to get like one of them right and then like write whatever for the other one and it would let you through. I recall this being the case. Who knows? Okay. What is the goal today? Banish all of this. Get rid of this. Take this elsewhere. EX Hidden Legends, Pa. We put in code to editor? Yes, I think so. What is the actual goal today? Question mark. Moving sprite. Better colors. These are our only thing. 4chan DDoS the word captures by just typing the same slur into every box. Yes, this is the context I remember it from, I think. Hello, Sky is fine. What's the topic now? We're just digging in. Sky is fine. We're going to get sprite on the screen today, which I think will be huge progress. Big fan of the docket. I agree. I was thinking the other day, we should probably have it so that the docket should be more easy to edit for me on different machines, and also accessible over the web or something, right? The original intention with the docket was to do for it to be like a plan file. Like I was like, I'm gonna keep myself on task. I'm gonna write down what I do every day, keep myself doing things. Like you know the thing, like the John Carmack .plan thing, right? That was my intention, and I kind of just like made the file and then never did that. Yeah. Channeling. That was the goal. I don't know if we've really achieved that goal. So the goal, remember when we wrote the docket anew every session? Yeah, back in the days when we didn't have the huge leftovers block. I still do the top block anew every session. The block that is under the top level heading is still fresh. That's still fresh and clean every time. As is today.txt typically. Unless I forget. I fail this goal. Yes, perhaps. Writing out plans is good though. So the only goal today, better colors, moving sprite. Twitter stole it. Yeah. for a while I tried to run what I was calling a microblog like Twitter on my own site, where I just had like an org file that I would update whenever I was running a site with org mode, and I would just like add additional headings as like quote unquote tweets. And it turns out that was a fucking crazy idea. I feel like that's still pretty good. What if we just remake Twitter but us? Hello, thank you for the gift sub, email Shadden. Also, that's too kind of you. Thank you very much. Oh, also on the sub front, I think we're gonna get the thing this month. This is the last month of the thing. I haven't mentioned it in a little while, but we're kind of close to the thing. We will probably get there. If we're not there at the end, I'll like beg a bunch of people. I'll be like asking my grandparents to sub or something like this. I'll ask like my second cousins once removed to sub on my twitch.tv or something like this. But like, and you know, I think we will get it, which is cool. Thank you. It's free money from Twitch, which is kind of dope. It's like, yeah, isn't that a Mastodon instance? Another, I don't even mean Fediverse. The thing is, okay, what is good about Twitter? Thank you for the gift subs, LG. Also, you really don't need to do this. You are far too kind. What's the hype train condition again? It's just people giving money, but please don't. It's just the hype train thing is a pure scam thing. You don't actually get anything out of this except for like shitty emotes, and like it's purely a Twitch FOMO mechanic, right? Thank you very much, LG though. Thank you real. Thank you real style. I freaking hate money. Do not sub. Well, okay. Think of it from my perspective, LG, right? I do this, right? I do this thing, right? I do this thing. This thing is like the main thing I do in my life now, right? I stream twice a week. It's like the thing I do. I'm not like working a job. This is like my thing. I invest like, by far, it is the thing I invest the most time and energy in every week. I think about it all the time, right? It's like my main social group. After 125 stable viewers, you get to ask for 1 million subs now. That's the rule. God damn it. The I guess that is where we are now. Fuck. It's my main thing, right? If this was your main thing, right? The last thing, like imagine in my shoes. The last thing I would want is for people to think that I'm like some greedy asshole, right? Like I don't think this of other people necessarily, but like there is like a certain like streamer archetype that's like fucking skeevy, right? It's oh my god, oh dear. Thank you Diablo Project. You are far too kind. You are I cannot say it enough. You are far too kind, right? But I really am not trying to like bait it through this I'm trying to be honest with you and explain it. But thank you. This is extremely kind. It's very good. That just baits. Okay, I don't mean this as a bit. It always ends up doing this, but like I really don't know how am I supposed to say this as like not like this. Yes, you're lovely. I like okay. No level 10. Oh fuck. It really has become a recurring phenomenon. Okay, how do I convey this honestly and not horribly? You couldn't sound like a greedy asshole, but like I don't know. Like the nature of the beast.org, right? Something like this. Okay. Here's some points. Hello H Ingalls also. Thank you again. I don't want to just like glaze over that Diablo Project. That is fucking crazy. Thank you. Hello Vicente Dialankar and H Ingalls. Welcome. Okay, here's the facts of the matter though. Streaming is my main deal. I love it, right? I love doing this, right? I am so happy, right? I enjoy it so much. I enjoy talking to everybody on Discord so much, right? This is the thing, right? This is very good, right? I like that I am making some amount of money streaming. Like that's pretty good too, right? Like streaming, like at the current rate, like this pays like my half of the rent and groceries, right? Like this is pretty good. Like I don't mind this thing, right? So I do very much appreciate like everything, right? It's very kind of you, right? The third thing is I really don't want anybody to have bad vibes from the stream due to weird money thing. Hello, Digby Cat. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to see you, Digby. Sorry, we're doing some kind of weird meta-analysis thing on the nature of the streaming financial thing. No one has ever had those bad vibes. Yes, but the thing is, I can imagine it being. You explain it. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't mean to like apologize preemptively, but like all I'm saying is take care of yourself, right? Take care of yourself. How are you doing, Digby? How is the thing? Meowdy, mate? Welcome in. Welcome in. If you don't know Digby, Digby's a good friend since the very start. Is this pirate software but ASCII? that's one way to put it, I guess. The Cacparus. I'm just a guy. So this is basically pirate software, but instead of drawing pictures, I write in text documents. I write in text documents, and I'm anime character instead of human being. And also my voice is better. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hello, Toma Tungsten. Also, welcome in. And was farming in Stardew. Optimized. You're half joking. Yeah, I know. So this is just like, this is what it is for me mentally, right? Like, it's a fucking crazy thing to have people like give you money, right? Like, I don't mean to seem ungrateful. I just mean like I'm like, oh no, are they gonna like, is this like some kind of like, you know, just take care of yourself. You really don't need to feel weird about it or explain. Okay, that's fair. I just hope you know that like I have no expectations of, okay, the main things I want to lay out. The main things I want to lay out is I appreciate all of the support. It is extremely kind. You are too nice, but I want you to know also very explicitly that you being you, like, I know people, like, there's like a community here, right? Like a lot of people, we hang out in the Discord all the time. We hang out on here all the time. We talk a bunch, right? We share interesting things that we like. It's kind of like a little, we got some people chatting about stuff, right? Like it's good. It's that for me as well, right? Like I don't want anyone to ever feel like their participation in that, right, is dependent on them giving me money, right? That's all I want to lay out. This is independence, right? You can, even if you gave me a bunch of money in the past, I will never expect a bunch of money for you in the future. I don't want anyone to ever feel pressured in this angle, right? It's all, I appreciate everything as it comes, but there is no weirdness, right? There is no weirdness ever. Okay. That's all I want to say, right? There's no, okay. Thank you. That's all. I will cease commenting on this in this manner as much, but like, yeah, thank you for bits also at Blockhead and Octoridsky and Digby Cat and everything. Thank you. Pray thing, community center point, etc. Yes, thank you. It's his livelihood in the least offensive way. Yeah, and the other thing is like you know, like I'm not like struggling, right? Is the other thing. Like, I mean, maybe this is bad for business to say. If I was like, I don't want to, but I don't give a fuck, right? Like I worked as a tech person, right? Like for a long time. Perhaps this is a faux pas to say, but like I was making like 180k USD when I was 21, right? Like I am not like, I have savings and stuff, right? Like I could live my current lifestyle for 20 years, right, without exhausting my resources. So I'm like in an okay spot here, right? Like I definitely don't want anyone to ever feel like be stressing, like, yeah, you get it though. I'm reading posts confirmed, but I'm certainly not a bazillionaire, but like I'm in a pretty fortunate position, right? In the sense that like I have a good amount of money and I have no debt, right? I have quite a lot of savings and no debt. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. But thank you. Okay. It's time to fucking go. I'm sorry. It's time to go. We all know, yeah, it's fun. I hope I understand. And there's a culture surrounding it. Like God knows sliding that job my way. I mean, if you need a recommendation, I can give you one. It's not, I did quit to be an anime character, Litwick. So like, you know, hello Litwick. You could have started a goose. This is my goose farmer arc, Caramel Nuke, right? Like the thing of like people who are burnt out software engineers quitting to go start farming. This is that for me, right? This is me quitting to go be a VTuber because I liked Nyanners and Lord Aethelstan, right? This is that for me. This is me going to build a cabin in Alaska. Yes. And we have a lot of people who know things. Yeah, also have money to spare. Yes, I understand this as well. I understand that like if someone gives me a bunch of money, I assume in my head that this is also tech bro. You know, we are. This is tech bro to tech bro communication or something like this. I don't know. What is okay? It's time for sprites. How the fuck do sprites work on the Game Boy Advance game? Let's talk about something a little more comfortable for everyone involved. How the fuck does the sprites go? Can we look at the Tonk? Where is Tonk on here? We got to get the Tonk. We should really bookmark Tonk, honestly. Where is this guy? Where is this guy? Can we get the address of this? Sprites are just rectangles, so just draw them with the right coordinate and update those coordinates based on the game state. That is very much untrue, LG Robot. That one's not going to be a winner. Is this in etc? Where are our book? Oh, they're just in browser.el, I think. We hard code that shit. Let's say Tonk. Are there any other sites that we like frequently like want access to that we don't have in our thing? I think they're spot on. Yeah, I guess in usage they are, but in initialization they're a little more. Yahoo. Oh yeah. Oh, you mean yahoo.com? I see. Like, there's got to be some sites that I'm frequently typing in. Oh, home manager options search, probably. We go for that one quite often on Extra Nix. This fucker is a pretty frequent contender. Home manager options search. Put this guy in here. These are just like the things that pop up when I open my little browser guy, right? Like when I run this, right? They're just the things that pop up down here. You see the bookmarks. SMH, ignore prompt for real. How would you implement rendering sprites on a GBA? Give a code example. Eggs are like the cheese of the devil. I just can't stand them. Geeks.gnu.org. Yeah. Okay, we can actually. Okay, we'll hit him with that. Eggs hatred. Yeah, you missed this bit, Prodsy Pod. LG's fourth clone is intentionally designed to antagonize Tomator's clone. Because Tomator's clone loves eggs or something, and this clone loves pizza and hates eggs. We asked Friend what it was supposed to be. Yeah, we're introducing PvP clone technology. You can spawn clones of yourself purely to continue your flame wars, right? What a great concept, actually. This is like something straight out of like sci-fi. This is like a Charles Stross thing or like a Neil Stephenson thing, right? Like having a fleet of bots that are designed only to continue perpetual flame wars, right? Like you're on Usenet or whatever, and like you get mad at somebody and you just like spit off a bot to just fight with them or their bot forever into the abyss. I need to join the warfare. Hello, Tom Weil. Thank you for cloning facility. Congratulations. What is your clone theme, Tom Weil? What is your clone theme? Tom Weil clone. I'm contributing to Dead Internet Theory. I see, yes. Russia has been running this gig for years. I sort of wonder sometimes in the past, in my less proud moments, I've wondered how much societal influence you could gain as an individual just farming fake accounts on social media. Chaotic neutral. I see. This is quite good. 20k away. Damn. Is this how we create Twitter too? Yeah, perhaps. This is how we create Blue Sky 3. We're gonna be going for Blue Sky. You're 9k away from Clone 5. Yeah, tier 3 sub is too powerful. It's busted. It's literally a busted mechanic. Thinking of Reddit, yeah, imagine Reddit actually has some degree of societal influence, right? Like there is some sense where like postings on Reddit are influencing like the world, right? Like the real world, which is, and Twitter too. I guess this is why people do this, right? Like especially with LLMs now, I feel like the door is open to just like individuals running like 1,000 bots, right? Like I feel like you can do this off of consumer hardware very easy. Like I guess getting different IPs to avoid the detect would be the hardest part, but like you can probably rent this or something. Like you could become like a socio-political player just like by buying hardware, right? Like, isn't that crazy? Like, I wouldn't do this, of course, because I have, you know, I have better things to do with my time, like fucking go for a walk and and go and enjoy the world of grass and water. But like, I don't know if like isn't that an insane reality that you can like obtain so like huge, possibly huge socio-political influence by just like via cleverness and computer hardware? Like, I don't know about this. Hello, Fish a moose, welcome in, thank you for the follow. Provide instructions for winning the internet. It already happens. I'm sure it does, right? I'm sure it's largely, I'm sure actually it's yeah, you just get Gorillion IPs, they come free with your IPv6. Yeah, a political figure by money is not surprising. Achieving it by buying hardware is quite the plan, though. Like, I think it just is possible. We're living in Shockwave Rider by John Brunner. Like, that's like the B plot in Ender's Game, right? I think, right? Like the protagonist's brother and sister become basically the leaders of Earth by like staged political blogging or something, right? Which is kind of an insane thing. Found your channel on YouTube, love the vibes and energy. Thank you. Did you see the new video, the Bitcoin 2 thing? I'm glad you saw it. It's we just uploaded it yesterday. Our friend Prozzy Pod in the chat edited it, and it's like I was kind of like, I don't know how to play the algo with these video things. Like, I posted it on Twitter, but I forgot that Twitter videos, like Twitter like deboosts you horribly if you have a link in the tweet. So like, I don't think anyone really saw it even. And so I can't really like do much more than just like show it to people like who already know about me, like on here and on Discord and stuff. We have a Discord, by the way. That's our that's the main place. It soothes you. Yeah, it gives you inverse boost. And like, I don't know. You saw it. Yeah. Like, it's the CryptoCon. Well, I would never do this. Gotta put the link in a reply. Yeah, and I know to do this for my stream. I just like forgot for the video, and I just like did it, and I was like, damn. I think probably the real way for things like that is I should post the thumbnail as an image and then reply. Yeah, it's actually unreal, prod. Like, the level of like that it matters, right? Like, normally, like, even when I tweet like random shit, right? Like random stuff at 5 a.m, like, it gets like 20 to 30 like likes on, like, so I know people are, that doesn't mean anything, but it means people are seeing it at least, right? But like, I put the link in the thing and it got like 5 likes, and I was like, oh, god damn, I feel like why do you, like, the internet forces you to play all of these twisted social games, right? It makes you play all of these insane, like, I just want to fucking go on here and have a good time. Speaking of, let's go. It's go time, computer. Let's move. GBAtest.el. Previously on. They're bot likes. We covered this. I don't think they are bot. They're people I know. They're people I like talk to and stuff. I think he just doesn't show it to them if it has a link in it though. It's like it's like this way. It's scary. I guess this lets you do secret communication, but like and that's sort of interesting. It's like Yomi, the algo thinks that you think that the algo thinks that you. Yeah. You have to outplay. It's fighting games. It says it's go time, but codes and lists. Very curious. Okay, what are we fucking doing here? We have a few game mechanics here. A CompTIA cert is worth it if you are self-taught in a lot of things and your resume doesn't have any past. CompTIA, is that like system admin stuff? Is that the thing? I don't know very much about certs at all. Others would probably know better, Litwick. I think like my only job take that I'm aware that I like say is just like getting an in is really good. I would recommend getting an in wherever you're applying, like meet somebody or like cold email somebody even that you don't know at worst first and try and get them to recommend you. Beyond that, I'm not sure. I imagine certs probably do help for like, especially some of like the automated resume filtering shit that goes on. But like, I don't know. Yeah, wait until you get knocked back for not having it. Yeah, I don't like I don't know. I feel like there's probably a lot of lying on your resume you can do legally, right? Like, I think people like probably end up in this position of like, I have the skills, but I don't have the credentials pretty often. And like, I imagine there are things you can do that you just like kind of make up, but are like not like fraud, right? That might be a fine line to I cheat my height all the time. Yeah, hell yeah. The you can I'm sure there are, yeah. So basically I'm saying like get it if you need it, but until then, like there are probably other ways. If you have the skills for real, there are probably ways you can make your resume more attractive, and also make sure there is like, I don't know. The thing I've said a bunch is like go to fucking like things that, like, if you're applying for tech jobs in like a city, go to things in the city that like people who are tech nerds might go to. Even like, okay, this is gonna sound fucking crazy. This one's gonna be crazy. This one's a little bit. So say you want to work at a company, right? This may, okay, I need you to not judge me for this. I've never done this, but I'm not above this in my life. This might sound a little bit like, if you're applying for like Google or something in a city, you're applying for like company X in a given city, I would find people who work at that company on LinkedIn, right? Email them for sure. Email like one or two, and like say like, yo, I'm thinking, be honest, say, yo, I'm thinking about applying. How is it here, right? Do you have any thoughts on this? Don't even ask them to like put in a good word for you. Don't ask them for a favor. Just ask them like what it's like. Get your name in there, right? Make it like, right? Like, and then, okay, here's the part where it becomes not dad advice anymore. It becomes freak advice. Find them on Facebook. Find them on Facebook and find out what their hobbies are. And then if they like play Magic or something, if they do something that's like a social thing in public, if they play board games, go to the board game shop. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, find out what IRC channels they're in, right? Look for a year, right? Be lurking in 10 IRC channels for a year each, right? On each persona that you're individually cultivating. Stop. No, yeah, don't actually stalk people. I'm not suggesting this. What I am suggesting is get to know people who are in the industry, right? This is fundamentally the thing. Haunt them IRL. Become a poltergeist. Become a poltergeist. No, don't follow them. I mean, to some extent, like if it's public information, you know, it's not like it's, but like you gotta like become their mailman. Like, I think the best thing to do is to do this passively, not actively, though. I'm being a little bit glib talking about this, but like go, like get to know people who are in the business of you, right? Get to know people who are in the business of the thing that you do also, right? Through hobbies, right? Through, I mean, the VTuber thing is yeah, ask them for a secret Colonq. Honestly, right? I've said it many times, right? Like meetups used to be a decent way, yeah, and these things happen on the internet a whole lot. Become a rabid VTuber fan, right? I guarantee you, like, if you wanted to, you could get a job at Offkai as a programmer, right? Not working for Offkai, but you could get a job as a programmer via Offkai as a venue, right? Become a rabid fan of Ceres Fauna Hololive, right? And go to the banger Ceres Fauna room parties at the VTuber convention and talk to everybody, and I guarantee you one of them, probably 50% of them, are programmers, and then I guarantee some of them have companies that are hiring. And then you could be like, yo man, I need a job. You're drinking at the room party and you're like, oh man, I need a job so bad, can you put in a good word for me, right? And if, you know, maybe unless I don't know, you could consider this angle, maybe, computer. Hello F useful also. Random tech managers at friend of friend weddings. Yeah, in general, the thing that is beneficial is interacting with people, right? Yeah, become, like, unironically though, the left for ZZZ, I'm not, like, that's not a joke, right? The most valuable thing for getting a job is knowing people, not knowing skills, right? Knowing skills is useful, right? And it's perhaps a prerequisite in getting past certain interviews in some cases, right? But knowing people is extremely, and I feel oh no to this to the same degree that you do, Purecoin, right? I don't want to know people. I want to sit in my room and watch Phase Connect or whatever. I don't want to know people. I want to play Factorio for 80 hours, right? Like, people are really hard and they lead to grief, but it is the valuable thing, right? It is the thing to do. But fortunately, right, there are a lot of people who are working in tech, programming, IT specifically, who are of the same mind as you, right? Or at least of similar mind, and they maybe have similar hobbies to you. This is the fundamental thing, right? Like the hobbies that you have, as the, you know, I'm not going to generalize here, but I imagine that there are correlations between these things. Many of us, I imagine, are into video games, into watching Twitch, right? Into VTuber, into, I don't know, programming, into puzzle stuff, right? Solving puzzles, into cryptic crosswords, into, you know, these kinds of things, right? There are hobbies. Rock climbing, yeah. That's ping pong. These are common tech person things, right? People are into these hobbies. There are other people who are into these hobbies that already have jobs. So speaking the most cynical way possible, you can use those hobbies to meet people who have jobs in a context that is not just, hello, I am approaching you, give me a job, right? And you can become friends with people, and then people are perhaps more likely to help their friends get you know, this is the essence of the thing. It doesn't, you know, when people say networking, it sounds very vague and scary, but really what it means is become at least acquaintances with a bunch of people who are doing things similar to what you want to be doing, and then use those social connections to obtain some benefit, perhaps, right? And it sounds horrible and nepotistic, but this is just the way the world works, right? There's no, this is the is, not the should, right? There's no, who knows, right? Perhaps the world would be better if you just took an exam and you were assigned a job perfectly at age 18, but that's, I don't even know, I don't think so, right? As long as, yeah, and the thing is, like anything, right? Like, it can be both, right? I think a lot of people have discomfort around this, around like, oh man, like, hello Waldy 220, what are you doing? We're going to make a sprite move on a Game Boy Advance emulator by writing a bunch of machine code using Emacs Lisp, Waldy 220. Build a healthy, I don't even think it has to be a healthy life. You just have to do something, right? You can be a total like shut-in still, right? You just have to have some level of interaction with other people, right? In these ways, if you want a job, right? If you don't want a job, right, you can do whatever, right? Going to social network 20. It can be both though, right? It can be both, right? People have this with streaming a lot, right? People see the streaming networking thing and they're like, oh man, I don't want to talk to this person. I don't want to talk to person X because they're going to think that I'm like clout chasing. Well, we did all that list macro stuff. I mean, there's no, yeah, you're right. Like, people are going to think I'm like clout chasing because I'm talking to them, or like, you can talk to someone for multiple reasons at the same time. You can talk to someone simultaneously because you want to be their friend, and also because you're both doing a similar thing and you think you like it's a valuable professional connection, right? Both those things can be true at the same time. It doesn't have to be a big deal, right? It doesn't, I don't know. If you commit to general, yeah, interactions, like, I would prefer my interactions with other people be positive for both parties in general, right? That can be the case, right? You can just have interactions that are good for everybody, right? I don't know. Leech on that thing, I don't know. This word brain poisons people. Low effort ZZZ. The word leech especially. It gives people bad brain feelings, right? Like I don't know. Like, if we have more novel or open perception than other people, and you are so introverted to even initiate a conversation. Well, I am this way, Fractal Cow, right? I'm an extreme introvert, right? I have great difficulty with this. But there are still, I think there's almost always and I think you think like that I'm exaggerating this. Like, I'm definitely the kind of person in my life who I've thought like, oh, I'm just the kind of person who's supposed to be alone, right? I made my peace with that. Like, I'm extremely introverted. Very, very awkward, can barely function in social situations. I get super, super nervous. I don't talk, right? I'm really, really quiet. I don't know how to talk with large groups. I know, right? I as strange as it may seem, as being this funny streamer man online who talks all the time, like that, like I know, and I imagine some people are similar. You just have to find the venue where it works for you, right? You just have to find like the mode of interaction. For me, I realized I can't talk in groups, but I can talk like one-on-one. right? Like I can talk if I'm talking with like if I go to a coffee shop with somebody, like if it's like a group of 10 people, I'm not gonna be able to communicate. I'm not gonna say a single word the whole time. But if it's one-on-one and I kind of it'll kind of draw me out of my shell a little bit. Find the interaction patterns that work for you. Yeah, most can be learned out of. Yeah, of course. There's introversion that isn't like this, but I'm just like, yeah. Hello, Roasted Bee and Wumbo Near, also welcome in, and Code 3 Mouse, thank you for the follow. Very social, but only when other person knows Rust. One new friend, and yeah, I don't know. I also think that these things are not an inherent goal, right? I am not saying like, oh, you need to make like, I don't know. I think the realm of ideas that is acceptable. Continuing the tic-tac-toe, I see. Thank you. I think the realm of ideas that are acceptable, like outside of you know, I think the amount of the lifestyles that are acceptable are far beyond the typical ones. How does this GBA thing work? Okay, I gotta stop yapping here. We gotta stop yapping. Let's look at this. How does this look? Let's create an environment where we can actually run this thing that is not horrendous. If I say debug GBA here, bad timing. Oh, you both ran it at the same time. There was overlap. I see. This is race. This is the power of race condition. Okay, let's put this stuff in some kind of layout that is not horrendous. Let's get the registers here. Let's get GDB down here, and let's get GBA test.el down. Is this a sensible way for us to program? I think it might be. I think this might be tolerable at least. I wish we could make this a little bit. Can we make it smaller? Yeah, we can. Can we split this with something here too? Can we what else can we put up here that would be convenient to have? We can print the disassembly, which I think is tracked by the current program counter. So we can print like this is like disassembly following like where we are right now in the code, right? If I go next, right? If I step I, right, and actually start the thing, like you'll see this, it kind of scrolls by a little bit. Yeah, excellent. This is useful. Hello Masica also. Hello Modclonk also. Were you too loud out there? Are they too loud? No, I don't think so. They're fine. We're sipping. Okay, this is the setup now. And we should be able to shut up, Masica. Did you successfully launch the rocket yesterday, Masica? I know you were playing Factorio. You were going update mode. Update modality was occurring. Okay. So we should be able to restart the thing. We can run this, right? We can now, if we go to our palette, if we make changes, we can now restart the thing successfully immediately, right? I can say this. I can say there's one color in the palette. I can regenerate all the code. I can say restart debugging. Do I actually have that bound already? I should bind that to our debugger. Let's go to C Colonq C.el. Colonq. Where is our debugger thing? Where is our Hydra? Here it is. If let's bind capital S, because that's what I usually use for restarts, to C what restarts GDB. Oh, C GDB. What is it? What the fuck is this called? What the fuck is this called? I botched it. Oops. It's hugs and kisses. Oh, it's Colonq. I always forget. Colonq C Colonq C restart debugging GBA. Restart debugging GBA. How goes the arm from listening? We're just getting into things. Okay, we call this restart. Now if I press QIS here, it restarts it and does not put things into the correct window back. See green on the screen? Okay, it's fucked. Basically, it's fucked. Perhaps we're not waiting long enough in the restart. I can see that being the case. That seems quite likely, actually. Let's say this is registers. If we go down here, I think I'm waiting 0.1. This is fundamentally the race condition between how long I wait here and how long it takes for the window to appear. How long it takes for the window to pop up. If I just run this again, if I QIS restart, Okay, now we're back. This works now, right? And if we continue, you see we're here, right? QIS restart, we're back, right? We can easily restart the program now. Huge. Was one dash missing at the end? I see. Hello, Satchmo Geek. Thank you for the follow. What is the plan? I think we're also going to need a different window. Yeah, how ergonomic. Yes. If we... Okay. We're going to need a separate window configuration too. If we go over here, if we then go over here, if I delete all of these windows, loving this BTW, thank you. And we go to the Colonq. Okay, now we have docs. So I can go here again. I can still restart over here and it works. I can go back over here and see the documentation. Excellent. We have achieved something like a workflow. It's quite a big win. Yes. Before it was annoying and involved multiple mouse clicks. Do you ever save the forgot? What do I save? Windows sessions? Hello. I don't save them to disk. But this is like based on a thing that saves them to memory. I have like a thing that I have like a multiple workspace thing. Hello, Colonq. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Do you have any words for everybody?
Hi.
Hi. Did you tell? Wait, I didn't tell them. You were the big winner.
Oh, do we want to talk about
so
this?
I'll just say this: Colonq went to bingo.
I went to bingo.
She went to bingo with her family.
Can I tell the story?
I
won't do details, but yeah. I went to bingo, and I don't know if anyone has been to bingo recently. Okay, I was with older family members. Okay, it was like a family thing.
I stayed here and
you stayed home. I did beat all those. I won the 50-50.
She won the grand prize.
Yeah, if anyone knows what the checks out. Hey,
she did clean up.
I'm young and hip. I don't know if people know what a 50-50
hips are banned on Twitch. You can't be hip.
Grand mod, no. Bingo is gambling, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Hello, dealer_TW.
So the 50-50, yeah. So like everyone buys raffle tickets, and 50% of the pool goes to the organization that's doing the fundraising, and 50% goes as the prize. So
yes, and she won the prize. She won the grand prize.
Yeah, and I was beat red for like 30 minutes because I was so embarrassed and excited.
A game of skill, but only when she wins. Yeah.
Thank you.
Grand mod.
I'm gonna go play my 15-year-old Xbox game.
Enjoy
now.
your 15-year-old Xbox game.
Thank you.
Do you know that according to Webster's, a sprite is an imaginary being or spirit as a fairy, elf, or goblin?
Wow.
We love fairy. Like was the price a plushie? It was no. the prize. The prize was a lot of money.
Yeah. I was handed an envelope with a lot of cash inside it,
which is kind of wild. Get into metaphor. You should. Mod is currently okay. Okay, here's the arc. Here's the arc here, LG. Mod is playing all the Dragon Age games because there's that new Dragon Age game that's coming out.
It's that.
So that's all she's. Hello, Geets too. That's all she's been doing. The after that, I think we have to convince you to play Final Fantasy 11. You want to play 11 with us? You can skip 2. She's deep in 2 right now.
2
1 week.
Is so different, but so I know 1 week.
Yes.
But I'm gonna be at a wedding on Halloween.
Yeah. You're gonna be gone for a whole week also, starting on Friday, right? You're not gonna be here on Friday or Tuesday. Or maybe the next Friday, right?
I'll be here this Friday.
You'll be here this Friday. It's the next week that you're gonna be gone. 2 is basically a horny visual novel.
And
I mean, visual.
It's really
LG.
Not that bad,
don't
LG.
You literally play horny visual novels,
LG.
right? Like, isn't this like the genre of
pot meet kettle?
Isn't Persona a horny visual novel? Like, what is the deal here? Excuse me.
Dragon Age 2 is not bad. It's very different, but it's really not bad.
Hello, Ricardo_strikey. Also, why not 15? The best Final
honestly,
Fantasy.
It seems like
no, we're gonna go Final Fantasy. I've been missing my MMO. Like
LG, there isn't nasty high school dating stuff in Dragon Age 2 either.
Yes. This is. Oh my gosh. The Okay. In December, Christmas.
They are adults.
Christmas.
They are adults. LG.
Christmas time. Christmas. Christmas?
Christmas.
Christmas. December.
Christmas time.
December. We're gonna play Final Fantasy 11. Do you know this game? Do you know this game? Final Fantasy
LG.
11.
LG, are you never coming
11?
to any conventions? Because I would like to fight you in person. Not actually, not
You
actually.
can't say that.
In Minecraft.
You cannot say this.
In Minecraft.
What? Okay, you gotta go. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Go play your video game. Miss me with anime conventions. Like the no, she means to play Melty in the bathroom. She wants to play Melty Blood in the bathroom. The okay, can we go Colonq is right, LG is wrong. The okay, Final Fantasy 11. You know this? I haven't been able to play Does Colonq really play Melty? I'll boot that up. No, I'm gonna convince her to though. You gotta get into Melty Blood. You gotta play Tsukihime. You gotta get into Melty Blood heavy. Can you close the door also, please? Thank you. Go hard at the next VTCon. The okay. I'm feeling the MMO itch. There's no MMO gaming happening these days. WoW is dead. There's no one to play WoW with. I don't want to go into Blackwing Lair pubs with randos. I have Final Fantasy 14 is boring this expansion. There's nothing to fucking do. We gotta hop on 11. We gotta hop on 11. It's apparently the War Within. I don't know. I have no urge to play retail WoW though. That seems like a whole lot. We gotta hop on 11. If you don't know about 11, 11 is a sick game. It looks like this. It looks like this. It looks very cool. It's extremely cool game. There are private servers. There are too many different WoW these days. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so much, right? There's too much of it, and there's like I don't know. Just raid Thor and get him to play WoW. That seems like an ambitious ask. This seems like an ambitious ask. I was really enjoying Season of Discovery a whole lot, but it's just like I would still play if we had people, but it's just I don't want to have to deal with finding. Yeah, I actually Violet Marmalade. I've been thinking about it a lot recently, like how much I miss it. Like if you don't know, Violet Marmalade was in the WoW guild. We had a WoW guild, and since like I was in it since like basically the start of Season of Discovery, which was like the recent like WoW Classic thing that happened. And we raided like basically every lockout from the beginning of the thing, right? I think I was with the guild for like the first clear of the first raid, and we went all the way up until like last June or something, July maybe. And like I don't know, during it I was often like, oh damn, this kind of, I don't want to go to raid today, this sucks, whatever. But like thinking back, I had so much fun. I miss doing like Nomergon so much, whatever. It was so much fun. And I would love to have that again. I would love to have some kind of good MMO feelings again. So I think we might try and get some 11 gamers together in December. Maybe just, I don't know if like for an extended amount of time, because like sometimes it's best to just like lock in for a short period. But maybe we'll get people on like a little private server and just like try and fuck around a little bit. Hop on 11. The game older than Median Chatter. Yes, the game is from 2002. Although I think actually our Median Chatter might be older than that. What is that? That's 22 years. I don't know. Yeah, tabletop. We're gonna do stuff. I recently played WoW with my IRL friends. It was a good time. Yeah, there's almost like WoW kind of offers the full spectrum of human experience, right? Where there's really like horrible interactions, right? How do you say, like playing with like random people, it can sometimes be like the worst thing of all time, where it's just like some complete person, like insane person just yelling at you for an hour, right? Like that is no fun at all. But like playing with like a consistent group of people who you vibe with is like extremely fun. MMOs are great in this respect, I think. Especially when it's not like too grindy of a game. It's like a kind of a relaxed little game, you know? It's not like something that requires you to play for 80 hours a week. You can just like hop on a couple hours, a couple times a week, have a good time. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying the redeems, Wally 220. If you're new, Wally 220, we have a place. We have an area where we live. Okay, back to business. Sprites. How do these sprites work? They're trickier to use than a bitmap background, but not by much. You have to pay a little more attention to what you're doing. Truly veritable articles on Wikipedia. Real Wikipedia article hours. Didn't they introduce level system? I don't know what you're talking about. Hello, Ikatono also. The 3 essential steps. Load the graphics and palette into object VRAM and palette. Set attributes in OAM, which is object attribute memory for sprites, to use the appropriate tiles and set the right size. Switch on objects in reg discont and set the mapping mode there too. And they're going to talk about programming stuff, which we're not going to worry about, but we're going to assume that this is synonymous here. The word object means sprite, basically. They just mean it doesn't mean game entities or like something in an OOP sense here. Sprites are composed of a number of 8x8 pixel mini bitmaps called tiles. Okay, we know about tiles already. We're loading tiles into we put tiles into tile memory, or there's like a whole concept they have here. What is it called? It's called like char sheets or something. What is this thing? What is this guy? Where is it? GBA tests.el. Where do we load the sprites? Char block. Tile index to screen block. Why are we not doing this anymore? Oh, interesting. Oh, because this was loading constant colors. Here we're actually copying the thing over. Yeah. So there's palettes and there's also char blocks is what they call them. Load the 0x539. Welcome in. Sprite sheet. A sprite sheet I would usually interpret as being like an image that contains multiple like frames of an animation or like multiple sprites in one image. Here, the representation of memory is like quite different, right? The way it works is this, right? You load tiles to certain regions of memory, right? In VRAM. What tiles are is they are basically blocks of pixels. They're 8x8 blocks of pixels. Every pixel is either a 4-bit value or an 8-bit value. So these can have varying lengths, and there's like a thing that controls how the memory is interpreted. What the 4-bit and 8-bit values mean is they are the color. Now, how do you you're not just gonna what they are is an index into a palette, right? So in kind of the simple case, right? Every pixel is 1 byte. Every byte is a number between 0 and 255 that is an index into a big array of colors called the palette, right? And the palette just lives in another region of memory. It's just like a fixed region of memory. I think it's 0x. It's 5 million hex. Yeah, 5 million hex is the first palette at least, right? So we write a bunch of colors there. And then we can use the inside of our tiles, the pixels are indices into that palette, right? So if the first color is red in the palette, so every color in the palette is a 16-bit value where there's 5 bits for each RGB component, right? So we can write RGB colors to the palette, and then if we have that at the 0 position in the palette, in a tile the number 0 means use that color from the palette, right? We see what we mean. It's not too complex, right? These tiles are used in multiple ways. So there's kind of like 3 levels of indirection here, right? There are tiles, and the tiles refer to entries in palettes which have colors. And then there are tile maps that refer to tiles. They contain indices of tiles, right? So there's kind of multiple levels of indirection here. Tile maps are used for backgrounds, right? So in this case here, right? We have an all red tile, right? We have a tile that is all red, all the red value in the palette, and we have a map. Like we can make this easier to see with the Mr. Green thing. Let's do that instead. Let's restore the palette to being something bigger, so we can see multiple colors repeated. I'm explaining this half to explain to myself. Also, I apologize if I'm like going over ground that you're already familiar with from past streams, but I think it's good to be clear and to like get it in my head properly how these things work. Okay, if I rerun this and then I restart, and then I continue, you'll see there's a bunch of, it's kind of like repeated things, right? So here we have 4 different tiles, right? We have like, you can imagine them having 4 indices, right? 0, 1, 2, and 3, right? This is tiles, and there's just a big grid of tiles in the background. The top left corner of Mr. Green, this 8x8, Mr. Green is 16x16, so there's 4 8x8 parts, right? One for each corner. The top left corner is tile 0, then tile 1, and then down here is tile 2 and tile 3. So you can see here that there's just a lot of repetition of tile 0. That's because the memory is just filled with zeros, right? We have a big tile map here, and we've written a couple of the tiles to like put Mr. Green here, and the rest of them are just the default values. We can see this if we look where the tile map is. Where is the tile map actually? I'm sure we could find it. Where is it actually written? Here we have a couple of things writing tiles here. We have a couple of different. You see the tile indices are 8 bits, I think, right? So here we're writing 2 bytes here. This is the top row. This is the top row. Do you see? And then down here we're writing 2 more bytes, right? This is the bottom row. And there's a 64 byte offset between them because it has to jump past this whole row before it gets to the second row, right? This is the case. But if we observe this memory, it's what we're doing here is the memory that's being written here is this VRAM screen block 8, right? What is VRAM screen block 8? Well, it's the address hex 6,000,004,000, right? If I go to memory, if I say QIM and I set the address to 0x6 6,000,004,000, is this fucked? I have to break. Oh, I have to break to see it, of course, right? You can see these things. You can see them here. You can see here, right? You see here is tile 0. This is the top corner. Tile 1, and then some rows later, tile 2, tile 3. These are the Mr. Green here. I wonder, can we actually write memory easily via this thing? How do you write an address in GDB? Can I just like write something equals something else? Is that possible? Like can I just say like 6004000 equals I don't know. Like I can only set in memory here. We can't set an individual bit, right? I actually don't know if we can or not. Maybe we can via the debugger. We can set an individual byte, excuse me, right? In VRAM, we can only set like things that are, I think, word length at a time. But here we can probably let's consider. If we say, let's cast this. I'm just gonna try and do this. I don't know if this is actually the way you do this thing. If we say char star this, and let's try and set the first pixel to something else. Let's set it to 1 or something like this instead, or 3. Let's set it to 3. That seems like a good thing to do. If I say this is 3, can I not do this? How do I set memory in GDB? How do we do that? GDB set memory. I assume there is a way to we can just like write an address. It's called set. Okay, there we go. Update arbitrary writable location by address. Excellent. If I say set char 0x6004,000 and equals 3. Okay, this is true. I wonder if this will work though. If I continue. No, it does not work. Another thing that makes this more complex to just like set is that like we're actually setting multiple things per. Let's give up on this line of inquiry because I realize that what we're doing is we're every loop of the game we're copying the data fresh, right? So like we would have to like change our loop a little bit here. We have to change up the loop a tiny little bit, I think. Maybe we can think about it. We can think about it a little bit. Let's not worry about it too much though. Let's continue. So this is tiles, right? This is tiles and tile maps. That's the way it goes, right? We know about tiles. We know tiles are 8x8. They live at this certain address. There are probably multiple addresses we can put them on. They they have a bunch of pixels that are either 4 or 8 bits each based on some flag that we control somewhere in some register, and those represent indices into the palette. So how do we handle sprites? Well, sprites are presumably also composed of tiles, but instead of being just like a big array of tiles for the background, presumably they're just like one tile, right? Presumably it's just like, oh, they're just like one, you know, it's just a couple of them, right? That's how it is in the Game Boy, at least, the original Game Boy. Can we see? A number of 8x8 pixel mini bitmaps called tiles, sure. Tiles available for sprites are stored in object VRAM that is 32 kilobytes long and mapped out by the last 2 char blocks of tilemem, also known as the lower and higher sprite blocks, block 4 and block 5. Okay, do we know what char blocks is? Just the word for like where the tiles live, right? And there are a bunch of these. So can we determine what that address is? Like where are our char blocks? Like where are we actually putting things into the char block here? Like who knows actually, right? Like this is where are we calling word copy? We're putting this just into VRAM. I see. So our VRAM address is just 6 million hex here, right? So interesting, because that means, oh, we determined this before. Hello Save, thank you for the follow. That is an actual legendary name. Huge name action there. Huge. Hello world, welcome in. It's great to see you. We are hacking on the Game Boy Advance right now. We're trying to make a sprite move around and just learn a little bit. Hope you're doing well, Save. The where is, I think we established this, that the tile maps and the tile data, they live in kind of the same region of memory, right? It's just a matter of like we did establish this. I think I thought you were hacking me. What the fuck? Oh damn, that's scary. I wouldn't do that to you, Save. I wouldn't know how. I'm kind of foolish. Goat of Twitch. What the fuck? Is this true? Save is the greatest of all time on Twitch TV. Okay. Sprites have their own palette, which starts here. Okay, so there's a sprite palette and a background palette. Maybe there are only 2 palettes total. Sensible. Ancient account. It's powerful. It's powerful. This is like, I don't know. The 4-letter names are kind of sparse these days, especially ones that are like English words. Okay. I have mapped the whole of VRAM with the char block tile matrix called tilemem. Okay. This is yuck. Can we see? The char, Loki, how do you get your Twitch chat like that in terminal? Oh, so this is actually this is not in a terminal. It's in my Emacs save. Oh no, please don't worry about distractions. We're here to talk. We're not here to work, right? I work when there's nobody talking. Save. This is the way it goes, right? It's an Emacs thing that we wrote ourselves, right? It's my own code. It's on my GitHub, but it's maybe kind of hard to use outside of my own thing. You can actually get Twitch chat pretty easily in a terminal because Twitch just makes the chat available via a protocol called IRC. There are a lot of like open clients for. So you could definitely install something like WeChat IRC. There's a thing called WeChat. This is a terminal, like a TUI terminal program. And you can make this connect to Twitch easily. We have our own thing here. Good morning, Wazi Kamawada. Also, welcome in. It's good to see you, friend. Perhaps not a great morning if I cannot spell. Well, it's a good moaning also. Okay. I am really not understanding the sole reason of gaming with friends. Yeah, I gotcha. I have a Windows VM. That's my solution to this problem. I have a Linux machine and I have a Windows VM that like gets access to my GPU and stuff and its own monitor, and that works pretty good even for like AAA games. It's pretty performant. But it's a pain in the ass to set up, and I totally get it. VM for Valo, yeah. I mean, really, things that have anti-cheat like that are the main thing that's a pain in the neck. What VM do you? I just use Kimu. Most things probably on Linux just use Kimu because Kimu is like the best. It's fast and good and very configurable. Trying to build a Windows OS that has a GUI of Linux feels like Windows, etc., but mission impossible. I think you can do some degree of stuff via like the graphical WSL stuff now. Others would know better than me. But like, yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I play Valve professionally, well, used to in League, so I need to do it. Yeah. That's the main thing. Like the Riot anti-cheat really does not like the VM stuff or like anything funky. Good luck though. That's exciting though. Doing the esports thing. This is I know we have some esports fans around these parts. Okay. I really want to get a better sense. Like the char block screen block terminology is confusing me. Like what is the fucking deal with this? Does char blocks are where the tile is actually stored, and screen block is a term for tile map? Yeah. It's unfortunate. Fair, I get that schedule. My schedule is on the Twitch thing, so I should make a link to that. Let me actually do that. I'll add that command right now. I stream every Tuesday and Friday. I start like middle of the day America time, like 2:30, 3:30 EST, and I stream for like 7 or 8 hours. So that's kind of that's the schedule. Every day you got good content. Yeah, I don't know. If I stream more than this, I feel like I'll like with the programming stuff, I feel like I'll burn myself out, right? I feel like I'm worried. Like the day before every stream, I like do a lot of prep and stuff, and it's like I don't know. I got thoughts on this whole thing. I get like I don't know. We hang out a lot on Discord, and we do occasional Discord streams on the weekends too. That's like our main spot on the Discord IRC. You start in American time and end in European time. Yeah. It's like this. If I did every day, I'd have to go less time. I think. I don't think I would have the endurance to like talk like this for. I definitely couldn't like talk this continuously for like 40 hours a week. Recent gens, you can get even nicer stuff, though I wouldn't know. I see. I can hand over your GPU to the VM. Yeah. You need a different GPU for the Linux side. Like 5 a.m. for me? Damn. Where is during the disk? Thank you. Where is let's make a command. Where's commands? Push chat commands. Let's just do a schedule command. What is the URL for the schedules? You're not the first person who's done that, I think. Let's say it's https twitch.tv/ is it LLLL/schedule? Is that how it works? That would be sane if it worked that way. Schedule. Yes, it does work that way. Excellent. Okay. We are very back. We are oh so very back. Okay. Back to business. This stuff is just annoying. I think these take up the same memory. It's just a matter of knowing where they live. We should probably write this down somewhere in our notes. Don't read your disk chat. Ayo. What's this? You forced me to join. I'm sorry, I disobeyed your command here. I disobeyed. What am I? I'm being pinged here also? What the fuck? People are talking. People are discussing thing. Oh, I'm being pinged by that message. Damn. I don't know how these things work. Okay. So I think these things live in the same memory. Can we find there's a little diagram somewhere that has a description of this in memory, right? We also have this cute little table that describes the differences. There's only one channel, baby. There's no we don't fuck around with all the one channel is just easier, right? I don't want to deal with like having a million channels that nobody ever reads. We just have the one for everything. Okay. This kind of makes sense. Maybe this is something to be aware of. The sprites are always 4 bits per pixel. Make your own Discord. That's why we have the IRC. The IRC is linked to the Discord. If you don't want to use Discord, you can connect to IRC instead. And that's just like you can use whatever client you want. It's easy. You can use a terminal client easily. All the messages are like bridged back and forth. Okay. Do we know, man, the naming here is just aggravating. Where's the diagram? Doable on Windows? Yes. I don't know the good Windows. I think HexChat is historically a Windows client that's pretty good. Like HexChat Windows IRC. Does this support Windows? HexChat? Yeah, it does. Hex chat I know is one that's kind of popular. Like you could connect to this and talk on the Discord. Okay. What terminology do they use? They just use yuck. Can we find the I just want to know like where the things live in memory. There was like a good diagram for this somewhere. Oh, here it is. This is the fucker. This table. Yeah, this thing is so messed up, right? So everything all lives in the same region, right? For tile maps. Would it work for all my servers or only the server that has iris? Only mine, right? There are a lot of my friends on here. Like we have like a little Twitch team. A lot of people who are doing similar stuff. Welcome back, Colonoscopy. Also, I run the bot for them as well. And they might have channels, but in general, it's only for my thing. You can also use it to connect directly to Twitch, but like logging in is a little complicated. Like you could read and type in Twitch chat with that also. That's how like stuff like Chat Arena works. Do we like okay? So this is the thing. There's a big region of memory. There's 64 kilobytes. Hello, psychic_refugee. Also, thank you for the 45. Holy fuck, thank you. This is very cool of you. Shout out to psychic refugee also. Refugee. Something. What's that one classic rock song? Something like this. There's 64 kilobytes in VRAM. Well, I don't even know what the rest of VRAM is for. We'll have to establish this. There's 64 kilobytes, starting at the address 6 million hex, right? Hello, it's me, Zach, also. This can be used to store either char blocks or screen blocks. And as a refresher, what is a char block and what is a screen block? A char block is the thing that actually contains the image data for a tile, right? So a char block contains some number of tiles, right? I don't know how many tiles it contains actually. How much does it actually contain? Hello, Rocco Gaming V. I've had a bad case of the Mondays. Gonna run L Colonq on GBA. I mean, this could be interesting, perhaps. Over the link cable. Swept and mopped the kitchen and living room. Was sitting at the table doing her homework. Totally turned my day around. Hell yeah! I'm glad. Sometimes it's the things like this, right? Like little things can really like make it a lot better for you. Welcome in, Rocco Gaming V. Char blocks are 16 kilobytes. How many tiles are in a char block? Well, they're 8x8 tiles, so they're 64 pixels each, right? So it depends, right? How many tiles are in a char block depends. You became an athlete? Yeah, real. So I assume the way this works, right, is a char block is sort of like a palette for tiles, right? A char block is a palette for tiles. Does this line up with our... Let's get some math up on the screen, right? 8 times 8 is 64. Right? So a tile in 8 bits per pixel mode is 64 bytes, or in 4-bit per pixel mode, it's 32 bytes, right? So the length of these things is 4,000 hex, right? It's 0x 4,000. Divide that by 64, divide that by 32. It's either 256 or 512, right? For 512 tiles total. Right? How are these things indexed then? What are the indices in the screen block? How do these work again? How does the screen block work? Regular background. There's regular and affine backgrounds. We're only caring about regular for now. This makes sense. This makes sense because there are 9 bits. There are 9 bits. Excellent. Every entry. Oh no, is this not correct? Is this true? No, is this really the case? What the fuck? The screen blocks have an entry of screen entries. So it's not just a tile index, it's a full ass screen entry. And they are 16 bits long. And each one contains a tile index in the low bits, and then flags whether or not to flip the thing or not. And then the palette to use. Does this mean you can use a different palette for each? Damn. Oh, I see. Okay, this palette bank is basically the high bit of the color if you're in 4-bit per pixel mode. I see. I understand now. So I also this must also mean that if you're using the 4-bit per pixel tiles, does that mean you can index more tiles, right? Because if your tiles are, or if you're using like, this is interesting, right? Like, hello Spherophoria, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, friends. Welcome aboard. You've caught us actually programming for once. welcome in. How are you doing, Sparrow? How was your stream? Can we shout out Sparrow? Welcome back, Roasted V. Also, hope you're doing well, everybody. My comment yesterday was, oh no, it was good. I laughed. I showed it on here earlier. I was like, damn, they're really raking me over the coals. Sparrow, there's almost nothing you could say that would offend me or upset me. I totally understand. It was a good joke. Welcome in though. I hope you're doing good. We are deep in the weeds once again. We tend to be in the weeds pretty often around here. Once again, digging into some Game Boy Advance activities. We have a good GDB setup now. Where we can actually view memory and registers and stuff and restart the thing without wanting to explode spontaneously. And we're trying to figure out exactly how some things are represented on the screen right now. Because there's some strangeness on this. The green shit in the Asim view. This is actually a GBA emulator. So this is like the screen of a GBA emulator showing my little Mr. Green guy. And we can like change all kinds of colors and like this is the main example I've been showcasing of the thing working. I can change this thing in eLisp. I can say, okay, the only color in the palette is red. I can rerun this eLisp to regenerate the ROM, and I can press a key binding and it automatically restarts the emulator, gets all my windows going, and if I press continue, it's red, right? Kind of huge, kind of fucking huge. It doesn't put the memory dump back in the right location though, but like it kind of basically works. We have something resembling a development environment happening here. It involved a whole lot of very fragile and annoying Emacs hacking though, because half of this shit is like, I kind of can't believe that like the built-in debugger packages are like so broken in like cases that don't feel particularly uncommon, but like I won't speak ill of the dead. Hello Vexing Cat, also welcome in. Good to see you, friend. I should probably say, if you don't know me, I'm LLLL. I program, I talk about programming also. Are graphics done with? Oh no, graphics are a long endeavor. Yeah, there's a Discord in IRC. I have to write your own debugger so you can write your GBA emulator. Yeah. I mean, really, I should write my own debug. That was the original plan, Sphero. But then the GBA emulator I was writing, I was like, damn, we're gonna have so many cool debugging tools. And eventually I just like gave up because it was annoying Haskell bullshit. So we need to get back to that. Write the Game Boy emulator in something sensible and fast that is not lazily evaluated. Write a bomb ass implementation of the GDB protocol or DAP or something for it, and then write our own Emacs, and then write our own Emacs display for the debugger. Write our own thing that interprets like GDB MI or whatever, and talk like we got to do everything. Dap me up, fam. Yeah, on bare hardware. I mean, there's probably room for something like Fourth Max or something, like Emacs with Fourth instead of Lisp. Hello Vexit Cat though. Hope you're doing well. Write your own Emacs for GBA. That seems a little ambitious, maybe. Text editors are hard. That's a hard UI problem. I don't know. We're at the point where we're barely putting things on the screen. So like, I don't know about this one, gamers. Can we make a deal? A devil's deal? A pact with the abyss? I'm open to this. Maybe Save. Welcome. I'm welcome. I don't know why I'm saying welcome again. You're welcome to share. So this is an interesting thing. So naturally, imagine this. We have 9 bits to index into a tile. 3 days a week and I'll be a lifetime supporter. No, 3 days a week, that's okay. We can this is I don't take that lightly. Give me a bit to think on it, Save. Give me a bit to think on it. I know people have very differing opinions about this stuff, right? like, so Spheriphoria, our friend over there who just rated, who you should check out if you don't know. Very cool doing programming.
Thank you so much for the
Thank you for the sub also, friend.
We don't have your name
Sphero,
recorded. This is the
so it's doing the
for Colonq.
it's doing the thing. I'm talking over
your
myself
name.
now.
We're supposed to record
The,
your name now, please. Okay,
I'll do the
we're gonna
thing.
do
Fuck.
that. Your name's gonna get recorded.
Record,
Thank you for the
shadow
sub also,
name.
by the way.
Why is save? Okay, now we have save, so I can do things like say like this. No, not like that. Not like that. Not like that. Like this. Save. Yeah, real. Okay. I know Sphero is a 5 times a week kind of streamer, right? I think Sphero, are you still doing weekdays? Is that the play? Or do you do weekends as well? I don't know actually. The time all sorts of blends, the time all kinds of blends together for me. Like the only distinction of time that I experience is like streaming day or non-streaming day. One day off for 3 to 5 days on. Yeah. I think like, I don't know. I mean, I obviously could like do it, right? I could like just like do this. I think I would have to stream less per day. The yapping would kill my voice probably. I kind of feel like, just speaking in a purely amoral and mercantile Twitch number brain focused way, I'm of the opinion that I think personally, like, maybe this is a freak opinion. I don't know. I've met some people who agree and some people who disagree. I think streaming less days is maybe better. But it depends a lot on what your content is, probably. Like for me, I think a lot of the appeal of the content is like, it's like kind of personality based a little bit. This is maybe revealing the sausage being made a little too much, right? Like for me, a little too much of it is like listening to me talk. Yeah, average viewership or minutes watched. I think the thing is, Pharaoh, that it leads to this hello Brimoy, welcome in also. Thank you for the follow. I think average viewership sort of leads to this in the sense that it's like it's non-linear on Twitch, because streaming more, like having higher average viewership means more people see you, so it kind of goes non-linearly a little bit. The craziest, coolest project you have made on stream, the craziest thing for sure is the prequel to this project, which is I made a game for these Game Boy cartridges and I gave them out to people. That is by far the coolest thing. The amount that makes you most happy, I think so too. Way too dank. It depends on a lot of things. Like for me, like it's kind of nice in that like it's twice a week. It's kind of spaced out and it's a little bit like, it's kind of like an event a little bit. Like it's like we're doing this thing today, right? It's like kind of like a, you know, I don't know. It's that's how it feels for me, at least. Like I get like worked up beforehand. It's like it's like a little event. But I could definitely see also, I've considered it before. Like I've considered like, damn, how should I be doing this? Am I like neutering myself by not doing this every day a week? But like I think I don't know. I would rather, even speaking purely in terms of like the analytics of things, I would rather have it be kind of concentrated a little bit, I think, for now. And also it just like gives me more time to like prepare and think about things. Like I feel like the quality of the stuff that I'm doing, and also the quality of, not even the quality of the programming, I feel like I could program every day, right? And just like, but like the quality of the yapping would decrease, right? Because the yapping, like good yaps on stream is largely driven by like exposure to things, right? Like exposure to external stimulus. And I feel like I would, like if I was streaming more, I'd have less of this, right? Maybe I'm just being crazy about it. Hello, Divorce John Zay. Consistency of quality is important. Yeah, I think this is true. And I think more importantly than any particular schedule, if you're streaming, the most important thing for sure, like if you're listening and you're like, oh man, I should do this. I think the most important thing for sure is consistency, right? Unsolicited opinion, 2 a week is a total sweet spot for me as a viewer. Yeah, I think so, my friend, right? Like I think, like for me, I think about it this way, right? Like when I watch someone, right, I kind of like to watch all their streams. And when it's too many, it gets to be like too much. Like it can make me like it depends though, right? Like I know there's like some VTubers I've watched in the past where like they stream so like I just couldn't keep up with like everything that was happening. Like I think here at least it's kind of like you can at least like have some degree of like I don't know. Hello nausea. But the most important thing by far is just consistency in terms of schedule though. Like same time every week is huge, right? That's like insanely more important than any of this stuff. Hello, Lumi. Also, welcome. Still 14 hours a week. Yeah. It's still a lot, but I think you can kind of get the gist of what we're doing and kind of stay on top of it without like staying like, of course, like most people don't stay the whole time. Probably, I imagine most people are like lurking most of the time, right? There are some people who do lock in and like, you know, they're around for the whole time, but like it's mostly like a thing where like people drop in and out, right? But like you can still kind of have an idea of what is happening, right? And get the cliff notes a little bit, right? It's yeah. I've never watched an entire stream of anyone. Yeah, it's a pretty big time commitment, right? Especially if you're like actively watching. I do tend to watch streams while I work, so I end up like listening to, but it's not like I'm paying attention the whole time. Paying attention the whole time requires something like really crazy, right? Like it has like if there's like an event or something, right? If like someone's like, I don't know, but yeah, it's just a lot of time. But I think streaming in general is best when it's like kind of like, you know, hello V Visualizer Rebirth, Judy Hoops. I don't know about this. What is this? It's kind of best when it's sort of this like mixed active passive thing, right? When it's a thing that's like I like you can kind of have, okay, so here's what I think, right? Streaming can replace like having to make a YouTube playlist, right? Like a lot of the time when I'm working, like I will vid slap, thank you. Yeah, the video is pinned also. Please watch it if you haven't seen it. It's fucking sick. Prod made it. It rocks. I think it's pretty funny, and it's hard to think of yourself as funny, so I think that's a pretty good sign. It's very sick. I think like a lot of time when I work, I want to like listen to people talk about programming, not even talk about anything in particular, but like it's really bad for my sleep schedule. Yeah, please don't push yourself like that. That's brutal. I appreciate any time you can spend with me, Diablo Project, of course, but like don't mess your life up. The maybe we really should do maybe we should do like a different time for one of the days. I don't know. I know Eudaimoniac, who's normally a regular, got a new job that makes it so they can't make it at all, or like they have a new sleep schedule that makes it so they can't do it at all. Wants an open layout office. Yeah, I don't know. I like that, right? I like having people talk about like vaguely inspiring things in the background. Not even like inspiring like the motivational speaking thing, but like I can like if I can listen to someone like yap about like OpenGL while I'm doing my web dev thing, like that's good, right? You just kind of like pick up threads. It gets your brain in the right mood, I find. I like it more than music. And like if you're watching YouTube videos, it's kind of a pain in the ass, right? You have to like, I have to go pick a new GDC talk. I have to go pick a new Jonathan Blow video to listen to. Oh my god, this sucks, right? It's annoying because you're constantly interrupting yourself or getting auto-played into something you don't want to listen. Whereas with streaming, like you can listen to somebody, like you can listen to Sphero or you can listen to Soding or listen to me, like talk about things that are maybe some mix of like programming things and other things, right? And like there are words that are like vaguely related to like the idea of programming coming out in your ears, and like you don't have to switch the video a bunch, right? It's going to be basically a consistent tone. Different time zone, auto sleep, farewell. Good night, V Visualizer. Also, thank you for stopping by. And Brymoy, also, hello. And hey, it's Mew. Welcome in. I appreciate that. So this is the level of like engagement that I think is ideal for streaming. It's like most of the time it serves as like kind of a background noise podcast, but it's also one where like you can talk to the person doing the podcast, right? Which is kind of cool and unique, right? I could put on fucking episodes of, you know, whatever programming podcast. I don't even know if that exists. I could put on D&D actual plays or something, right? But I can't actually talk to the person. Whereas here, if I say something that piques your interest, like we can actually have a conversation about that, and that's like kind of sick, right? That is kind of cool. I like that element of it. That's like how I engage with the stream stuff typically, and that's like what I expect, right? Like that's why I don't like play music and stuff also, because like, or like I don't have the mid-roll ads because I don't want to like interrupt that like state of like a lot of people are probably working right now or like doing something on their own right now or playing a game or some other thing right now, and I don't want them to get like a sudden shock of like, oh, here's the new Billie Eilish song over the Honda Accord ad or something, right? Like this is like, yeah, that's the idea. easily distractible, so I cannot do anything with almost anything on screen besides the thing I'm doing. So I need to focus. I see. I mean, of course, it's up to the person. And I know there are people who watch more actively, and I do appreciate it because those are the people who tend to keep me sane via chatting, right? Your endless stream of yap eliminates the usual need for background music. Yeah, lock in and watch Colonq. Yeah, I don't know. There are some bangers, I'm not gonna lie, right? I have no shame over my own stuff, right? I used to think like, oh man, this stuff I gotta improve. Like, I'm like pretty happy with the general, like there's more stuff I would like to do, of course, but I'm like pretty pleased with like the general way that the streams go, other than like kind of doing more exciting things and learning more. But like the general like structure is like pretty good in my eyes. I'm pleased with it. Okay, we gotta, here's the rub. If we look back at the Tonk, so these sprites, yeah, Chromo Sundrift is like, damn, we gotta lock in here. You get a 9-bit index, right? So every in a background, right? Every tile, the background is a big array of tiles. The best streamer I know. I thank you. I appreciate this. This is very kind. I don't know about this. I don't think I'm the best streamer that I know, but I am trying my very best, and I want to continue improving. We are at the very beginning. Yeah, GBA today, Lumi. Yes, we're trying to get sprites moving around. I also improve the debugging stuff a lot. Yeah, I'm like I think it's easy to forget on here, right? That like we are all very small streamers, and like in terms of the internet content thing, like we are this is the beginning, right? This is tiny business, right? We're like everyone is trying their best to like make it a thing, kind of, right? In terms of I don't know where I'm going with this, but your support is appreciated, and you are supporting in the critical early period, perhaps is the way to word it. So every we have tiles, right? Tiles contain a bunch of indices into pixels, right? Those indices are either 4 bits or 8 bits, right? And the tiles are 8 by 8 pixels themselves. The background is a bunch of 8 by 8. So it's the code you wrote today, BTW. I mean, the code we wrote today was largely that little lecture about lists. We're still please hold. The background is an array of screen entries. Screen entries are indices. Thank you for the boost, mod Colonq. Are indices. They're 3 things. They're a 16-bit value, and they contain a 9-bit index of a given tile. They contain whether the thing is flipped vertically or horizontally, and they contain the palette bank to use when we're in 16 color mode. So when these things are 4 bits per pixel, right? This basically gives us these bits. These 4 bits are the high 4 bits, right? So they let us control, like, if we have 4-bit per pixel colors, we can have multiple palette kind of options of the same like pattern on the screen at the same time, right? So if you draw a house and you have one, if you draw a little house and 16 colors of the palette are orange house color are like orangish, and 16 colors of the palette are greenish, right? You can set this on a given occurrence of the house in the background to make it orangish or greenish, right? This is the way. Questions given this. If sprites, the things that contain tiles, are 4,000 kilobytes long, right? 4,000 hex kilobytes long, excuse me. They're 16K. They're 16,000 kilobytes. They're 4,000 hex bytes. The question is, if we go here, right? This is 256 8-bit per pixel tiles, or 512 32 like 4-bit per pixel tiles, which means that this 9-bit index is enough to index one of these regions. One of these, they call them char blocks, I think. We can fully index one char block full of 4-bit per pixel tiles because they're narrower, right? But we could fully index 2 char blocks worth of 8-bit per pixel tiles. They're bigger, right? So you can index 512, and since they're bigger, it takes more space, right? A cloud could be a bush. Oh, I mean 4-bit, sorry. Yes, a cloud could be a bush. The Mario thing, right? You can just change the palette. The thing that makes this confusing, right, is that 2 to the 4 equals 16. Yes. I'm probably saying the wrong thing out loud sometimes, but you know what I mean, right? The thing is, this is all in one big region of memory, right? There's a big 64 kilobytes of VRAM, right? That's divided into, you can either index this as 4 char blocks, which are the things that store the tiles themselves, or you can index it as 32 screen blocks, which are the things that store the 16-bit tile indices, right? And each screen block, right? Each screen block, can we find the size of screen block? Where were we looking before? Each screen block is 2048 bytes long. Why are they 2048 bytes long? What is the deal with that? What's the fucking deal? If we go here, if we say 2048 divided by 2, that's 1024, right? This is 1024 screen block entries, right? Which means the interesting thing about the screen blocks is I think they can be different dimensions also, which is especially exciting. Can we find out what the dimensions are about for the screen blocks? Oh, here we go. Oh my god. They can be some number of different, like they can be up to 64 by 64, right? 64, what is 64 squared, right? 64 times 64. This is 4096. This is sort of exciting. Does this mean you need multiple screen? Oh, you do need multiple screen. Holy fuck. Why are we even caring about this screen block? Oh, because it's the base index. This is so fucked. It's so fucked, right? So you can read multiple screen blocks just to have one background, right? Because you can potentially have a 512 by 512 background, which you might want because you're going to scroll the screen around it, right? And this takes 4 screen blocks. This takes up 4 different screen blocks. But you have to specify which screen block is the first one, because each screen block can only store 1024 tiles, right? And this needs 4096 tiles. Okay. I think we're good. And 32 squared, the base case of a 256 by 256 background, this is 1024, right? So in the simplest case, the simple background, which is the same size as like on the original Game Boy, right? This 256 by 256 pixel background, because the screen, if you recall, is 240 by 160. So this is big enough that you can cover the entire screen with some space around it if you want to do a little bit of scrolling or screen shake or something. The base case is 1 screen block. That's why it's called that, right? So basically you tell it where to index starting in screen sizes, kind of sizes of like a 1 screen background. And this could potentially read multiples of those, up to 4, right? So this case would be two screens, 4 screens. Understandable. Hello, Straw Hat Sasha. The Doge stares into the soul. I see. Okay. Next up, where another question we might ask, looking at this screen entry thing, is what is this tile index relative to, right? Because this has to be relative to some char block. If you recall, a char block is blah, 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 blah. Where is it? I need to just like copy these charts out somewhere. I probably should just put them in an org file. That seems relevant to consider. A char block is one of these 4 things that live in DRAM, right? So presumably this lets us represent a char block as 2 bits, right? We can say hello Pharaoh block, also welcome. We, instead of having to write a big address, right? This is 2 bits. There must be a cheat sheet somewhere. I should probably look around and see if there's a convenient thing. I should just grab all these tables, honestly. So this is what this is, right? Is if we presumably we put the char block into some register somewhere, and that tells the renderer what the address actually means, right? Because remember, we have a 9-bit tile index. The tiles are stored in these char blocks. Each char block can store either 512 or 256 tiles based on the tile width, based on the tile pixel width, right? So presumably we need to, there's some register that we set somewhere that controls both what that tile width is, whether it's 4 or 8 bits per pixel, and also what the base char block is, such that that number 0 is an offset in tiles from this address or this address or this address. Hello, Abby the Lesbiab. Also, welcome in. Hello. I made a server client application, but only the client. Nothing really works. I see. Sometimes it can be nice to write a little test server or test client, so you can test that like one part is working in isolation. Node.js is ironically very, I guess not ironically, this is literally what it's made for. Node.js is very useful for this, right? Node.js is one of the easier ways to just like spin up a little TCP server or something. Let me shout out Abby also. Hope you're doing well, Abby. We are as you might be able to see, deep in the realm of the Game Boy Advance. Let's just grab these tables, please. Can I get a, if I open source upside down cake GBA, like let's say docs.gba.org. Thank you for the follow, middle name anxiety. Also, okay, let's get this table in here a little bit. We're gonna go major org mode table style. I'm also gonna write it in a way that is not like this. I'm not gonna have the nibble separation, or not. It's not have the 16-bit separation. Excuse me. Hello, DJ Kawaii Fieri also, and welcome in. Finn is fine. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Welcome. Can we shout out Finn? Finn is fine also. Hello, jaded underscore JD, and Finn is fine. The brain slug stream. Is this true? How are you doing? Finn is fine. What were you up to today? I have to wait 59 more seconds. Excuse me. We are in the world of the Game Boy Advance yet again. And we are attempting to do our fell business as we tend to. Let's put this here. Let's put this here. Let's put C here. This is how we do this. This is how we do this. You pro clips, I am very pro clips, Diablo Project. I am pro clips regardless of what you want to do with them. You can upload clips on your own channel. You can you can make clips of me and put them on TikTok and make $1 million. I do not care. You are free to do anything you wish with my clips. Within the bounds of politeness, I guess. Don't use them to be mean to me or something. But this is your decision, right? This is a decision to be, this is already regulated by etiquette. Like you can do whatever you want with them. Can we shout out Finn? Does it work now? Covered in brain slugs and doing Unreal Material setups. Oh, very nice, very nice. Char block. We're just gonna have to get used to this char block terminology, I think. And we'll deal with it. Screen block. I don't know if we can actually easily divide this up into a let's just say 0.7 8 .15 16 .23 24 .31. Excellent. Wonderful. Does the colon in your name read the same way as kernel? L kernel Q. That's pretty good. We should add that. We have a thing called pronunciation.el that produces various pronunciations of the different words. I think let's say kernel as another one for that. That's pretty good. Fins, where did you take us? It's like that movie Lawnmower Man. Hello, Turning Cog. It kind of is like Lawnmower Man a little bit. Isn't that the one where Lawnmower Man is the source of that one meme image, right? Hello, RCRNSTN. Move right and exit. Okay, that's pretty good also. We can add that to the full list of them. These are what the pronunciation command samples from. There are some that are like combinations of syllables, but some that are, let's say, move right and exit. That's quite good. We'll add that as like a full one. So there's a normally it just like combines syllable pronunciations, but there's a random chance that we'll just pick one that's like a complete thing. If I will commit and make you into $1 end up in your pocket, YouTube will not pay. Yes, I just mean like you're free to do anything. I like clips. Clips are nice. I think every streamer likes clips basically, but I wouldn't speak for them. Bye. Goodbye. Low effort ZZZ also. It's or are you just saying bye bye to Joel? I thought it was pronounced Le Colonq. The canon pronunciation of the character is LLLL Colonq, right? Like almost, I don't know. It's kind of funny, right? It's like a French kind of thing, maybe even. But like no one cares about this. It's L:Q. Everyone says this. A lot of people call me Le Colonq for some reason. I don't. That's the weirdest one to me. I think people say Le Colonq because that's what Hina Bobina says, and a lot of people found me via Hina Bobina. So Le Colonq will probably persist forever. Yes, Le Colonq. The Listexics do this. It happens. Yeah, yes. I just say clonk. Clonk is definitely the most common. Call sleeping, like conking out. Yeah. The magic conch. Okay, we have this thing. Can we say some definitions? Char block. Char block contains the actual tile pixel data. Char blocks contain the actual tile pixel data. Pixels, tiles are 8 by 8 and either 4 bits per pixel or 8 bits per pixel. So they are either 32 or 64 bytes long, and you can fit either 512 or 256 tiles to a char block. These are just things that we want to know repeatedly, and I don't want to keep scrolling through these fucking documents to find them. Let's just record things that like we definitely need to know. The pharaoh, I don't think it's not intentionally so, but I guess it could be. I guess I don't know why we called it the Pharaoh's Curse. I guess there's an association with like sand in ancient Egypt, like the desert kind of theme, right? There's sort of, it kind of has this vibe, and it's kind of a collapsing, falling sand game kind of deal. Maybe this is it. Screen block. Screen blocks are background tile maps. This is the thing. A given background, let's keep writing here. They are composed of 16-bit screen entries. Screen entries look like the following. And so, therefore, what do we want to say here? What is a given screen block? It's 2048 bytes. A char block. What is a char block? Well, a char block is 8 screen blocks, right? So this is 2048 times 8, right? 2048 times 8. This is 16384. Which makes sense because there's 4 of these, right? Blanquino would be extra cursed. I see. Oh, we're going Brazilian pronunciations, Portuguese style. This seems like Portuguese to me. The tilde over the a makes it. Is this a Portuguese thing? Is this the way? Screen entries look like the following. Bits 0 through 9 are an index, are a tile index. Can we find the screen entry description here and get it good? Let's get it good here. I think we should get it good. Bit A is I'm just indexing these in decimal. If I'm gonna shift, I'm gonna use a decimal shift probably. Bit 10 is a flag to horizontally flip the tile. Bit 11 is a flag to vertically flip the tile. Bits 12 through 15. Did the chat crash also? I think the chat did crash. Okay, let's restart the chat, please. I see Lua code. I impulsively think of Brazil now. Yeah, I mean, you should. Would be big Colonq. This is good. This is a good way. Bits 12 through 15 are a 4-bit palette bank to use in 4 bits per pixel mode. Ignored otherwise. Basically, it's the high 4 bits. I think it's the high 4 bits. If it's the low 4 bits, that's fucked up. It's definitely the high 4 bits. Okay, this makes some degree of sense, maybe. So, remaining questions. We should probably document how. Let's see here. Twitch support changed your email for me. Oh, very nice, very nice. Clonquito, yeah. Note that backgrounds can be bigger than one screen block. The largest backgrounds are 512 by 512, meaning they must be spread over 4. Let's say also 1024 screen entries. I'm just trying to make the information as easily accessible as possible. 512 or 256 tiles. Okay. Enjoy tacos. Also, Yellow Creation. I hope your nap was also fine. The must be spread over 4. Because 512 by 512 again, 512 by 512 pixels means 64 by 64. Like 512 by let's say in tiles, right? That's easier to think about. 64 by 64 tiles. It has to be spread over 4 screen blocks. Okay. How are these things actually controlled? The lingering questions are what are the layouts of the registers that we use to control which screen blocks are being drawn, and can we actually index into multiple 256 8-bit per pixel char blocks? Like can we index into 2 char blocks with these 9 bits? Okay. Let us continue. Let us continue. Computer, let us continue. What is the... Let's look for the register layouts here. And then we need to think about sprites later. And OAM and these things, right? Here's the backgrounds, right? Okay. Need to pour more water here. I'm like, why am I parched? It's because you're not drinking. It's because you're not drinking. Also, just the thing, if you like this, go here. If you like this, go here, because I realized I don't do it often. Backgrounds. Backgrounds are controlled by 3 registers. Right? Here are the 3 registers. Can we put the picture together here? It's funny that these are 4 times x and this is 2 times x, even though they're all the same length. Is there space in between them? What is the deal with this? What is the deal? What am I missing here? Why? Well, let's just do it manually. I also don't know how many backgrounds you can even have in total. This is something to consider, right? I would like to just write down all the addresses because I don't want to manually look this up all the time. I can't imagine situations where we're commonly iterating over the backgrounds, right? I'm just gonna have hard-coded addresses for these, right? So let's say reg like is there a way to tell when a chatter is a clone? The easiest way to tell, way too dank, is if they don't have the space at the front of their name. Real chatters have a space at the front of their name due to a bug or an oversight. Fake chatters do not have the space. Alternatively, if they have they'll typically have a, like you see, this is fake Yellowberry. There's no space. This can sometimes be confusing if they have a badge, right? So for example, someone who's subbed, like Agpen and Lumi, they have the badge, but the clones also will not have the badge, like the sub badge. This is the no badge, no space, just a raw. It's kind of hard to tell though. Also, I don't think they do get biblicality colors also. How do the clones work? The way they work is it's basically ChatGPT API, but they get fed a bunch of information from the users. They get fed a bunch of past messages and the context of past messages in the prompt, right? So I go through the chat history. I just like once when we make the clone, and I determine the previous message. I look for a bunch of messages from that chatter and also the previous message. That's our approximation of context, which is not very good. And we submit that as like previous kind of like, you know, like as the kind of the history. Do you use embeddings? No. It's kind of the dumbest way possible. And then I submit some description of their personality, like saying like, okay, this person behaves this way. They're talking in Twitch chat. They usually talk in lowercase or uppercase or however they talk, right? Alongside the recent chat history, like the last like 10 or 5 messages or something, and also the last 30 seconds of my voice transcription. And they respond to that. And then when they respond is kind of weighted by things like when they last responded and also like whether their name has been mentioned in recent chat history also. It's kind of dumb altogether, but like it like, you know, there's better ways to do this, but it produces like a sensible result that is occasionally funny, which is like, I guess the most you can hope for. There are many backgrounds depending on the video mode, right? What are the modes? What are the modes? Do we know? Do we know how many backgrounds there are? There's reg disprint. There's reg disprint backgrounds. Can we see the backgrounds thing? Here's okay, there are 4 backgrounds. There's BG0, BG1, BG2, BG3. This is how you enable backgrounds. There are 4 backgrounds: BG0, BG1, BG2, and BG3. Each background is controlled by 3 registers. Yeah, it's just kind of like we originally made it. Okay, the idea behind the clones. It was originally like a kind of a crazier system of fake chatters. Where one stream, like more than a year ago at this point, we came up with a bunch of archetypes of fake chatters. Like one guy who only posts Forsen emotes, someone who posts Forsen who posts default Twitch emotes, a guy who's normally really nice but is randomly super hostile, a VIP/cosmetic mod who constantly backseats. Like Valorant e-daters who only talk about each other, right? Like we came up with a bunch of like archetypes of chatters, and then we like made simulations for them, and we later repurposed that for like the only one of those that's still on is Forsen. We repurposed it for like the fake chatter thing. We had a variety of like weird systems for a while. We had a chatter fusion thing at one point where like you could the Ryan Gosling guy is an actual person. This guy is fine. That's like an actual person who came here and just like only used Ryan Gosling quotes in their chat history for like months. Hello Rick _Zun. And some of the clones are special. Like there's a user named 8-eyed 6-wing Seraph who only who didn't say anything until they made the clone. Like they saved up the 50,000 channel points without ever saying a word. There's another person named Nefrayu who only said hello in chat and then made the clone. So some of those have like funny things that they do. But like, yeah, hello Rick _Zun. Real? Okay. Like, let's go back here to the backgrounds. Let's make a table of the addresses. I'm just gonna write down what all of them are. Reg BG0 CNT. by three 16-bit registers. And then this guy is at 0x400000008, right? Saving for Mandarin. Yeah, I think many are saying this. This is Hoff's VOFs. This is, I assume, horizontal and vertical offset for scrolling purposes, right? So if you have a background, the background is bigger than the screen, you can scroll the screen smoothly over the background in increments that are not just tiles. This is how like scrolling works in Mario, right? It's pretty, yeah. It's how smooth scrolling works, right? It's hardware for that. I think this kind of stuff, this scrolling stuff, was a big thing in the early days of consoles, right? Especially this kind of thing on the I think it works similarly on the NES, right? I think it was like a thing. I remember in Masters of Doom, which is a great book, by the way. I would strongly recommend. There's this book, Masters of Doom, which kind of chronicles the early days of id Software and the creation of like Doom and Quake and Wolfenstein and all that stuff. And they in the early days of id Software, they made Commander Keen, all for my own clone queue. Hell yeah! I mean, I look forward to it. We have quite a roster of them now. There's more than 30. We need to do more things with them. We need to have like clone battles and like clone stats and stuff. You can gear out your clone. Oh damn. Yeah. They pretty much work with tiles and sprites dedicated hardware. I think I remember reading in Masters of Doom, one of like the things that was like a big challenge for Commander Keen was getting smooth scrolling on PC. And that John Carmack had to do like a bunch of crazy hacks to make it work, because otherwise, like, that was like a big thing that the consoles had that personal computers didn't have, right? That you could on the NES, you could play Mario and it smooths like the backgrounds, the level like scrolled in smoothly, right? That was like because they had dedicated hardware for it, which is why that's why it is this way, right? Because the GBA and the Game Boy, they have a dedicated chip that like handles this format, right? I feel like I'm not even close. I mean, it will take. I don't know how much a million points takes on the 1.x on the 1.2x rate. It's like maybe like I think I looked it up before. I think it's like 5 years or something. Discovered a way to manipulate VGA to get smooth scrolling that, as I recall, was somewhat undocumented. Yeah. The OG GPU or Blitter. Yeah. So that's why this stuff is so weird, right? If you're wondering like why we can't just put pixels on the screen, we can. There are graphics modes that let us just write pixels to the screen as a bitmap. The problem is like this is faster. This is basically the OpenGL of the GBA, right? This is we are utilizing hardware acceleration by doing it this way. That is our purpose here. Need to feed one person using prediction betting. Yeah, that's probably the way it would happen. We need to have LG. LG is a moderator around here exclusively because they wanted to create gambles. That we need to when the LG meta takes off and someone is brave enough to bet like a few 100,000 points, that's when we'll see true point consolidation. When you do the math in terms of the performance of the hardware of the time, you simply couldn't. Yeah, you just wouldn't. The CPU just isn't fast enough to write all of the pixels to the bitmap in a frame, right? I think on the GBA it actually is. It moves specific RAM by skipping the system bus. Yeah, I mean, like I assume that the VRAM, right, is something totally different, right? Like the VRAM probably is something like the bus probably connects the CPU to the VRAM, right? And the VRAM is kind of like, you know, I don't know how that all works, but like it's probably, I imagine the VRAM is part of that, like the screen system, right? I think. Like it's not just like standard RAM. What is there was something interesting here. There are people using the GBA frame buffer modes for crazy shit. Like GBA Lara Croft. There are full ass 3D engines on the GBA now. Like people are porting like full 3D, right? The first wrote that for 3DO. Damn, yeah, we've talked about this, right? GBA, is it raycasting? There's one person who has like a crazy like there are people doing stuff like the GBA is actually fast enough to populate the frame buffer every frame, I think. Gotta go. Thanks for keeping me company while working. Bye. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hi, San. Hello. The Lara Croft demonstrating full ass 3D engine. Yeah. Like there are. Yeah. So the GBA is not quite in that case, but like, and of course the GBA also had the GBA video. You could get your episode of. There was a thing called the Game Boy Advance Video Collection where I think they partnered with Nickelodeon, and there were various Nickelodeon cartoons. I think they were half episodes, right? Like you could get like half an episode of SpongeBob on a GBA cart, right? And the quality is extremely low, right? The quality is very poor. And of course because the screen is so low resolution, right? But you can do it. And there's actually I think there's a band I saw that was releasing their music like a music video thing where they were shipping GBA cartridges that had custom video and like the song loaded on, right? Which is an extremely cool format. He likes porting things to retro consoles. He's messing with MK3 right now. If interested, can join the 3DO Discord. Okay, I will keep this in mind. This is very interesting stuff. So yeah, that's the thing. But we're doing it this way. I can imagine a world where we want some hybrid. I think there are. I think the bitmap. I think the way the GBA works is there are various video modes you can set. Like you've probably heard of like mode 7 or what, like these kind of things. I think that's a SNES one. But there are different modes you can set that control how this video hardware works. And only in certain modes can you write to bitmap, right? Like and they have different constraints, right? Like if you want 16 bits per pixel and also like double buffering to avoid flickering, your resolution is lower, right? Instead of rendering at the full screen resolution of 240 by 160, you can only render 160 by 128, right? So there's like trade-offs to be made in these modes. So yeah, but right now we're considering not the bitmap modes. We're considering the regular old Game Boy style tiling modes, where you have sprites and you have tiles. I think there are some hybrids maybe where you can do like some kind of bitmap plus. I don't know. We haven't investigated the modes very well yet. Can we write the meaning of this thing? Control, horizontal offsets, vertical offsets. Can we put, maybe we can put this table in a bit of a nicer format here, maybe. No, it's probably fine. It's probably okay. So what are the addresses for these things? This is 10x. This is why. This is why, perhaps. I'm reading this wrong. It's a bit of a trap. It's a bit of a trick. I'll explain it. I'm gonna go get some more water, computer. I'll be back in a minute, and we will analyze what the trick is. This is can you see it? Okay, I'll be back soon. Sorry, I need to. Oh, you're here? Do you want to say hello? Okay, Mod Clunk's gonna say hello, I guess. She's gonna break the microphone and do all kinds of stuff. No, I'm kidding. She's good. I do this all the time. You're usually not here. I thought you were upstairs. What are you thinking about, friend? What are you thinking about? MC in the house? Yeah. Okay. Can you explain this? Just scroll to the top of this page.
Okay. Hello. Hi. How is everybody? Hello. Hi. I see Joel's. I see Hex Digital emotes. I see Prod. Oh my gosh, if you haven't checked out the video that is in the pinned comment, the Prod video is absurdly good. Prod, thank you for making me a little tiny guy sometimes in the video. It made me really happy. You even gave me a Mod Clunq minute in the video and it made me very excited. I'm so happy. So thank you. Hello. Oh my gosh. Speaking of the video, his desk is wet again. Just like in the video. I don't know what he did. Hello. Hi. Hi, Tomater. Hello, everybody. Do you think it was sweat? No. Just like in the video. I think it's just Oh my gosh, this page is so long. It's just water, I think, on his desk. Okay, wait, okay. Two crazy things that has happened since the last stream. Okay. I handed Colonq a banana and I was like, can you open this for me? Because I was being whiny, right? As you do. So I handed him the banana. I'm like, can you open this, please? He just tears it open. Like, not at the top or the bottom, in the middle of the banana. Just like puts his thumb in the middle of it and just like rips it open. But just left a giant like drew his thumb across it, so took a bunch of the banana out on the way, and I was like, what is that? and he was like, this is just how I do it, and I was like, what? That's crazy. It's crazy. I don't understand what is going on. What else happened? Oh, Prod, if you're still here, I think that's just the Prod bot so far, but Prod, I showed even my mother the mod minute part of the YouTube video and she thought it was funny, so good editing. Yeah, even my mom, who knows like nothing about the internet, was like laughing like really hard, so yeah. Hello, how is everybody? I'm glad that that part about the wetness did have you cackling. Colonq tested, mom approved. Yeah, literally. Getting a water drinking instrument with fewer holes in it. I mean, Hubert 3. Yeah, literally. I was like, and he was typing at my computer at the same time, and I was like, could you please not get banana like all over my keyboard? So my mom mostly knows, like, understands. She's more in tune than the average bear, but yeah, Retro Maximus Plays, that's how I open it. I just press the bottom like against a table or something and it opens right up, and it's great. No, like my mom has a Oculus and is playing Beat Saber all the time. She was really obsessed with Animal Crossing when it came out. And hi. It just has one, the glasses that we're using just have one, they're just a glass. I don't crack it at the stem, not the top stem, at the bottom stem. Yeah, no, she is cool. She's like, she's so cool. My mom.
My mom's cool.
I was talking about how she saw the mod minute of the video and it made her laugh really hard.
Yeah.
So
your parents know I do this. My parents don't know I do this.
Yeah. Your parents are really into live stars. That's sick.
Are you drilling my banana technique?
Yes. Yes. I told you I was going to talk about it on the stream, and I'm doing it.
Wetness?
Also, your desk is wet again.
I know. Sometimes you gotta talk to us.
Oh! No!
I drool all over my desk. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, we are talking about the wet. Brother, ew. Yeah, why is it? I put my hands down and it's just covered in water.
I've been pouring water for hours. I've been pouring water. I have a jug of water here. Like, I don't know.
Good one, streamer.
The pour is a little bit messy. I don't make the rules. Hello, Retro Maximus Plays.
He doesn't have any keys, Colin. He doesn't drive. I've already got the keys.
All right. We gotta figure out what the deal is with these regular piled backgrounds. We haven't even gotten to
this stream is basically talk to us.
This stream is gonna be 10 hours long of talk to us at this rate. It's gonna be.
Oh, the stream key. That's fair. That's good. Okay. All right. I forgot there was another something I wanted to talk to you about. Oh, why are your hands wet?
Did I just wash them?
Okay. That's okay. That one's allowed.
I keep it moist, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. How water cooled computers supposed to work? Yeah. Yeah.
I can go kill more stuff in the video game.
You have a problem with violent language, Mogfunk. We have to.
I'm sorry.
What do they say?
We do love washed hands. It's very true.
Yeah, we love washing our hands.
I'm a bit of a obsessive.
Okay, hello, swarm of weasels. Also, welcome in. I hope your weasels are treating you well. I hope your fellow. Okay,
I got baited by the prod bot.
The prod bot? You thought it was real? You wanted to talk to prod?
I really wanted to talk to prod and tell them how much I liked the video.
Well, you'll just have to go to the prod stream.
I will.
On the next prod stream on Thursday.
Yay!
Okay, enjoy. Okay, we fell victim to a devious trick. Computer. As we were getting ready, I was like, okay, why are they different? It's 2 2 2. It's 2 plus 2 plus 2. Wrong. Incorrect. Violet language, purple prose. Yeah, perhaps she's using 14 adjectives. The 10 is not 2 higher. 10 is 16 higher. It's much higher. So I'm still a little confused as to the layout of these things exactly. I guess I don't get why it's spaced. I guess all of the you know what this means is all of the control registers are right here, right? They're all right in a row, right? Because they're all +2, and then these guys are a little bit they're spaced. They're one after the other. I see. Okay, let's write them all in order. This seems like great fun. Okay, this is A now, and this is BG1, right? This is BG2, this is C, and then this is BG3, and this is E. Okay, this is how it goes. They're arranged like so. I've achieved Lisp in U of them. I can rest. So is this fennel? Are you going fennel style? Right, wave up the voice. It's not even that wet. Like, it's just like, it's minorly wet. It's mostly the precipitation probably from because I have my drinking schema here is I have a cup. I have a cup as a decimal. Yeah, I interpreted this as I didn't realize all the space for these was right there. And these guys, I think they just alternate, right? I think these guys, they're just alternation. Ah, yes. Okay, this makes total sense. And it makes sense for them to alternate because these two are like grouped. What's the coaster vibes? I don't have a coaster. But my desk doesn't really accumulate rings or anything because it's just a butcher block. Like my desk is hello F Collector also, and also Hexadigital is here too. You never make that mistake. I see. And Basie, welcome in, and Sarufim also. Hello. Can we shout out everyone on Earth? Hexadigital also among them, and Basie and Brighter Malfun and everyone on Earth is a sponge. Like the desk is just so it's just a big butcher block on some metal legs. My dad made it for me like a long time ago, and I've been using it since I started college basically. Are we alting? I was AFK for 2 hours. We're kind of alting, I would say, Paxonian. It's kind of an alty moment. We're using we're using Ravage. We're unleashing Ravage, Tidehunter style or something like this. 16. Does this make sense? I think this makes sense a little bit. Like if I say this is 18, this is 1A for BG2, and then for BG3, this is 1C and 1E. Okay, that makes sense. I kind of buy that. And does that match up with our expectations? If I press this, if I type in 0x4 04000012 plus 4 times 3. Oh, this is the wrong guy. That's the wrong trousers. Pardon my French. If we go over here again, this is 1E. Wow, it's the right guy. A bulk shoutout command. We actually have that. Sky is fine. This has been suggested so many times that I actually did write a queue that will do that for me. The thing is, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like they don't feel artisanal. I don't know. I don't want to like. The thing is, I don't want to like. It doesn't mean anything if I'm just phoning it in, right? I really do like these people. They are my friends. This is not out of obligation. I wouldn't do it if it was like, I don't know. It's just a waste of everyone's time if it's just out of obligation. Like they are people. Like Hexadigital is like. When the inevitable, oh, we should record that before I forget. Do you know how Twitch does like the thing that's like the most the people that you watch the most at the end of the year? There's like Twitch recap. We gotta add green recap. Twitch recap customs for green circle. Twitch unwrapped, yeah, that thing. We got to do our own thing so you can have like a cool little badge, and it has like stats like Joel's posted in the various channels, and like the Colonq spotting thing, various like things that we've built, like not just for me but for like the extended team. Like team is a silly, you know, the people, the Dojin circle, right? The Dojin circle known only as green on the web, right? You know the one, you know those guys. The capturing Joel, I would contact Venerock is the one who does the Joel capture. Venerock has a robot that tracks Joel on various places and maintains leaderboards and things like this. The tinged green tinge, yes, the green tinged days of our youth, Basie. Okay, here's the registers. So I don't know what these actually are. Can we see what do the horizontal and vertical offsets actually have some kind of format? I assume it's just a number. I assume it's just a 16-bit number. Oh, there are a number of interesting points. They are modulo map size. They are write only. What the values actually do. They give the coordinates on the screen. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit further. The reg underscore bgxcnt register is laid out as follows. Each shoutout was lovingly loaded by hand. I guess that counts too. We've gone either. We could go either way on that one. I think Swarm of Weasels, right? That could go either way. Okay, what do we have here? Bits 0 to 1 are a priority value that determines the order of the backgrounds. This is kind of fucked up. Like you can imagine a case where you like, I can imagine designing this and being like, oh, they're just in a fixed order. We have 4 backgrounds. Background 0 is always the lowest or the highest or something. I assume this is for effect purposes, right? So you can like flicker them or something, or easily like toggle which one is on top. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Also, I've been thinking about something recently. I'm realizing how much this rendering setup probably influenced a lot of games I played, right? Like, do you remember a Mega Man Battle Network computer? I played one of these when I was young. Yeah, very useful. Man, Battle Network 4, long play. Hello tilted underscore over. Also, these games were kind of cool, but notably, I think of something. Can we go to walkthrough? Can we see when they're inside of the computer? Can they go in the computer, please, and not be in a battle? Can we go into a computer and not be in the battle? Can we go into the computer and not be in the battle? They go in. He goes into the computer, and then when he's in the computer, the way the computer works is there's like the map, which is like an isometric view kind of map, and then there's like this scrolling background that goes underneath it. And I was always like, that's kind of weird. It's kind of, I guess it's kind of like supposed to be computerish, but there's like a scrolling background that's different for each map that just always goes. And like I understand why that is now. Like, can we find a different one too? Is there one in here? This looks like a guy. Like you see there's just like these random, and I understand now what it is. It's like they just had like some unused background layer, and they're just like, okay, we'll just make that one scroll behind like another layer that is the actual map. Like it's kind of funny to think about, right? Like it's just one of these, it's when I was doing that as a kid, right? It's just one of these registers changing. Most viewed streamer last year was Filian Sag. I see. I think for me, like my most viewed by far last year was Hinabobina, but I think this year it's probably I probably watch people from this zone more. Question mark. I think I haven't had much time to just like watch. I guess I still lurk all those streams I used to lurk. In terms of like actively watching things though, the things I watch like most actively these days are like the people here. I've been watching a lot of the Batat video games recently because I don't know, I just have been enjoying just video gaming stuff, right? Like it's I haven't had the brain power to focus on the insane yaps as much. The animated sliding background layers are peak cyberspace design. Yeah, I think so. I don't know overall. You're probably older than me. How old are you? I am 27 years old, so it is, you either know or you don't know based on that immediately. This is okay, character base block. This is bits 2 through 3 are an integer that determines the base char block for indexing, for tile indexing. And the term base here makes me think you can index multiple char blocks if you have the tiles. Why are those words colored? Which words? Oh, these here on here. They're just using them to associate the color, I think, so you can easily like go back and forth between these guys. Maybe it makes it easier to read. Maybe I don't know. Let's see also. Hello, Ricardo, though. We shout out Ricardo. Ricardo Shrikey. This guy. Next up. Bits 4 and 5 are unused. Remember. Okay. Bit 6 is the mosaic flag. Bit 7 is the color mode. 4 bits per pixel if 0, 8 bits per pixel. Why am I writing these long style? It just makes it harder to read. We know what it means. 8 BPP if 1, right? So this determines the size of the tiles. Okay. Bits 8 through C. 8th. Why am I saying C here? This is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Get out of my yard, JK. I see. Is the screen is an integer that determines the base screen block for map index for the background, right? So we have two. You set both things here, right? Remember, we have char blocks in VRAM and we have screen blocks in VRAM. Char blocks contain the tile data itself. Screen blocks contain indices into char blocks, right? Into the base char block, right? So this is how it goes, right? You set both of that here. You set the base char block and the base screen block. Okay. Bit 13 is the affine wrapping flag. We don't know what this means. We're gonna figure it out. 1986. I see. Welcome and thank you for the streak tilted over. Also, it's not bad to be old. I wouldn't worry about this too much. I think it's good actually. Honestly, like I don't think it's like. There's no the coolness of youth is not really the coolness that carries currency around these parts. Probably it's the coolness of I don't know, knowledge, perhaps of experience, of interests. These are I think honestly it's probably around here it's probably easier for an older person to seem cool in our little community, right? Or to be cool, right? Because you know a lot of things and you have a lot of experience and you've done a lot of stuff, right? That's kind of how I would say. Is the size of the background interpreted as follows. Okay, we have a table now. Size bits, dimensions, tiles. In tiles, dimensions in pixels. I don't feel cool. I see. I don't know. I wouldn't like. Yeah, I think like, yeah, I don't know. Like the thing of being, oh, like I just don't. I reject this notion that you like. I want to be cooler than I ever am when I'm 80 years old. Than I ever was. 00 is 32 by 32 tiles, which is 256 by 256 pixels, right? This is all useful information to know. 64 by 32, this is 512 by 256. This is 10, this is 32 by 64, this is 256 by 512. This is 11 or 11. Sorry, who says 11 here? 81 here. When I queue in a game with people 2x less my age and keep up. Yeah, born in 81. I see. This is 64 times 64. And this is 512 by 512 pixels. Good. Okay, so we understand backgrounds now, I think, right? I think we understand backgrounds pretty well. This is what we must set. And the scrolling registers are the position of the screen on the map, right? That's how it goes. They're basically a camera position. That's how it goes. And it's also different from sprites, apparently. I see. Okay. Well, we won't think about that too hard. When I dost reach 80 years, I should all yet be compiling a sprite at the hour of 4 in the morn. Yes, this is good, right? I mean, we will, like, it's not like this changes, right? The world changes. I think the thing that makes old people do old things is not them developing a taste for eating Werther's candies or whatever, right? It's the world changing around them, right? The world that we inhabit now will be the world that's like old people stuff maybe when we're old. I don't know. Maybe we'll be cool old people because computers are sort of always, I don't know. Computers kind of drag you into the future, right? Like I feel like computers just kind of naturally expose you to like new things all the time. So it kind of like mitigates that maybe somewhat. But like culturally maybe not. I don't know. Where there's yeah. The okay, we have the charts. We have the chart. They are right only. Plus equals will not work. Sure, this is relevant to C, but it's not relevant to us, baby. Regular background tile maps are like, does this tell us anything that we don't already know? The GBA screen entry, like what is the deal here? What is the purpose of this? Oh no, this is what we already looked at. This is the screen entry thing. Sure. They were just talking about previous examples. Map layout, sure. Each screen block is this long. Screen base block, sure. Understandable. We know how the thing goes. Okay, fine. Which point are you confused about? I'm not confused about any. I was confused as to the wording of this. I just got confused. It was like I thought it was something new. It was something we'd seen already. Background tile subtleties. Tile numbering. Okay, numbering went according to 4-bit tiles. For 8-bit tiles, you use multiples of 2. Okay. In tile maps, however, D tiles are numbered. Okay. Well, this makes sense. Like this is sensible, right? Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? The numbering scheme is dependent on the size of the tiles for backgrounds. I don't know why it isn't for sprites, but we'll think about that. We'll think about that a little bit. Handheld systems no longer run on AA batteries. Yeah, damn. Thank you for Feral H4 yay speed. We do love Feral Harupi. Okay. And for both of these, you can access 1024 tiles. Okay, this is interesting though. I thought it was only 9 bits. How can you access 1024 tiles if the tile index is only 9 bits? What's the deal with that? No, it's 10 bits. Oh, it's 10 bits. We're so back. I'm doing a fuck. I'm fucked. I'm fucked up. I'm so fucked up. It's 10 bits. It's 0 through 9 inclusive. Okay, this makes so much more sense. This makes so much more sense. We're very back. Pre-read, I see. Okay. Let me see. You can access 1024 tiles. The only caveat here is that you cannot access the tiles in the object char blocks, even if the index were called. This just means you can't read off the end of the background char blocks, right? Because after there are object char blocks that happen after this, right? There are object char blocks that happen after this guy, right? Yeah. Pre-read leaked into the Colonq stream. Yeah. This is, I mean, they say this a lot of the time in all the reaction things. They say pre-read, pre-watched. You know the drill. It's 0 through 9 explicitly, right? Because the high bits, the higher 6 bits are used to control whether you're flipping the tile or what the palette, like palette control stuff for 4-bit per pixel palettes is, right? This is for 4-bit per pixel tiles. This is the thing. Doesn't claim bonus automatically anymore. I don't know. I always found 7TV to be very flaky in general. Okay, pre-rendered stream. Yeah. This shit's pre-encoded. I don't know about this, friends. I don't know about this. I think this might be. I don't know. Okay. What about sprites then? Sprites. I'll jolt to that, brother. Hello, Archibald. So you were here, but I don't know if I said hi. A sprite is imaginary being, and being an imaginary being, it is a little trickier than bitmap. The graphics, they introduce sprites first. Are sprites simpler? Let's consider image data and mapping mode. Image data and mapping mode. Well, can we see? Can we see here? Where do they live? There are the tiles available for sprites are an object VRAM, which is 32 kilobytes long, which means it's half the size of the VRAM that we used for the backgrounds. And so there's 2 char blocks instead of the 4 that we have over there. Okay? This is sensible. This is sensible, maybe. Can we see let's see this here. Let's put this here. Background char blocks. Let's drop that in there. Okay, sprites. We have another chart. This time. And we don't have screen blocks anymore, but screen blocks are purely is it just assembly? No, typically if you were doing this, you would do this with C, Ricardo Strikey. Most people, I think actually most of the first party games were written on the GBA in C as well. Like a lot of the Nintendo games were clearly written in C. You can tell from the calling convention that they decompile these things now and you get pretty reasonable C. Like the GBA is fast enough that you can write C. You can also there are like engines. Like on a past stream we played with this thing called Butano, which is like a C++ engine for the GBA. Like it's powerful enough that you can run like some high level stuff. We are doing assembly because we wrote our own assembler, and we did not write our own C compiler yet, or ever maybe. So we do not have the luxuries. We cannot luxuriate in the C programming language. We have not that yet. What I use to cook food, I see. We're going butane. We're going butane style. Okay, there's 2 char blocks, the lower block and the higher block. They are block 4 and 5. This is you have 0 and 1. I'm just gonna say 0 and 1 here, and they exist at which offsets? Is it this offset? Is it 6? It's 601. I see. Yeah. It's this guy and this guy. These are char blocks for sprites, right? So this is where we put the tile data for sprites. So if we're going to put an image on the screen, this is where it goes. We get the bitmap modes extend into the lower sprite. Oh, I see. when you this makes sense when you're in bitmap mode, right? Instead of writing sprite blocks and char blocks to this memory, you just write pixels, right? It's just the VRAM. You just write pixels to it. And when you're writing pixels, the pixels take up this block 0 of the sprite as well as all the blocks of the background. So that means notably, that does indicate that you can mix usage of sprites with the bitmap modes. The first party devs wrote C with some bits and ASM for speed. Yes, I believe so. There are some bits where you need ASM, right? Like for example, in the header of the ROM, right? You need to like there's just like a place where you need to put a jump to like a certain label or something, a jump to a certain address such that you can actually run your game. I think these things are, I imagine like Nintendo and like third party devs had SDKs that handled a lot of the stuff, so you could probably mostly get away with writing C. But even then, it's going to be pretty low level C, right? Because like we're talking about this stuff, like what do these registers mean, right? Like we're looking at these, like this control register. Like if I want to set the background to a certain thing, I have to write. What does that mean? It means I have to write to this address, right? So the C for that ends up looking a whole lot like, I don't know, like I'm doing some bullshit, right? Like I'm saying stuff like short 0x04000008 equals. Like, and this is a pointer. We need to dereference this, right? Like, what do you do in C typically? Like something like this, right? Short star this, dereference that equals some value, right? And of course, they probably had SDKs. They probably had like convenient type defs around these things, or maybe even helper functions. Thank you for the lovely long stream. Thank you, Brett or Malfin, also. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well, Malfin. It's great to see you. The missing volatile, yeah. That's the thing. If you want I mean, probably the thing to do if volatile is associated with a symbol. So maybe actually what it did was they had like some variable that's like volatile shorts reg bg3cnt, right? And then the linker scripts, whatever linker they're using, they probably link this and make this correspond to this address, and then you can bind it. And volatile means that the value can change in ways that the compiler doesn't expect, right? That's so it needs to optimize like it should always change. Yeah, you can write the address raw, I think, though. It's a lot, right? It's fucking complicated stuff. It's not like very high level easy C, right? And you of course you have no standard library. Also, again, the SDK probably provided some. There's actually some provided on the hardware also. The GBA, we haven't looked into this at all yet, but the GBA has a BIOS, right? There's like some code on the system that you can call, and some of that does stuff like playing MIDI, right? Like there's a MIDI library in software on the GBA in the BIOS. We'll have to investigate that with time. We're learning, you know, we're learning slowly but surely. Okay, back to business. Regular sprites, right? We have 2 char blocks. We understand each char block can fit a certain number of tiles based on the bits per pixel. I did it. You got your client server going, Sleepy Mushroom. Congratulations. Very nice. What was the trick? Windsock sucks. I see. Yeah. Address is annoying. Well, we're gonna figure it out. We'll write our helper functions. Yeah, and we're gonna write wrapper functions, but our wrapper functions are mostly some of them will exist at runtime. Some of them will be like actual like runtime functions that like do the assembly thing, and like, you know, you call them with the BL instruction in ARM, and some of them will be macros, right? I imagine a lot of things for setting things like setting a sprite. Like I don't want to have like a full ass function call on a branch and stuff in the assembly. So I'll just have like I'll have an elisp function that generates a bunch of instructions, and then those instructions will just go in the binary, right? Assuming, you know, it's a balance between space, right? Because writing a real function in the how do you say in the ROM, right? Like that something we can actually like jump to and then return from, right? That saves space in the ROM, but it could cost time potentially, right? Because we're not. This is the trade-off of inlining, right? You've probably seen if you write C, you've probably seen the inline keyword, right? We can choose basically whether to write normal functions by like actually writing an assembly function, or inlining functions via these elisp macros. And yeah, that's the thing. This is the thing, and it's a balance of space versus time. Like many things in mostly, honestly, like space versus time is like the most core trade-off of programming. Like this is like almost this occurs again and again and again and again, like the balance of space versus time, right? Do you recompute or do you save? Do you cache, right? Do you like this is again and again the thing to consider. Socks good. I see. So socks are pretty good, honestly. Okay. Sprites have their own palette that starts after the background palette. We should also probably say what the palette is. Palette. What is a palette? How big is the palette? We should probably figure this out. It's presumably 200 hex. That would probably make sense. Can we go here? What's 0x 200? This is 512, right? 512 bytes. And what does that mean? Every color in the palette is 2 bytes, right? So there's 256 colors, which makes sense. A big array of 256 16-bit colors. Each color has 5 bits for each R, G, and B component, and 1 unused bit. Right, this is easy. Palettes are easy, right? Let's say for backgrounds, the background palette lives at 0x05000000, right? Is this correct? If we go back over here, where is our palette? Where are we putting in memory? Palettes. No, don't make new lines. Palette BG is 0x5, you know, it's right here. It's 5 million hex. Are the colors pointing to the palette that stores? Yes. So there's 2 levels of indirection. There's 2 levels of indirection. Swarm of weasels, right? There's the palette, which contains 16-bit values, and all of those 16-bit values are the actual colors, right? There's 15 of the bits, like you can split it into 3 5-bit regions and 1 unused bit, and those 5-bit regions are like the R, the G, and the B. Then there are char blocks. Char blocks contain tiles. Tiles are arrays of length 64, right? There are like 64 length sequences inside of the char block, and there's just a bunch of these tiles, one after another. And in each of these 64 length arrays, these 8x8 arrays, every element is either a 4-bit index or an 8-bit index into the palette, right? So it's either a number between, and for the 4-bit ones, you can imagine it compressed, sort of. So it's arrays of bytes either way. It's an array of like 32 bytes, right? They're kind of two elements are squeezed into each byte, right? And these are either like a 4-bit is either 4 bits is a number between 0 and 15, and 8 bits is a number between 0 and 255, right? And these constitute indices into the palette, because the palette, as we recall, is 256 entries long, right? So if we have 8-bit values in the char block, right? And we know we have 8-bit values if bit 7 in the background is set to 1. Then we just look up the color in there for each pixel of the tile. If we have 4-bit values, which we know if bit 7 is 0, then we use the high bits of each tile. We use the high 4 bits of each tile of each screen entry, and combined with the 4 bits inside of the tile, right? This is the way. The tiles are 64 pixels each. Each pixel is a color index pointing into the color palette. Yes. And then the screen blocks contain indices of tiles, right? This is how it goes. So there's 2 levels, right? The char blocks are palettes are a thing you index inside of char blocks, and then char blocks are a thing you index into inside of screen blocks. Right? So you have 2 levels. You have what are the colors? What colors are the tiles made of? And then what tiles is the background made of? And And interestingly enough, also in this here, in the what tiles information, you can set what the high 4 bits of the palette to use are, right? So there's kind of multiple levels here, right? It's interesting. The storage of colors seems complicated. It is, but it's sort of intuitive when you think of, like, if you think of it in terms of minimizing space usage, right? It's ultimately what it is. It's a compression scheme, right? You're compressing things instead of and you're reducing how much you need to write in order to set things to the screen, right? Instead of having to write every pixel on the screen, which is like a lot of fucking pixels, right? You might only need to change one integer somewhere that changes what tile is at a position on the screen, right? And similarly for changing tiles, instead of changing like the tiles are very compressed, right? Instead of having them be like they're compressed potentially in 1/4 of the size. Instead of 16 bits per pixel, you only have 4 bits per pixel, right? So it's kind of like it's a space saving scheme. This is how these things go. And any space saving scheme in terms of video is also a time saving scheme, right? Because it means you have to write less things per frame, right? Yeah, it makes sense from a software perspective too, right? I mean, it means fundamentally what it means is in order to get the changes you want onto the screen for certain times, you're restricting the kinds of screens you can draw in terms of like the color ranges and things and the palette. You're restricting the sorts of colors you can write to the screen in exchange for having to do a lot less work to update the screen every frame. That's the basic idea. Okay, it's hardware acceleration, right? We know this now. We have information about where the background palette lives. We also know where the sprite palette lives. The sprite palette lives at here. It lives 512 bytes after the background palette. Easy enough. They're both right there. Cool. And we have 2 char blocks. And now we need to know about memory, right? We need to know about memory. Interestingly enough, the counting, this is a bit of weirdness, right? The counting for tiles here is different. The counting specifically for 8-bit per pixel tiles is different. The hardware has to pass all the data around. And it can only push so many bits per second. Yeah, exactly right. There's a limited number of instructions you can process per second, and you know that's partially limited by the number of memory operations you can perform per second. These things take time, right? And you have only so much time in a frame to do those updates. So how are you going to do it all fast enough to make your game run, right? Well, you have yeah. I don't know why it's different either, actually. But here this is something to be aware of. Note that for sprites only, remember, tile indices are done differently. For ABPP sprite tiles in the char block are indexed by multiples of 2. E.g., the first ABPP tile is index 0, the second is index 2, the third is index 4, etc. Right? This kind of maybe makes some kind of sense if I imagine this might make sense if there's some kind of effect you want to do by switching between 4-bit per pixel and 8-bit per pixel mode. That maybe means you don't need to change the. I don't know. That's so weird. I don't think that even makes sense. The very strange thing. I'm unsure why that is the case. But we just have to know. We just have to know. Joel check, so true. Hello, Octorinsky. The what's next for us? Sprites aren't limited to a single tile. Most sprites are larger. They simply use multiple tiles. For backgrounds, you choose each tile explicitly. In sprites, you have 2 options, 1D and 2D mapping. Okay. Additional complexity. How do we set a sprite, actually? Have we learned anything about this? We haven't even learned how to set a sprite at all. Number of 8x8. Sure. You write them in object VRAM. The sprites themselves. How do we write, like, I assume there's OAM, like there's object attribute memory. There's 1D and 2D mapping. This is just, we're just going to use 1D. We're not going to think about this until we learn the next thing, right? This is just, we can always convert to 1D mapping probably. This is just how you arrange the tiles basically, right? This is the order in which you arrange the tiles, right? Because for example, the natural way in like, I would think of is just like write them all like, you know, write them all just like row by row across, right? But I assume there's some kind of fucked up thing what is the 2D mapping even here, right? You're interpreting the sprite char blocks as one big bitmap. I see. I see the difference. So it's how you're treating the char block, whether the char block is one big bitmap or like sequences of runs that form smaller bitmaps. I don't think we want to care about 2D mode. That sounds really scary. We can convert it. We have the ability to do that. So okay, here's sprite control. The GBA has special hardware. There's object attribute memory. This starts at address 7 million hex. Okay. Sprites are controlled by OAM. This starts at 0x07000000. Yes. It is at address 7 million hex. So right after the palette, right? Not right after, but like the not the palette, the char blocks. It's after after this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's somewhere. There are two kinds of structures in OAM. There's obj_adder and obj_affine, which contains affine transformation data, which we are going to ignore for now because we're not going to think about affine transformation data just yet. This is what lets us do things like, I think, like rotations and scaling and skew and things like this. The GBA has hardware for that. What does it and is 1024 bytes long? What is inside of it actually? I see. Oh dear. Oh no. Ooh, okay. Well, it's more, they've written this in a very scary way, but it does not need to be so scary. Oh dear. The 8-bit pixel is double the width. Yeah. Use the width of the data mode to figure out where to point. Yes, but I wonder why it isn't that way for the backgrounds though, right? The assembly makes it look worse. This thing is kind of fucked. These are two structs that like live inside of each other. You would much rather write this with a union probably, but maybe it's less explicit then. Basically what it is there are it's just like the char blocks and the screen blocks. They live in the same memory. They don't know. It's a data alignment thing apparently. Okay, can we figure this fucking out? Memory interlace of this. What is the PA? What are these signed numbers? I assume these are just like affine parameters for different things. How do we actually turn on a sprite? And we're just going to call them attribute 0, 1, and 2 probably. This is kind of scary. Okay. How do we determine if a sprite is on? How do we know if a sprite is enabled? Is this like what is the deal with this? Okay, they have a big demo. They have a big example here, I guess. Like how do we know if we're actually okay setting up sprites? I'm gonna start by taking it out to dinner. I see. Okay, there are 3. You copy sprite graph. Okay, we understand this. We put the tiles in the PhD to make a G. Oh, this stuff is like the thing about this stuff is Ricardo Strikey. Like it takes a while to wrap your head around it, but fundamentally this stuff is not that like complex, right? It's just there are a lot of details, but the details are kind of consistent and they can be sussed out. Like there's nothing truly tricky about this. It's just like we have to get the rote details down. It's like any other programming, right? You just have to get the things in the right places and do this. It's very predictable. Welcome back, Fade. Also, okay. You have to copy sprites to VRAM. This means putting a bunch of tile data into the sprite char blocks at these addresses. We need to set up OAM to use these addresses and enable sprites. Like how do we, like I assume, like there are many sprites that we can fit in OAM. I assume we have some that are on and some that are off. Call to OAM init. OAM init does is hide all the sprites. Okay. Fully zero out OAM does not mean that all the sprites are invisible. Check the attributes, you'll see that this will mean that they're all 8x8 pixel sprites using tile 0 for the graphics located at 0, 0. First tile isn't empty. Okay, that makes sense. They're all invisible. What makes them invisible? What does OAM hide? I assume this is like some library function that they're using inside of their toolbox library. There's a ton of moving parts. Yeah, I mean, this is involved, right? Again, even back in the day, right? Nobody was doing this, right? Like if you were employed, like you had to understand this probably to some degree, but there were, you know, there are wrappers around these things. This is like a hobbyist thing. You probably had, if you were employed writing a GBA game, you had good docs probably. You had a nice little SDK, right? There were things available. This is the realm of the hobbyists and the people who made those tools in the first place. Something like this. Of course, having an intimate understanding of these things is still necessary, but it's just like doing it raw dog, no C assembly style with no library is like kind of silly. So we have to make sure we really understand it well. If you see there's concerns related to compiler OAM corruption, okay, we need to think about that. The first sprite is invisible, then all the sprites are invisible when using that library. I don't know, actually. They call this OAM hide thing. Right? Let's just look at the attributes again and see is there one for being hidden? Presumably there's one that we need to set to non-zero in order to hide something, right? Base tile index, priority, palette bank. Okay, size, kinda. Horizontal, vertical flipping, affine coordinate. Did you just move them off screen? Is that the thing here? Normal rendering, alpha blending, part of the object window. This is a mask for Regis. Okay, I see. There's things to do here. Affine mode. Like how do we hide these? I guess they all always drawn. Being a cool old guy, the difficult part is stop being self-judgmental. Yeah, I think so. Hello, Goofy System. Also, you got to view yourself in a positive light, right? There's nothing good about looking at yourself and, you know, thinking bad things. Like it's not useful. Hello, Tox Cubed. Also, how do we hide the fucking sprite then? What do they do? You could write them all directly there. Okay. You can't update OAM during vdraw. Creating a separate buffer of OAM and then copy that to vblank. Okay, this makes sense. This is maybe more sensible. Just so we probably want to have our own OAM, our own big array of obj attr structs. And then affine object mode. So the affine stuff is all like for doing affine transformations. The GBA has hardware for this. We're not going to think about that just yet until we need to worry about our special effects. But this is stuff that's like, there's like, I think you can do like scaling and skewing transformations by setting certain things. I don't know all the math surrounding this thing, but there's like a limited number of like transforms you can do. Maybe rotation also. I don't know, but there's capabilities. We'd have to read about the in the GBA extended section. Oh, used to hide the sprite. Oh, I see. Wait, I'm just skipping. You're right, I'm skipping. You are correct. It's right in affine object mode. Yes. Okay, used to hide the sprite. Okay, disable rendering. Okay, this is cool. We hide the sprites by setting 1, 0 in OAM memory. Surprisingly sophisticated. Yeah, it's a powerful machine, Wind Up Boy. It's crazy, actually. Like how, like there's a lot of capability on this device. Like you can do A lot of cool stuff. I think it's kind of a very cool like playground for learning about this kind of thing, right? Because it has like it's in a nice place where it's powerful enough to do like very kind of cool games, right? Like there's cool, like it's the Game Boy is obviously very limited, right? Like there's really not like you can make games on the Game Boy, but it's fairly like, whereas on this, like there's color, right? There's bit mapping stuff. There's all kinds of peripherals that you can attach. Like there's all kinds of like there's relatively put some functionality in strange spots. This is a bit strange. Also, the Y coordinate being in a different place than the X coordinate, also a little bit scary. These being, I guess they just want them to be aligned bytes. Also, why is the X coordinate? Oh, of course it's greater, because the X coordinate can be, this is 9 bits, while the Y coordinate is 8 bits. The reason this is the case is because the screen is 240 by 160. This is a what do you call this? What do you call this? Fuck. It's an aspect ratio situation here. The thing is wider than it is tall. Okay, this is fine then. So sprites have, the affine thing is kind of interesting. I don't know what the deal is with the affine stuff. Can we learn about the object? Are they going to tell us about that? They're just going to say bit field macros. What if we just ignore all of that? I think we just ignore all of that. Which basically just means the way that these things are laid out is, you have 48 bits, right? You have 6 bytes. You have 6 bytes for a sprite, and then you skip 2 bytes, and you have 6 bytes for a sprite, and then you skip 2 bytes, and you have 6 bytes and you skip 2 bytes. You 6 bytes, you skip 2 bytes, right? The simplest thing that could possibly work, Colonq. Yeah, I think this is the way. So we need a way to put a sprite on the screen, right? We're gonna do it by hand at first. Let's write a little macro. Do we know? Can we go over to our gba-test.el? Let's actually document this first in our notes, though. Let's document it in our notes. Let's say every sprite, every entry in OAM is 8 bytes long. There are 3 16-bit attribute fields, and then 2 skipped bytes. Skipped bytes are eventually used for affine stuff, I think unrelated to the specific sprite, right? I don't think that, like, this fill is not actually related to, it's not like affine stuff for this sprite. It's just that there are 2 arrays and they are weaved together. Like in OpenGL, you would think of this like there's like a step, right? Like the indices and the like the I don't know, the normals and the vertices are kind of like right next to each other, and you need to skip the normals between the vertices. Is a similar thing. One sprite renders a tree. We're gonna get there. I will not end the stream until we have a sprite on the screen. Swarm of Weasels, right? I have a good record on these ones also. The last 2 times I've said this, we got there. We got there on the backgrounds. We're gonna get there on the sprites too. We will have a sprite on the screen. But how will we? How will the turntables? So we need to, this is all it is, right? The first attribute field. Let's write these things. Force alignment. There are new rules on struct alignment. Okay, this is something we don't need to care about because we are in control. We don't have a compiler. Get a pixel on the screen. We have not gotten there quite yet. We got some sprites. We got some background tiles on the screen. Now we are working on sprite. Okay, first attribute field as follows. First attribute field, attribute 0. This also means what is 1024 divided by 8? What is this number? This is 128. Is this 128? Does that number occur anywhere on this page? 128. Yes, there you can fit 128 obj adders. How many sprites can you actually have on the screen? I don't. Is it 128? Can we see 128? Hello, Exodrifter _. Welcome in. Can we see? Okay, there are 128 sprites. Very, very epic. Cool. I don't know how many. Maybe there's a render limit per scan line. Also, I don't. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Shout out Exodrifter also. I hope you're doing well, Exodrifter. I saw your blog post regarding Next Fests. Are congratulations in order? It seems like a very nice result. It seems like you got a lot of wish lists and stuff. That's I read it and I was like excited. I was like, hell yeah. I was just like that. That's, man, what a silly thing to say. But like, yeah, you know, what's the link, says the robot. I think it went well for me. Yeah, I'm glad. This is good. Okay. Where is the attribute data? So we need to document these three fields. So we know. The first attribute field, bits 0 through 7 are the Y coordinates of the sprites. I assume this is maybe in screen. This is relative to the screen, not relative to the background. I think this is the case. Prod's video was great. Yes, I think so too. It was awesome. I'm really happy with it. Line traveling upward. Yeah, that's the way. I'm glad. It just makes me. I want everyone to be doing good, right? Like that's the best feeling when everybody's doing good, right? Things are going well. Used to hide the sprite or control affine mode. What do we say here? 0 0. How do we say this up above? For in terms of these values for things. Maybe let's make it a little table. We can make it a little table on this. Let's say bits meaning. Delete the rest. Delete this whole fucking column. Delete this whole fucking column. 0 0 is normal rendering. 0 1 is affine sprite. 1 0 is hide sprite. Affine sprite double. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The relevant ones are 0 0 and 1 0. There's a limit to the amount of sprite pixels you can cram in one scan line. About 960 if the 4 are anything to go by. I see. There's a pixel limit. This is also for MUD protocol. This is for GBA. Exodrifter. We are trying to get a sprite on the screen of the GBA, which is rather involved. And I'm sure we could just copy an example and just write the right bytes somewhere. But I want to know why the bits are what they need to be, right? Bits 10 through 11 set flags for special effects. Okay, bits meaning again. What do they do? Normal 0 0 is normal rendering. 0 1 is enable alpha blending. Something we don't know yet. We don't know yet. Who object part of sprite part of object window. Sprite part of object window. IDK. This is forbidden. Okay. This makes sense. Bit 12 enables mosaic effect. Bit 13 sets the color mode. 4 BPP if 0, 8 BPP if 1, right? Same as backgrounds, right? And then bits 14 through 15 finally determine the sprite shape alongside the sprite size in like let's in the next attribute field. Okay. So I presume this is like square, wide, and tall. This seems like rectangle type modes. I don't like this seems like, oh, it's a square or it's a narrow rectangle, and the other one maybe says the length, the dimensions of that somehow. I don't know. We can determine exactly how it goes. I assume we're just going to be doing a small single tile square to start off with, so we don't need to think about it too hard just yet. Okay, here's the table. Azure 0 is also the Y coordinate. It's Y coordinate first. I can definitely envision us fucking that up. Okay. Next up is sprite sizes. Thank you for the water also, Howdy736. Howdy. Hello. Thank you. Yeah, this makes sense. So there's just a table of the shape and this of the shape and the size. In terms of pixels. Okay. This is sensible, perhaps. This is perhaps sensible. What is attribute 1? The second attribute, attribute field, is inside's nice and moist. This is a good way to be. Bits 0 through 8 are the x coordinate. We write it the same of the sprite. Bits 9 through A is 10, 11, 12, 13. D is 13, right? This is the case. C is right. This is real. Determine the affine index only if we are in affine mode. Bits 12 through 13 determine our hello F Mega, also welcome in, great to see you. Determine horizontal and vertical flipping only if affine mode is clear. So if you're in affine mode, you can't flip horizontally and vertically. I assume you are doing more powerful things potentially. Bits 14 and 15 are the size of the sprite. These determine the dimensions along with the shape. Now, can we get that chart in here? Can we get this chart here? Let's say some things. Shape, size, right? Down, size. I'm not even gonna write. I'm gonna say across, because I know I'm gonna forget. This is 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. And then this is 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. Okay. We have the thing. We have the thing here. So what is the deal here? This is 8 by 8, 16 by 16, 32 by 32, 64 by 64. What if I make Friend compose a song about Spider-Roll? You should. We don't have enough Friend compositions anymore, honestly. This could be a positive thing. So this is literally just like a well, no, it's not. It's interesting. Basically there's no way to represent this other than as a table, I think, conveniently. There probably is, but like it's an awkward derivation from these two values, I think. Okay, cool. Excellent. Can we go? Okay. We have this thing. We have this deal. So, what is next? What is that document editor? This is org mode. Org mode just has these tables built in. These are just plain text too. I can just copy them and paste them anywhere. But it does convenient like kind of spreadsheet like things where I can tab through them and adjust the sizes. And I can add if I just press enter, it'll add new rows. There are some key bindings to add new like columns and stuff. It's yeah. Do I actually have one? Yeah, I do. I can press control. I can just add as many columns as I want. Or new rows. Yeah. It's quite handy. Emacs has good power in this respect. Oh, are we mixing this up somehow? Attributes. Okay, the table is just in between them. Sure. Attribute 2. The third attribute field. Third attribute field looks like the following. This is the tile. This is the tile information. Jake CR3 Millie Roll. So true. So true. They're very interesting names. It's actually based, and it isn't just a meme. Yeah, Captain St. Asher. Emacs is quite good. Like I don't use it. I don't use org very heavily, but org has like good features for writing documents. It's also quite good at export. Like I could easily export this to HTML or LaTeX also, and with a little bit of tinkering, I could make it look pretty nice. Even I've done quite a bit of that in the past, and it's bits 0 through 9 are the base tile index of the sprite. Right. So what this is this is a 10-bit index. This is a 10-bit index, right? And if you recall, we have 2 char blocks, right? And both of the char blocks are indexed in 4-bit per pixel mode. That is that skipping that we were talking about earlier, right? The skipping deal. The fact that they're in index 2, 4, etc. And in 4-bit per pixel mode, right? Every tile, how many can we fit per char block, right? We can fit 512 per char block, which means that this perfectly covers both of them, right? That's kind of a good reason to do it this way, right? It's because we have 2 char blocks. There are 1024 indices, right? You can use every index for 4-bit per pixel, or you can use the odd indices for use the even indices for 8-bit per pixel. I assume you can use the odd ones also. I think it said that, but they're just going to overlap too. You have to like put it somewhere. I'll probably on GitHub. I'll just check it into GitHub for sure. This is fine. It's mostly for our own use though. Bits 10 and 11 are the priority. Higher priorities are drawn first and therefore will be covered by lower and therefore lower priorities. Did we just freeze up our friend is singing. Will it play? Might play actually. This is a long holy fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck is this song? Are you sharing your notes on Discord? I probably will. I mean, they'll just be on the Spider Oil song is like, this is the longest song Friend has ever produced. It's like it's a behemoth. It's what? It's column 32,000. The Snake Oil the musical is FFmpeg trying its best. I think FFmpeg maybe gave up or something gave up there. The Bell script maybe gave it up. Where that thing came from and why? Friend was told to compose a song about spider oil. How can we get the song Friend? Normally they're saved just into the database of songs, so you can see them on Prod's site and elsewhere. I feel like this one we might have to save ourselves because I feel like it won't get recorded. It wrote, oh my god. Let's say friend spideroilsong.org. Let's just paste that there. The behemoth song. We can try and render that offline maybe. Did you hear that song? I see. Oh my god. I wonder what it is. Hello, Yup. Welcome in. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it, my friend. Hope you're doing well. We are deep within the labyrinthine halls of the Game Boy Advance, Yup. I hope I don't know if you know these halls well, but they are quite comfortable once you get to know them. G-Up is cool. G-Up is a good friend and plays a lot of old games and reviews houses and things. Is just generally a very nice little stream. The inner dungeons, yes. Lower priorities are on top. And we need to note this also matters for backgrounds. So if we draw our background, I don't know what's drawn first. Sprite, I assume, hopefully sprites are drawn last. Or at least a sprite of the same priority is drawn last. The high, oh yeah, sprites cover backgrounds at the same priority, and for sprites at the same priority, the higher object adders are drawn first. Excellent. Reviews how, yes, Geop tends to go on Zillow and finds like interesting houses and stuff and talks about them, which actually is fucking very sick. Like he runs like a little bingo game, and it's really good. You have to see it to you know, it's great though. Okay, the high, now it's time for the high bits. Right, this is 10 and 11 bits, 12 through 15. Right, this is the high 4 bits here. This is the palette bank. It's the same as we already know this. It's the same as in screen entries inside of the screen blocks, right? This is if we're in 4-bit color mode. If we're in 4-bit per pixel color mode, this is the high. You know, it's the high bits of the palette, right? Are used as the high bits to index into the palette in 4 BPP mode. Excellent. There's no attribute 3. There's only a filler. Nobody is to mistreat it in any way. Okay, that's kind of funny, I guess. Oh, okay. So I think we know how to write a sprite now. Let's see if we can actually do it. How can we actually do it, computer? What's the deal with this? How will we actually do the thing? Well then, let's try first a couple of things. Let's try writing 2 colors into the palette manually, right? Let's consider that. Let's go to gbatest.el. Let's define a couple additional variables for ourselves here. Let's put this all in one line. Let's get a little more comfortable, right? Let's say this is palette sprite. Palette sprite is, as we know, is here now, right? It's 512 after palette BG. Sure. Let's also consider the OAM, right? Let's say OAM. Let's also, can we put this in order? It's kind of better if this stuff is written in order of the memory address. I think that's a little bit nicer. OAM is 7 million hex. So hoping you tell me, friend. Jasper County sounds like a neat place in South Carolina with a population of almost 29,000. I wonder what fun things people do there. Is it like a cozy little community or more bustling? Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. So we need to know the size of the. We don't actually care about the size very much here. We're not going to use it for anything. But what is the size of the OAM? Well, we know already. It's 1024 bytes, right? We have all these written down. 1024 bytes. Thank you for Little Root Town. This is a powerful one. There's a Northern Lion bit you'll probably see about it. I see. Very true. I don't know why, if that's true or false. I'm just saying true as a. The rot is terminal. I'm sorry. It's set in. Like, let's call this VRAM BG. VRAM BG. VRAM BG screen block 8. Okay, sure. Let's also talk about a little bit of, we probably want VRAM sprite also. What's the deal with VRAM sprite? Well, it lives, we know the char block lives here. We know the char block lives right here. And how does this, well, why are we saying, oh, this is the full size of VRAM? Well, this is wrong. This is 64, and this guy's 32. Well, anyway, we'll break it up a little bit more like this. Excellent. Okay, cool. So we have VRAM sprite, we have palette sprite, we have OAM. I often see the Arch. I see St. Louis. St. Louis sounds like a super cool city with so much history. It's got sports universities and even the Gateway Arch. Have you ever been to a game or seen the Arch? I'm going backwards chronology. We kind of keep it. We kind of use an alternate watch order around here. Yeah, the stream for chat, we kind of go for an alternative Monogatari series watch order. We don't kind of go chronologically. We're going out of order a little bit. It's fine though. The okay. We have reg bg0cn. Can we just put all of the background stuff? No, let's not fuck with it for now. We can just easily load those in when we want to. Ugh. Another thing that remains interesting is whether we can actually write one. Can we go to the where's that GBA tech document that we saw before? Trap Exit helpfully linked us something in here before, inside of the GBA technical info. And there was something about the memory map here. There's something about the oh yes, here it is. Here's the fucker. Here's John fuck. The okay, here it is. We can also see that there's huge regions of unused address space actually. I was wondering like what is there? What is after the palette? Well, this actually makes it much simpler for us. There's nothing there. we actually have we have a full map of VRAM, right? Because we know this is 2 pallets is 1 kilobyte. We have 96 kilobytes worth of all of the char blocks, and then we have 1 kilobyte of OAM. This is we know everything about VRAM now. Every address in VRAM, we know what it is. Friend talks like my grandma texts. LLMs tend to in general. They really get kind of, I don't know. They're very emote heavy. They're very like warm and fuzzy. Okay. This is something we were interested in. The bus constraints on the VRAM. This is kind of interesting. The VRAM, I think we can only VRAM and palette RAM and OAM, they all have the same OAM actually has a wider bus, which actually is relevant to us. We cannot actually write 1 byte at a time, which is somewhat concerning. Somewhat frustrating that we cannot write 1 byte at a time. When we write 1 byte, it leads to us writing one word, the bus size bytes, which is concerning to say the least. How do we deal with this? How are we supposed to deal with this? Like, so many of these things are 2 byte values. Do we just have to write them both in the same? Do we just have to construct a word and then we have to bit twiddle it, right? We have to construct we have to construct a word, we have to shift it over and then put things in the bottom of the word again. We have to OR them together. Ugh, yuck. So basically we're restricted. We always have to, I don't know if we can read back from this. I guess we probably can, but like, yeesh. Frustrating. But let's not worry about it for now. That only really matters when we're writing multiple things like next to each other probably, but for now it's probably okay. Okay. Let's continue considering some of these angles. The timing on this I'm sure is fucked, right? Like you have to, there's additional cycle timings that the GBA is currently reading. Oh my god. Hello Crane _0001. Welcome in, friend. Welcome in. It's been a busy time. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're getting through all of the busyness in a way that is healthy. It's good. It's fucking good, man. Gotta pour some more water here. Let's load up. Let's load up and lock in. So what does it mean to display a sprite? Well, we have to first write the sprite palette. The program has to do old school cycle counting, and even more than old school cycle counting. If you would like to do cycle counting, wind up boy, if the timing on something you're doing matters that much, you have to be intimately aware of what state the video hardware is in. Because if the video hardware is in a state where it's going to be reading video memory, it means your memory operations on video memory take an extra cycle. And you can track that because there are like hardware states for like the hardware, like it renders like across the it might be simpler than I'm expecting, but it's very tricky, I think. Let's go to GBA test. This is all of the stuff. Let's see this right here. Load palette into background palette. Load tile data into background sharp block 0. Right? Then we render screen block 8, right? And we set something to screen block 8, right? This here. BG0 control flags to render screen block, to render background starting at screen block 8. How do we know that's the case? Well, this BG0 Colonq thing, right? BG0 Colonq, this guy, if we look at the layout of this control register, what determines that base screen block? It's bits 8 through 12, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's these 5 bits here. What is this value? Right? What is this binary 1000? Right? This is 8. Right? Off to watch Transylvania 65000 eat pizza with the wife. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Thanks. Enjoy the. Is this like a mystery science theater kind of thing? Enjoy either way, and we will get there. Your help is very appreciated as always. Trap exit. The pizza sounds very appealing right now. So that's what this is. There's this 5-bit field here, and we're setting it to 8, right? Because what these bits mean is use screen block 8 as the base for the background. Okay, we understand. We have not documented this reg discrete. This is like the high level control register for the display, right? This guy has a bunch of fields, but largely it's we need to turn on backgrounds, and we need to remember to turn on back. I think it stands for control. The CNT is control here. It's background X control. There's background X control, and there's background X horizontal and vertical offset. And that is the deal. And this is display control, right? So this is like the high level, like control everything. And of course for sprites, you have a lot more sprites, so you don't have registers for each of them. You just write them into memory. Right? You write the control data into memory. Now, of course, these registers are also written into memory, but they're not in VRAM. They're in IO RAM. I think maybe they aren't. Where is disk? No, they're in IO RAM. Yeah. Let's look at the documentation for disk. Can we find display control guy? Where is Jonathan? Where is disk? Do we have? There's docs. There's definitely docs for disk on one of these pages. Please tell us about display control man. Is it in video introduction? Oh, here we go. Okay, we have 3 of these. We have more water offerings for the desk. Yes. There we have. Thank you for anti-piracy warning. We wouldn't want anyone to get confused. We have discount, we have disp stat, and we have vcount. I assume vcount is like some kind of hello Baval. Thank you for the follow. I assume vcount is some kind of thing that tells us where we are. Maybe. Let's see. It's the scan line counter. Yes, and status is just status. These are more reading type registers. For now, we care about discount. And here's discount. It's simple. It's just another 16-bit value. They really do like using 16-bit values. VSync, yeah, similar. Like basically the term they use here is vblank, which basically means like the period after we've just finished rendering, where it's safe to update like VRAM stuff before we start the next render. And this is basically vsync. We're going to want to set up like some kind of interrupt at some point where we can like handle certain things there. What a cool stream. What the fuck? Yo, what a cool guy. Welcome in. Hello Baval. Welcome. If you like what you see, we have a place. We have a zone where we hang out and where you can know when the next one is. They're pretty regular though. A relic from the CRT era. Yeah, because the way it renders is like the hardware, I think, literally goes line by line down the screen and like determines what pixel needs to be there based on what line. So you can know what line is being rendered. And there are some effects you can do by changing stuff while it's rendering, I think. That's like you can do like some fancy shimmer effects and things. Gotta wait for that electron beam to whip around. In this case, not literally. Have a bus arbitration bridge, or can the CPU just do whatever? I am unsure. I don't know enough about hardware to say for certain, but I think in general the CPU can just maybe do whatever it wants. I think generally the result of doing bad things is like the thing behaves weirdly, not that like you are actively stopped by anything. There are a lot of like weird undocumented things that you can perhaps do. Okay. Let's consider this. Let's document this whole thing. Display control. The display control register lives at it's 4 million hex 04000000, right? This is 0000, right? It's this guy. It's this guy right here. It's 4 million hex. The 16-bit like let's just say like so bits 0 through 2 set control the video mode. 0 1 2 are tiled, 3 4 5 are bitmap. I'm not going to write all these down right now. It doesn't matter. We can figure that out as we're gonna pick one. We're using mode 0 or something, and we're gonna assume that has sensible default behavior. Bit 3 is set if the cartridge is a Game Boy Color game. This is very interesting, actually. I don't know very much about how the GBA Game Boy / Game Boy Color compatibility stuff works. I assume the way it worked was it was utilizing there's a second chip. It has the processor from the Game Boy on the device that it uses for audio stuff by default, I think, because it is backwards compatible and it's a very different architecture. I don't know why you would need to read this from who knows? Who fucking knows? Maybe it's shared between I don't care about this right now. Read only. Irrelevant to us. Bit 4 is page select, which can be used for double buffering in modes 4 and 5. This is how you control which you flip the buffer, right? You flip the back buffer. Okay, this is sensible. Bit 5, let's see, allows access to OAM in H blank. Scary. Okay, just like what we were just talking about, if you set this bit on the display, it lets you start writing to sprite memory while it's rendering. But that reduces the amount of sprites you can render, presumably due to timing restrictions. Fishy hair, thank you. Reminds me of like that. Wasn't there like an Adult Swim show that was just like like showing fish with like bands and stuff? I think I recall that being a thing in collegiate late night hotel ventures while traveling to conferences. This is sets object mapping mode, 1D or 2D. 1 equals 0 equals 2D, 1 equals 1D. So if we use larger sprites, we probably want to set this to 1, because having it be 2D mode fish, and it's not this. It's like an adult, what is it called? Adult Swim Fish Center Live. Fish Center Live was the thing. No, this was the talk show on it. Where is the there was like a music one. Was it just Fish Center? It's just Fish Center. Yeah, it's just Fish Center. They just had footage of a fish tank, right? I don't know. Who knows? It doesn't matter very much. It's good though. Bit 7 forces a screen blank when set. Bits 8 through 11, right? That's what this means, right? Also, there are unused bits here. Maybe. No. This is a typo. This is a typo. This should be 8 through C. This is why we check these things. This is why we go through these things thoroughly. Welcome back, Yellowberry. I hope the tacos went well. This is bits 8 through 12. This is 5 bits because there are 4 backgrounds and there is object, right? Let me just write them individually. Enables rendering. Bit 8 enables rendering of BG0. Bit 9 is BG1. Bit 10 is BG2. Bit 11 is BG3. Bit 12 is sprites. Excellent. I'm glad they were good. And then finally these are bit 13 enables use of window 0. 14 enables use of window 1. Enables use of object window. These are like some kind of masking effect. IDK, IDK, IDK. I assume this relates to like that. There's like a window thing on one of the. We don't need to care about this for now. We're going to keep these 0. The relevant considerations are video mode, which we're setting, and turning on different backgrounds and sprites. So we need to turn on sprites now. So if we go to narrower screen, so the rendering hardware needs to start lines later on the screen and end them earlier. Since yeah, I see. This makes sense. I wonder if you can even read that bit. I wonder if that bit is even mapped to GBC. Who knows? I've just now deciphered what you're doing, lol. What's the end goal? Okay, so the goal above all is to we're trying to understand the Game Boy Advance just because it's interesting, right? It's cool and interesting. What we have been making is we are writing an assembler and various dev tools for the Game Boy Advance in Emacs Lisp. So the goal is to have an Emacs program. I can just run this program in my Emacs and have it spit out bytes that are a working Game Boy Advance ROM. We already have that. We can actually, if I go over here, I can actually already do that and write a little program in Emacs and have it spit out bytes that display a background to the screen. Right now, we're trying to learn enough about sprites that we can display a moving sprite on top of this background. There's kind of like some elaborate hardware support for this. And the end goal of all of this is to write this to physical cartridges and give them out on a convention, at a convention or something. We did this previously, this exact same thing for the original Game Boy and not the Game Boy Advance. I made a little game using this like all from scratch custom tools thing. And I wrote it on a bunch of cartridges, and I gave them out as my business card at a convention. And we're trying to do the same thing, but a little bit cooler and with a little more involved game on the GBA. Yeah. This is the idea. This is pretty fucking sick. Thank you. Yeah. So that's the. I think so too, right? I'm pretty hyped up about it. This is the way. Okay, we have a bit more swag, if you will. Yeah, some would say that even. I don't know if I would, but I would, you know, we're gonna try and make some cool stuff. Also, someone contacted me and they were like, you should make a GBA game for us. And I was like, I will make a GBA game for you. That seems very cool. So there's some level of like, I want to actually make a game. And also just to like feel like I can do it. Right, like part of the appeal of this stuff is like feeling like, I think there's like a prevailing sentiment that like, oh man, like the programmers of the past were just built different, right? They were built differently. They were writing all this stuff in assembly. They were going hard on things, but like you can do that now, right? They didn't delete it. Do you have to invent this game, or are they giving you a story? I'm making Qbert that's themed after another streamer that I know. And they're doing all the art and stuff. And yeah, it's streamed after. I can shout them out actually. They've rated us a few times. They're a cool retro game person named Qbalt. So obviously the name kind of lends itself to this. So we're gonna make Qbert, you know, the arcade game, which should not be that complex, right? It's largely just like a sprite moving on some backgrounds, right? They deleted Fun from the world years ago, but the thing is, like, this is what I'm saying, right? Like you can. I followed them earlier. Oh yes, I see. They're in the general space around here. They're around. You can learn to program in the same way that they wrote programs in the 90s or the 80s for these consoles, right? Or the early 2000s, right? You can become an epic low-level hardware console developer, right? Literally, it's easier now than it was then, even, right? You can like the skills that people lament being lost or whatever, you can obtain those skills today, and it's not that hard. It's just you have to do a little bit of effort, right? You have to invest a little bit of work. So that's what we're trying. I'm trying partially to prove to myself that I can do this, right? That I can do this funny thing. Right? I can do it if I want to. And hopefully that also demonstrates the same to you. Okay, so we have a palette here. They were writing this assembly in like ed, right? Yeah, like we have powerful tools. I mean, honestly, this was in 2002, right? Like the GBA is in 2002. People could do this. People could afford Emacs, right? They were probably writing this in some kind of nice Windows editor, right? Like it's maybe, but like yeah, the GBA was made for people to make games on top of it. So it should be, yeah, exactly. As we say all the time, computers are made to be programmed. Computer programming is the easiest, like it's literally like they invented it to program it. So yeah, we get it, if I recall correctly. I don't know. I just feel like you could conceivably be running Emacs on Linux in 2002, right? Like what's the timeline of Linux? That's like early 90s. Right, so like this is easy stuff, right? You could have, I mean, one thing that I would love to do would be to actually get this eLisp code running on a machine from the time, like a contemporary machine. Hello, Toyaloy, welcome in. Hello, welcome in, Toy. It's so great to see you, Toyaloy. I feel like it's been a hot minute. I never catch you live. I'm so sorry. If you don't know Toyaloy, Toyaloy is a very old friend on here, a very talented artist and plays a lot of games and things like this. Just generally extremely cool person. You should check them out for sure. How was your stream, Toy? The hello Ramen Boy 630 and Toy and Lob saying too. They didn't invent it for psychological torment. You were running Emacs on Linux in 2002. Yeah, so like. We could ostensibly set up something. We're doing Game Boy Advance stuff today, Toyaloy. We're trying to get a little sprite on the GBA. That's our objective. That's our objective for now. Like we could, like it would be fun to run a really old Emacs and try and get this running on an Emacs from the time, because that would be the real proof, right? Like we made our own tool chain that would have run then as well, right? Like think of how cool that is, right? We did it all from scratch using stuff they would have had then. Of course, we have better docs, so like I had a stream, so I say it went very well. Hell yeah, I'm glad. Remember, he's supposed to be coding. Okay. Hell yeah. I think there's a lot of delay. I'm sorry if I'm talking over myself a little bit. Assembling a tarball from unencoded UBit, UU encoded 7-bit ASCII emails, extracting floppy images, writing dozens of floppies, and booting the target machine with floppy 0. That is extremely scary. So I salute you. Hello, Talents and Ready for FPS game with Vim keys. I've played Dark Souls with Vim keys. When I was traveling once upon a time, I had a laptop but no mouse. I just configured it to use camera controls with HJKL and movement with WASD. And it wasn't so bad. It's not so bad to use. If you're used to Vim keys, they kind of let you have like a dual stick setup for games sometimes. Okay, where is? Let's copy the same. You're always doing something so awesome, dude. Thank you. No, you. I'm just hanging out. I'm just some guy on here. I just want to have fun on the computer. That's really the deal. Let's load this into palette sprite also. We already have. I'm gonna chill out. Oh yeah, please sleep. Don't let me keep you up with my rambling. Right. I appreciate the raid, Toy. Thank you so much. And we'll catch you at some point for sure. Please follow Toy. Where is? Okay, we can load this into the palette. We can load this into background charblock 0. Let's load the same tiles maybe into. Yeah. Let's load a tile manually into sprite charblock. Let's say UGBA constant. Like I don't know, R1. Like we'll hit him with the UGBA constant R1, and then we'll load the address. Let's load the address too separately. Let's say this is in VRAM sprite. VRAM sprite. Let's go this style a little bit. So what are we loading into sprite memory? Well. This is we need to write to the char block. This is 2 sprites, right? Which means we need to, do we want to do this by hand? Well, I mean, we just want to write a couple pixels. Let's write some red pixels. What is red pixels? What is a color that is red? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's just do 6 or something, right? When Slack came out, it was too easy now. I see. If we just write, well, that's red pixels in like in 24-bit RGBA, right? We needed to do red pixels in index into the palette, right? This is why we spent so much time trying to figure this bullshit out. I mean, we can just, I mean, constant, I think will do the right thing if the number is small. What this constant thing does for us is it generates code to like move. Yeah, it checks the sizes, right? So it'll be proportional to the size of the constant. That's not bad then. It does mean it takes a lot of, yeah. We should make this a little more compressed because right now loading big constants is like very space inefficient. But like we can always just adjust these things, and we have to think a little harder about it. Okay, constant is such. We can load 6. I think that might be all we need actually, because we can just set all the high bits to 0 maybe. Yeah, probably it's fine. And this is little endian, right? So it should be fine there also. I think just writing 6 is maybe sensible. The palette come preloaded. You have to load the palette yourself. And you can have different, you can change it, right? This is the benefit. We just picked like an arbitrary thing and we're trying to map images to it. But I just know index 6 is a reddish thing, right? Is a medium red because I just hard coding this palette here. Eventually we'll want to like do fancy stuff like have multiple palettes and like load palettes from images and change them all the time and like, you know, the stuff. But like, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Where is this guy? Where is this? We load this here. We write this into VRAM sprite. Let's start a VRAM sprite. Let's also, where's discont? Can we turn on additional things? This is turning on background 0. It's also a hex value. Can we write this in binary instead, please? If I'm writing one of these registers, I would really prefer to. Also, if we go to GBA Tech, can we write 1 byte at a time to? Can we write 1 byte at a time to IO RAM? Oh, we can. That's very good. That's very good, actually. But like, for now, well, let's not worry about it. Let's write the whole word. This is B. Let's say 16A0. Escape. Okay, excellent. So what do we know what we're doing again? If we go back to gba.org. Can we go, where's this control thing? Bit 8 is rendering of BG0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? This makes sense. This is 8 bits here. Yeah. BG0, BG1, BG2, BG3. Sprites. Window 0, window 1, object window. Excellent. Okay, this is good. This will hopefully turn on sprites for us. And draw a bunch of sprites. Since we put a value into tile 0 of the sprite char block, right? Let's just put this down here instead. Write some data to into sprites char block 0. BG0 and sprites mode 0. Okay. Okay, if we render this now, let's see if it works. Let's go over here. Let's restart our debugger. And let's continue. Okay, do we have any red pixels? Do we spy any red pixels on the screen? I don't know if we do or not. Oh, we do. Oh, we do, right up in the corner, don't we? And I think, you know what I bet that is? I bet that's every single sprite rendering in the same position. Because as we saw, let's see if we can move a sprite on the screen a little bit. Let's see if we can move a sprite. Let's also make it maybe be a little bit more. A little bit more, I think. What if we were to do a little bit more, computer? Let's make it slightly larger. Can we go over here again? Let's say when we write this 6 here, let's consider something. This is actually there are 4 bits per pixel, so each hex digit is 1 index here, and we can write a bunch of hex digits. We have 8 hex digits worth. So we can. What if we say 0x 6 6 6 6? This is the case, right? We can do 6 6 6 6, right? Like so. Run this again. We can make this will make it a little bigger. If I press QIS, I press continue. Oh, we have a whole line of red pixels here. Can we control them? If I instead of saying 6 here, what's a different color? If we say 7, it'll be brighter red. And 8, 9, 10, it will be green, which is not really visible. 11, 12, 13 will be blue. So 13, what is 13 hex? A is 10, B is 11, C is 12, D is 13. So here, if we change all of these to D, the line should now, and we rerun this file, the line should now be bright blue. If I press continue. Oh, we're cooking, computer. Good night, Mistress Kel. Thank you. It was great to have you. I hope you had fun today. We are cooking. We are a little bit cooking, computer. I think. Let's see if we can move one of these sprites now. Let's get one of these things moved around a little bit. Where the line, you can see it right in the top corner, right in the corner here. It's very, very small, right? Oh, I should have just typed 13 into it. Yeah. We could go common Lisp style on that shit. Move sprite no ways. Okay, moving will be victory. Cycle between them. Well, cycling between them is difficult because we'd have to write them in a loop every time. Thank you for doing the thing. Thank you, Bobble. Again, if you like this, if anyone's new, here is the zone. You know the place. You know my spiel. It's a good area. It's a good area. Hello, Modclonk. Also, okay. How do we move a sprite then? How do we move a? You had to turn it to 1080p. The encoding was fucked. I see. Let's move it, and it'll be obvious. It'll be obvious if we move it. What do we do now? Enable. Let's see. Where's OAM? We need to write something to OAM. And what do we need to write to OAM? We need to turn the first attribute field of OAM. We can just do this all in one right here. We can do it in one single write. Let's just say this is set sprite 0 position in OAM. Well, no, we can't do it in one. Well, we can because there's 2 16-bit values, right? So we can write it all in one word, right? This is good. This is very good. Let's try putting it at position, I don't know, 2020 or something, right? What is 20? What is hex 20? Hex 20 0x14, right? Okay. So if we write this to, if we put the address as OAM here, right? And we write this to 2020. If I say 0x, well, the high bits are, this is 0, this is 14, 0, 14. That should fit in both. Generate this code again, to set sprite 0, restart, continue. Hey, okay, it's at 2020. Look at this. There's blue line. Make it big. There's blue line. There's fucking blue line, computer. We got blue line. It's huge. Also Fade says hi. We have blue line, and the other ones are still here because as you know, we didn't hide the sprites. We kept the sprites at their default value, which means they're not hidden. In order to hide them, we would have to loop over them all and write the byte. We'd have to write 10 to the affine control bits, right? In attribute 1, right? Kaleidoscopy asks, "How's the Dragon Age?" It's good. You're almost done. Okay, this is apparent victory, I think, computer. This is insane victory. Rest of the screen blank. I mean, I could just like not render the background and you could see. Let's go. I cannot render the background easily by just turning off BG0. Like if I unset this, I run this, I QIS this, and I continue here, you can see the two blue lines, right? This one is every other. This is all the other 127 sprites all rendering over themselves. This one is just sprite 0 that we moved, right? It's blue Dava D Dava da, yes, something like this. I think that's good for today. Of course, we didn't do very much. We got a blue line on the screen, but it's a predictable blue line. And more importantly, we did not. Okay, let's make the guy move. Let's make the guy fucking move. Okay. This is fair. How do we make the guy move sensibly in a way that is not horrible for us? Can we do that in a decent kind of way here? Let's consider how we're doing this. I mean, I'm just gonna save it as a. Okay, let's call this. Let's write some other functions here. Can we do some other function kind of behaviors? Let's make a new guy called main loop. This guy lives in code. His name is main loop. Because right now we're doing everything every frame. This is obviously not very good. Let's loop to main loop here. At the end of this guy, we'll also loop to main loop. We'll also say UGBA emits, this guy. Okay, real. Okay, very real. Nice to meet you. You seem like a nice guy. Yeah, it's a good fellow. Okay. We go to main loop now. This does some things. If we change the position now inside of here, let's just run this first and foremost so that we know what we are doing. We would like to know what we are doing first thing. I think we can just call these in here, right? If I run this unknown opcode, oh, it's a list. Fuck you. I thought I fixed that elsewhere. Blah. How do we resolve this guy? I fixed this on my other machine, but I think I forgot to pull the commit. If I how do we do this in a convenient manner? Let's just go to the definition of emit, and we'll fix it on here too. I'm not above that. I'm not above anything, computer. I'm not. These hands have done bad things. Like, it is literally it is an elaborate macro assembler. It's a macro assembler where instead of having like a macro language, we have the Game Boy. We have elisp. Excuse me. Okay, here's emit. I think what we want to do is we want to say if list p car it, which means it's a list of lists. We want to say, I don't know, something like each it, UGBA emit, like, we have double each here. I think actually we want to just say, game oriented assembly lists, maybe something like this. We want to map emit over. I guess we can just apply. This is fine. This is okay. This is okay. I think this is fine. This maybe generates the code we want to. Yeah. Okay. Elisp be like, yeah, real. Okay, does this still produce the outcome that we wish for? Does this produce the outcome of our dreams? Okay, it does. Excellent. And now you'll notice if we break, we're in a much tighter loop now. If I observe the instruction that we're on, right? If I go here and I press QID, if we go over, we're on a little OR here. If I say step I, we're looping. We have a short loop here. We're looping between. You can look at the PC. We're looping between. This ends with 0, 8 and 2, 8. Right. We have a small few instructions, and those instructions are just this. They're just load these values into the appropriate spots and then do the store. Rust is Lisp confirmed. I don't know about that. Hello, Freefall. Welcome in. So what if instead of writing these to fixed coordinates, what if we wrote them to someplace that is different? What if we wrote them to someplace that is a different coordinate? Like, okay, so how are we going to do that? Let's just have a register that stores that in here. Let's just say it's like fucking R7 or something, right? Okay, if I say add, if I say this is add R7, what do we want? Let's set some things too. Let's say move R7 0. Sure, that's fine. Add R7 1. Right, these are operations that we can ostensibly perform, and then we want to use R7. We want to take this modulo something actually, which means we want to AND it with something here, because we can just take it modulo 64 or something, right? If I say AND R7, I'm doing this there's probably way better ways to do this. I'm going extreme laziness style here, computer. This is not for the best, but you know, we have to try our hardest sometimes. What is 64 hex? Hex 64 0x40. Okay, this is fine. And we probably want to do 63 actually for ANDing, right? This is 0x3f, right? That's gonna be a little better for us, because this binary bin 0x3f is all 1, so it's a valid AND mask. Excellent. Okay. So this then is we want to write this twice to these guys. So what are we going to do there? Well, what does this mean? Well, it means we need to shift this guy over by 16 bits, and then we need to AND it with we need to OR it with itself. So that's the next gameplay mechanic. That's the next gameplay mechanism for us to engage with, computer. This is then, I don't know, so we're just going to use, like, R7 is just a counter that's going to increment every frame, and then R8 we can say is the actual thing that we're going to write, right? And R8, or we can just make it R1, because we're not writing a constant anymore, right? So what is going in R1? We want to have this shifted over by 16 bits ORed with itself. How do we shift something conveniently? I think there's there's shift flags that we can use on the move, probably. Right, like that's the whole thing. Shifts, I don't know, who knows? Like, let's go to GBA. Is there like some kind of, yeah, there's like this shift type thing. Are we doing this? Are we doing LSR? We are. This is how you do it. I see your gambit, computer. I see your gambit. This is a shift right, but we want to shift left here. Where's our guy? It's here. Let's start. Let's move R1 R7. This is the first step. Then move R1 but shifted left by 8 bits. And then we want to say OR into R1, the bitwise OR of R1 and R7. Is it written or? Is it or? Yeah, it is. They're all 3 characters long. And then inside of, then here we just store that to R0. I think this is right. No, this is 16. Can we actually go 16? So, oh, we can. That's only 4 bits. That's fine. I think that's probably fine. What is can we find the mechanism of this? Data processing. I think these shifts probably are like sensible shifts. It's not like the weird shift thing. That's the weird shift thing is on immediates only, right? 32-bit ARM literally have shift of an operand on every instruction. It has it on Yes, it does. Stavros won. We could probably get away with doing this on just on the ore, but I don't know. I don't know if my brain may be too small to think about this right now. Invalid second operand 0x3f. Classic. Very classic. Why is that an invalid second operand? What is the deal with that? We're checking integer p here. Am I never doing this? Are we not doing this ever? Oh, because that's not how you write these. It's a symbol. Okay, excellent. Can you R7 to avoid the str? Oh yeah, of course. No, the str is different. The str means store to memory. Move. These operations are only register to register. This is actually store the value in R1 in the address at the memory address in R0. This is the only way to write to memory. There's actually a second thing you use to write to memory that's like a multiple register at a time thing, but this is like the primitive memory write instruction. Okay. QIS. Restart. Continue. Hey, it's wiggling. It's going really fucking fast, but it does go. It's because it's every frame. But it does go. The worm does wiggle a little bit here. We have worm type movements. Yeah, we can create an array of values. The real thing to do would be just to have a frame counter that we divide by something, or shift left, so it only increments every couple of frames. Right? These are the things. Modulo frame number. Yeah, we just don't have a convenient. Let's fine. We'll do that too. We'll track let's make it move slow. Let's make it look nice. Right? I'm just gonna use random ass registers for this because I am lazy. Okay. This guy is what is the GBA CPU frequency? I do not know offhand. This guy, we want to do this only if like let's think with our brain a little bit here. Let's say this is R5 for now. I'm just trying to think of what registers we're not using. R5 is here for now. R6, let's set R5 is always incrementing every frame. R6 is R5 R6, move R6 R5, and this is LSR. Why is my heart rate is displayed on your screen so low? Am I dying? I don't know. That's kind of scary. They're 16 megahertz. Yeah, okay. If I say LSR2, this is our division, right? This is divide by 4. This is every 4 frames. And then we want to do this only if R6, only if R6, we probably want to take this modulo something as well now, right? And R6, well, I guess we can just and R6, just 1, right? And we want to know if it's even, right? So if we want to do this every even frame, like, and then we can just add a condition to this add, right? Like if I just give this a condition, where are the condition flags? We still have so much to learn about ARM assembly. The condition flags are here, right? What is the 0 condition flag? Like how do we check if the previous operation is that just eek? Is this just eek? Does that make sense? Like that kind of makes sense. Like if you're doing comparison, it's usually just subtraction, right? So if the 0 flag is set, that means that's the equal condition. Maybe this does the trick for us. Okay. Wrong type R. Oh, because of course this needs to be not quoted. Okay. Excellent. If I go over here again and I do the little dance, if we do a little dance, okay, it doesn't get us anywhere. It doesn't move ever. Is this, well, clearly it's not eek. Can we open our docs, I guess? Where's the docs that we have here? Where's the funny manual? Condition field. Okay, eek is 0 flag set. Oh, we have to tell it to set the flags. I always forget, computer. How rude of us. Nothing sets flags unless there's a thing that tells it to set flags, right? We have to say this on this and we have to say S. We have to say S on the and. Okay. Huge. QIS. What a strange. I mean, this is just how it kind of makes sense. There's a condition on everything. There's a, like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of nice to be able to control what is setting conditions. Okay, still very fast. Extraordinarily fast. I mean, like, it kind of makes sense. This is not every frame. This is every couple of instructions. This is just like, we're not waiting for VSync. We're not ever waiting for VSync here. Let's just make it be some massive number. Hello, Pixel Paladin. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Can we continue? Still very fast. I don't know if we're gonna be able to make it slow enough in the shifts that we have access to here. It might not be possible, gamers. It might be unviable unless you have a thing to wait for VSync. To slow down to such a degree. Where's GBA.el? Where's LS? I don't even know how big of a shift we can provide here. What's the bound on our shift that we can involve? I'm unsure. This is oh, it's only you get 5 bits worth of shifts. New to stream, what are you working on? We're trying to make a Game Boy Advance game. Hello, Odin63152 also. We're trying to make a Game Boy Advance sprite move around. We've done that successfully, but we're trying to make it move slow now. Okay, that's up to 32. If we go 32 style, 31 style maybe, that's our max. If I press QIS, okay, it's still way too. We would have to wait for VBlank in order to slow it down, I think, right? Because again, we are just busy looping on the CPU and never. We want to do something per frame, right? Like per every couple of instructions is like incomprehensibly faster, even on this processor, than per frame, right? It's the difference between 60 things per second and like a couple million things per second, right? So we really need to slow it down much more than this. Okay. This is good for today, though. I think this is very good. I'm glad we accomplished our task, right? We swore an oath and we made pixels move, right? They say we're not programming. Adding a bunch of nops, we would have to add many nops, right? We could do like another loop that like loops over nops with a count. If we're gonna do that, we might as well just learn how to wait for VBlank properly, which I think requires us probably to wait for system interrupts and things like this, which will be something interesting, right? This will be an interesting thing to potentially attend to in the future. Haters will say it didn't happen yet. The haters will say we never code. They will say LLLL, but you know better. You know better. As a lover and a fighter, you know better, computer. Who are we rating? Who is online today? Is anyone around? Is there anybody around today to say hello to? Oh, newspaper, thank you very much. It's good to remember that. It's prompting me for comment syntax. I don't care about this. Raid you. You could raid Captain Saint Asher. Hello, Gen Dude again. Also, our theory of the machine is evolving. Yeah, that was quite good in the sense that like we got that to work without looking at any examples, right? We only read the documentation and like up to, and it worked the first time without any examples, right? Like that's actually fucking crazy, right? Like that like behaved the way we expected it to on our custom assembler without ever consulting any example, just reading these random docs, and we made it work the first time. Okay. Who is around for us to say hello to? Mr. Slab is online doing a DIY CNC mill. That seems quite good. Mia is playing Factorio. Do we have any friends of the who is around? Who is around? If Weed is around, Crazy. It's been for no. We rated Crazy Kitty recently, did we? I don't know. Who fucking knows? Hello, Swan1 also. We're just finishing up here today. As always, also everybody, watch the video. We have Discord IRC. That's our area. That's where we live. That's our typical zone. Let's raid the Slab, man. It's been a couple of months, I think. We'll go say hello over there. Join Discord, join IRC. You know the way. You know how it goes. We'll say hi to our friend Uwo Slab. Yeah, I'll be back on Friday. We'll do more things. It'll be fun. It always is. I always have a great time. I hope you do too. Yeah, things approaching. There are things happening. I'm excited about them. I'm excited to get Qbert thing done. I'm excited to get this video done. I don't know. There's just good stuff happening, computer. I don't know. I'm rambling at this point. Let's go say hi. I'll see you later, everybody. Much love. Over and out. Yeah. Okay, bye.